Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
Liang Rui. So this man thinks he did something? For a moment, Liang Rui felt both amused and helpless. Nonetheless, he quietly accepted the blame that Su Yanmiao seemed all too eager to hand over. The prefect of Xinghua, however, clearly had no immediate plans to target Liang Rui. Ignoring Princess Wanshao's subtle retreat, he curved his lips into a smile. Your Highness, regarding the disaster situations in Xinghua Prefecture, Tingzhou Prefecture, and Gushan County of Fuzhou Prefecture, I've completed the records. Should I deliver them to the Yamen or to your temporary residence? Send them to the Yamen. I'll review them there after inspecting the affected areas. The prefect gave a slight bow and, as though he had only come to report this matter, left immediately after speaking. Princess Wanshao was momentarily stunned, a pang of guilt rising in her chest. Actually, he is a good official. It's just that his methods for promotion were a bit extreme, but at least he didn't harm anyone. Her earlier instinctive retreat, had it been too hurtful? When I first arrived in Fujian, the provincial governor was flippant and unreliable. This prefect was the first to step forward and sternly reprimand him. Later, I learned that the Tingzhou Prefecture's magistrate was previously a reckless man who did nothing during a severe drought. He neither opened the granaries to distribute grain nor comforted the victims. He even suggested banning frog hunting, claiming such an act would move the heavens to bring rain. As Princess Wanshao recounted this, she suddenly thought of how Su Yanmiao had earlier exposed the Xinghua prefect's lies. A flicker of nervousness crossed her face. Could this story also be fabricated by the prefect? She waited in silence for a while, listening for Su Yanmiao's inner voice. Only when she noticed the young man's expression turning confused did she finally relax. It seemed this story was true. Princess Wanshao continued. It was the prefect of Xinghua who decisively took action, gathered 30 to 50 strong men, and detained the Tingzhou magistrate, taking over the prefecture to aid the disaster victims. Liang Rui nodded slightly. Indeed, he paused, glancing at Su Yanmiao. After confirming there was no rebuttal from his inner voice, he added, indeed a commendable official. Detaining a magistrate without authorization was a risky move. No one could predict whether the emperor would punish such an action. For someone to take such a gamble for the sake of the people was truly rare. Su Yanmiao also remarked, this man, though in any case, he is genuinely working for the people. The other two were well aware of what likely followed that though and silently agreed to avoid revisiting that painful topic. The disaster relief is now in its final stages. Princess Wanshao spoke clearly. The affected farmlands in various regions have been surveyed and recorded into registers, and relief funds have already been applied for with the Ministry of Revenue, though they have not yet been delivered. The draft registers of the disaster-affected households are also complete, detailing the names of disaster victims, whether they own cattle, livestock, granaries, or have any means of livelihood, as well as their level of poverty, whether they are extremely poor or relatively poor. The number of men, women, and children in each household, along with the head of the household, is recorded. Tomorrow, these registers will be used for distribution of relief. For those with abandoned houses, their names and household details have been recorded. Should they return, relief will be issued upon verification. Even before the official relief funds arrive or the draft registers are fully organized, the immediate relief 1 month's worth of rations has already been distributed to the households by local officials before we arrived. After a pause, Princess Wanshao added, each household receives 5 cups of rice per day, children and the weak receive half that amount. Liang Rui's expression remained neutral, but his tone softened significantly. Your Highness has worked tirelessly over these past days. Although the disaster relief process is outlined by the court, for a first-timer, it is rare to articulate such intricate details without being personally involved. He remarked, fortunately, Fujian has had abundant harvests in recent years, and the local granaries are well stocked. Otherwise, the relief would have had to be in the form of silver instead. For disaster victims, receiving food is far more practical than receiving money. After all, during times of disaster, buying rice relies entirely on the conscience of merchants and the court. The merchant's conscience determines whether they exploit the disaster to inflate prices, while the court's conscience determines whether it intervenes to stabilize grain prices. Liang Rui then carefully inquired about the issue of refugees. As they discussed, they suddenly heard a voice calling from a distance, Your Highness. Turning their heads, they saw it was Lian Hang, clerk from the Ministry of War. Lian Hang ran all the way over and, barely catching his breath, raised his voice. Your Highness? The court's relief funds have arrived. At Novel bin at. Princess Wanshao blinked. Finally, though it seemed like the relief had arrived shortly after Su Yanmiao and the others, the application for these funds had been sent to the capital over a month ago before the brilliant minds of Fujian had even suggested issuing treasure notes. The month-long delay was entirely due to the transport time. As the lead figure in this mission, Princess Wanshao nodded slightly at Liang Rui, who offered a respectful bow. Your Highness, please give your orders. Princess Wanshao's dark, grape-like eyes sparkled with excitement. She steadied herself and spoke seriously. As per the usual procedure, after the registers are finalized, we will issue relief tickets to each disaster victim. These tickets will be required to claim the funds. We will continue with this practice. Fujian has 8 prefectures. I am responsible for Fuzhou Prefecture, Su Yanmiao for Qingzhou Prefecture, the Minister of Revenue for Quanzhou Prefecture, Master Liang for Zhangzhou Prefecture, and Clerk Lian for Yanping Prefecture. The remaining prefectures Xinghua, Shaoa, and Jianing will be handled by their respective local officials. Princess Wanshao was well aware that Su Yanmiao had been discreetly selected to claim credit, but there were levels to how one earned merit. The lowest was idly waiting for glory while doing nothing, while the highest. Su Lang, Princess Wanshao asked him, the position of Qingzhou Prefect is currently vacant, leaving the heaviest burden and the most tedious tasks. Can you handle it? The highest level, of course, was when the organization entrusted you with the most critical responsibilities. Before everyone, Su Yanmiao answered calmly, I can. Su Yanmiao had never dealt with disaster relief before, but it was clear that most of the Fujian officials had meticulously compiled the draft registers beforehand. The records handed to him were exceptionally complete and detailed, requiring only that he disperse the relief funds step by step. Though he was alone, the accompanying Jinyue numbered quite a few. 2 of them were assigned to each office to distribute the funds. History's countless bloody lessons had taught every dynasty in Huaxia this one principle: if relief personnel could be sent from the capital, use them. Never rely on local clerks. Being natives, they could easily deceive both the people and the authorities. Su Yanmiao instructed the Jinyue to carry out their duties properly, then changed into plain clothes and ventured alone into the countryside. He didn't have much knowledge of disaster relief, but as a modern person, he understood one simple truth: you have to go among the people. To find out if the people were faring well, if the relief funds and rations were reaching them, and what they needed, he had to see for himself to avoid being misled. Going door to door, he knocked and, under the pretense of asking for water, struck up conversations with the villagers. To his relief, many households had rice in their kitchens, not a lot, but enough to show that the government's disaster relief supplies had indeed been distributed. The only downside was, Su Yanmiao rubbed his round belly and went to relieve himself in the wild for the 3rd time. He'd drunk too much water. I'll have to come up with a better excuse next time. If I get water poisoning, it'll be over. Muttering to himself, Su Yanmiao stepped out from behind a large tree. After walking about 50 paces, he suddenly heard crying. His right hand instinctively gripped the flintlock pistol he'd painstakingly pulled from his waist as he cautiously approached the sound. Thank goodness. His Majesty arranged for me to learn how to use this pistol. It was a woman. Su Yanmiao tensed, gripping the pistol tighter. Having grown up in an era of information overload, he knew better than to judge someone's strength by their gender. Stopping 20 paces away, he called out loudly, Madam, why are you crying? Startled, the woman tried to stand but stumbled and fell backward. Su Yanmiao instinctively took half a step forward but held back from rushing over, mainly because she managed to support herself on the edge of the field and, after a few breaths, slowly stood up, revealing a tear-streaked face. From 20 paces away, Su Yanmiao began talking to her. His pleasant appearance worked to his advantage, and the woman quickly let down her guard. In a thick, tearful voice, she explained, the village wants to pray to the river god for rain. They're offering me as the river god's bride. Su Yanmiao's expression turned solemn. This matter is the local official not addressing it. The woman lowered her gaze. The prefect approved it. Su Yanmiao quickly searched the system but found no record of the Qingzhou prefect approving such a thing. Puzzled, he wondered if the woman was lying to him. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he checked the Xinghua prefect instead. Sure enough, he found the culprit. To gain promotion, the Xinghua prefect had come up with a twisted idea: conduct a ritual to appease the river god. If it rained, he would claim the credit. If it didn't, he would pretend it had never happened. Su Yanmiao furrowed his brows deeply. What about your family? Did they also agree to this? The woman's face showed a bitter expression. I am a Qingji. Su Yanmiao froze for a moment before realizing what she meant. Qingji was a refined term for a young or apprentice courtesan. Taking a closer look, he noticed that beneath her heavy makeup, her youthful and delicate features were faintly discernible. She was indeed a minor, and courtesans had no family to rely on. Su Yanmiao grew anxious. I'm an official of the court, a civil officer from the Ministry of Personnel. Come with me, I will take responsibility for you. Adat novel bin adat. The woman's face lit up with joy, and she instinctively took 2 steps forward but abruptly stopped. She looked at Su Yanmiao with alarm. No, I cannot leave. Huh? Why not? The villagers come to check on me every stick of incense. If they don't find me, the whole village will search, and, sir, you will be beaten to death. A stick of incense burned in about 5 minutes. Su Yanmiao pressed on. I'll go get help to save you. The woman shook her head again. The ceremony starts in 2/4 hours. 2/4 hours 30 minutes. That wasn't nearly enough time for him to go and return. Su Yanmiao pinched his fingers in frustration, at a loss. The woman's expression became a mix of complexity and gratitude. Thank you, sir. You are kind and a good official. But I am just a filthy person from the world of courtesans. I'm not worth risking your life for. Please, leave quickly. The villagers will be here soon. Then, she saw the young man lowering his head and starting to take off his clothes. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Sir. The young man swiftly shrugged off his outer robe and tossed it to her. Then, he flashed her a radiant smile. I have delicate features. If I dress as a woman, no one will notice the difference. You must also remove your outer skirt, drape this robe over yourself, and head to the nearest yamen. Look for the people distributing relief grain. They are from the Jinyiwei. Show them this robe as proof, and they will believe you. As for me, don't worry, I can hold them off until you return. If not, well, he wasn't afraid to die anyway. Author's note. The matter about the toads is inspired by, in the words of our ancestors, the scholar Tang Yiren once discussed government affairs with Geishi Hu Sishan. Ruyan, aside from presenting reports on Rao Shan, he is no more than a toad official. Rao, styled Yu Zhang, was a ranking official who had previously submitted a memorial condemning the imperial granary, which Hu had contested. During a severe drought, sacrifices were offered to pray for rain, with restrictions on slaughtering livestock. Hu submitted a petition suggesting that catching frogs and toads should also be prohibited to invoke heaven's favor, thus earning him the nickname Toad Official. Source: Wanli Yehuobian. Translation: During a Ming Dynasty drought, the court sought to address the disaster. Alongside prayer and sacrifices, restrictions on slaughtering animals were imposed. At the time, a certain official named Hu Sishan suggested that prohibiting the capture of toads would help summon rain, earning him the moniker Toad Official. Relief efforts. Relief measures reference the Qing dynasty. Initially, local leaders were instructed to register households affected by the disaster, recording details such as property ownership, household members, and economic status. These were compiled into draft rosters. Officials from the city, accompanied by local leaders, conducted inspections village by village. Specific days were announced beforehand to ensure villagers were present. Inspections determined who was severely impoverished or moderately poor, and adjustments were made directly in the rosters to prevent errors. Once verified, names and household information were publicly displayed, often on doorways or walls, to prevent fraud or omissions. Finally, all data was compiled into concise registers and submitted for review. Source: Huangzhang Suyan. Disaster relief methods. The structured disaster relief model generally followed two approaches. Government relief. Relief efforts varied based on timing: pre-disaster preparedness, concurrent aid during the disaster, or post-disaster assistance. For ongoing disasters like droughts or locust plagues, relief might continue as the disaster persisted. Sudden events like floods were typically addressed post-disaster. Immediate relief measures, such as food distribution, zhenzhou, were categorized into pre-disaster, emergency aid before full assessment, concurrent relief, during the disaster, post-disaster relief, sustained assistance afterward. Zhenzhou encompassed universal relief measures, with urgent relief being expedited aid during the initial outbreak of disaster. Source: Mingqing Disaster Narratives, Mitigation Strategies, and Folk Beliefs. Aid distribution. Initial relief provided 1 month's worth of grain for the severely impoverished, categorized by the disaster's severity. 6/10 severity, 1 month of grain for the impoverished. 7, 8/10 severity, 2 months for the severely impoverished, 1 month for the moderately poor. 9/10 severity, 3 months for the severely impoverished, 2 months for the moderately poor. 10/10 severity, 4 months for the severely impoverished, 3 months for the moderately poor. Each household was allocated grain based on family size, with adults receiving 5 he, approximately 0.5 liters, per day, and children half that. If grain was insufficient, monetary aid was provided based on market prices. Source: Imperially commissioned Qing Dynasty regulations. Relief tickets. After verifying disaster victims through a process called household review, the findings served as the basis for issuing relief tickets. Victims used these tickets to collect supplies. Regulations required public announcements of allocated materials, household details, and distribution dates to prevent embezzlement. Source: Mingqing Disaster Narratives, Mitigation Strategies, and Folk Beliefs. You might not be afraid, but we are. Hidden in the shadows, the Jinyiwei collectively transformed into the iconic painting The Scream. How did things escalate to this point? Well, it all started because they were secret guards, not mythical creatures capable of actual invisibility. Normally, they relied on cover when there was none. They would pretend to be random passersby. But none of that training prepared them for moments like this, such as when Xiao Beis decided to visit the latrine. They couldn't very well stroll over, pull their pants down next to him, and casually say, "Hey, brother, you're here too." That wasn't called secret protection, that was called being a creep. In short, they didn't want to be creeps, nor did they want Xiao Beis broadcasting their antics across the capital, earning themselves the label of perverts. So, they usually trailed Su Yanmiao from a discreet distance, their firearms ever ready to fire at the slightest threat. For example, when Su Yanmiao met that woman earlier, the Jinyiwei had already taken aim at her with their firelocks. The moment something seemed off, they were prepared to shoot. And then, they saw Su Yanmiao start undressing. Jinyiwei, an illicit affair? Has Su Lang finally reached that age? Should we turn away in modesty? But what if the woman takes advantage of their intimate moment, rolls on top of him, and slits his throat? As they wrestled with their dilemma, they saw the two swapping clothes. Then the woman pulled out some rouge and applied it roughly to Su Yanmiao's face. And you know what? Once Su Lang put on the woman's clothes and had a bit of makeup on, he really did look androgynous. His long eyelashes, striking black and white eyes, and pale complexion now bore a rosy undertone. The result was a stunningly attractive visage. Not that Su Lang had any practice wearing women's clothing. He clumsily dressed himself, tugging the garments on with carefree abandon. Holding up the hem of the skirt, he gave it a good shake and muttered, "This thing nearly drags on the ground, it's so inconvenient to walk in." Layers of fabric piled around Su Yanmiao's knees, revealing shapely calves and a tantalizing glimpse of skin above them. Even the woman couldn't help but think, "This is going to be the death of me." Su Yanmiao, busy fussing with the inconvenient skirt, vaguely heard a voice near him. Surprised, he looked up. "Did you just say something?" The woman's face flushed as she suddenly felt like one of those lecherous patrons in a brothel, overcome by desire. Flustered, she cleared her throat and replied, "We must get back to the village before the others come looking. I'll dress you in the bridal gown and cover your head with a red veil. My heavy makeup will ensure they won't tell the difference unless they scrub it off." Su Yanmiao grabbed the hem of the skirt with one hand and pulled her along. "Show the way. The faster we go, the less time wasted, the better our chances of survival." Soon enough, Su Yanmiao found himself back in the village. He swapped his outfit for the bridal gown, donned the red veil, and sat on the edge of a bed. Meanwhile, the woman, now dressed in Su Yanmiao's clothes, dashed toward the county town, running as if her life depended on it because it did. Left behind were the 3 to 5 Jinyue guards, entirely at a loss. Hiding nearby, they murmured among themselves. "What do we do? His Majesty ordered us to grant Xiaobei's the utmost freedom, provided his life isn't at risk. The issue is, it's too late to act now. When Xiaobei was talking with that woman, we were too far to overhear. We only saw him change clothes and walk into the village. How were we supposed to know he was here for this?" "True. If we alarm the villagers, then we open fire," one guard said coldly. "If they cooperate, fine. If they resist or attack a court official, they're as good as dead." Another, more cautious guard countered, "And what if, after you fire, the villagers riot instead of surrendering? It wouldn't take much, just a few dozen angry villagers could create chaos." Their mission wasn't to slaughter, their top priority was Su Yanmiao's safety. "What if we knock Xiaobei unconscious and take him away? The villagers are after the woman, not us." This suggestion piqued some interest, but another Jinyue vetoed it. "Our mission is to protect Xiaobei's life." The others looked confused. "Isn't this protecting him?" "That's not what I mean. Xiaobei is kind-hearted. If he finds out the woman died because of him, would he blame himself? Would he spiral into guilt and despair, eventually wasting away? Worse yet, what if the villagers randomly grab another woman to sacrifice instead? Even if we didn't kill her directly, Xiaobei might still feel responsible. Can you imagine the guilt?" The guards exchanged uneasy glances. They didn't know if Su Yanmiao would actually feel that way, but what if he did? They couldn't take that gamble. "Then we wait until the river god ritual to strike," one guard gritted out. "By then, the woman's life won't be in danger. We can fire a few warning shots to intimidate the villagers and seize someone close to them as leverage, ensuring they can't unite against us." As for why they couldn't act now, same reason as before, fear that the villagers might grab another random woman as a substitute, causing Su Yanmiao unbearable guilt. Just as they finalized their plan, they saw a group of villagers swarm into the house. They dragged the red-veiled river god bride out and loaded her into a sedan chair, accompanied by gongs and drums, heading toward the parched river. The Jinyue quietly followed, fortunate that the villagers lacked any real awareness of being tracked. When they arrived at the river, the Xinghua prefect who was supposed to be overseeing disaster relief efforts was inexplicably present. Clad in an elaborate ceremonial robe meant for sacrificial rites, he radiated authority and gravitas. His role? Delivering a pre-wedding lecture to the bride. Adat Novel bin Adat. He spoke at great length, but beneath the veil, Su Yanmiao summarized it as, "You were just an unwed courtesan destined to serve all sorts of men, wasting your youth in a brothel and succumbing to illness in your old age if you even made it that far. But now, your fate is different. You're to become the river god's bride and enjoy eternal blessings? We chose you because you're pure. You've never served a man, yet you possess the skills to do so. Marrying the river god is a noble purpose. Your sacrifice will bring rain to save the people, and we'll forever remember your virtue." Su Yanmiao. Spit. Shameless. Elsewhere at Novel bin Adat. "What did you just say?" In the nearest yamen, the Jinyue officer's face turned dark. He ground out his words between clenched teeth. Is this what they call protecting someone? What kind of reckless disregard for their own lives and their families' 9 generations was this? The woman accompanying them froze, her mind racing. A suspicion bubbled to the surface. Could this man's identity be extraordinary? Her guess was quickly confirmed. The 2 Jinyue officers stationed at the yamen didn't hesitate. They hauled in a local magistrate and a death row prisoner, then shot the prisoner point blank. Blood sprayed as the man's head exploded like a melon, leaving the magistrate trembling uncontrollably, his legs giving out beneath him. Another official outright wet himself. After issuing a stream of threats, the Jinyue divided their tasks. One raced off on horseback to fetch the imperial sword and swiftly mobilize reinforcements. The other set off to report directly to the princess. "You said what?" Princess Wanshao nearly bit her tongue in anger. Almost immediately, she grasped the key point from the Jinyue's account. "I have the authority token and an imperial decree. Mobilize the troops immediately. You notify the Minister of Punishments, the Chief Clerk of Punishments, and the Military Affairs Bureau Secretary." After assigning the tasks, the princess wasted no time and personally set off to rally the soldiers. When the Minister of Punishments received the news, his expression shifted from pale to stormy. Su Lang, you've truly brought me to ruin. Then, with a snarl of rage, he cursed, ignorant fools? What river god? If it were real, floods would never happen, and droughts wouldn't exist. Superstition, utter nonsense. Thinking of that Xinghua prefect, he gnashed his teeth in anger, wishing he could devour him alive. Exterminate his entire clan? I must petition His Majesty to wipe out his 9 generations. When Lian Hang heard the news, he uncharacteristically broke out in a sweat on this freezing winter day. Without hesitation, he asked for directions and sprinted toward Tingzhou Prefecture. Liang Rui was the last to hear of the incident. After listening, his vision went black as he reached out to steady himself against the wall. It took him a long moment before he finally said, "Emergency dispatch? Report this matter back to the capital immediately." Year 34 of Qiantong era, New Year's Day. The disaster in Fujian was nearing its end, and the emperor and his officials in the capital were enjoying a peaceful new year. That year, snow fell like fluttering blossoms, and during the Grand Court Assembly, the Emperor of Desya smiled and said, "A timely snow promises a prosperous year. My dear ministers, today's snowfall, as it dances in the air like flying petals, is a divine blessing upon us. At this festive time, I express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your tireless efforts and loyal dedication to the country. Without your collective commitment, the peace and prosperity we enjoy today would have been impossible. Thanks to your contributions, Desya thrives in stability, prosperity, and harmony. This brings great comfort to my heart." Before he could finish his speech, a messenger burst into the hall, bearing an urgent report delivered over 600 miles. The man hadn't bathed for days, and the stench was overwhelming, but none of the censors dared rebuke him. They watched anxiously as he presented the emergency report. Could it be that the disaster in Fujian has worsened? Or perhaps another calamity has occurred elsewhere? The emperor himself had similar thoughts. But the moment his eyes landed on the short, shocking message, his entire body trembled violently. He rose abruptly from the dragon throne, roaring, "What are you all good for? Where are the Jinyue? Are the Jinyue I sent there only good for eating and doing nothing?" The officials were baffled and confused. Then the emperor bellowed, "How could Su Yanmiao be captured by villagers and offered as a sacrifice to the river god?" Officials. In an instant, sweat drenched their robes. Thud. One official fainted on the spot, his forehead smashing into the floor. Yet, as if he couldn't feel the pain, he stubbornly rose, swaying on his feet, and declared, "Exterminate their entire clan. Your Majesty, their 9 generations must be eradicated." To everyone's surprise, many officials in the capital echoed the sentiment. Meanwhile, the local officials in attendance nervously swallowed hard. Who, exactly is Su Yanmiao? What kind of person is he, to provoke such fury when something happens to him? The scene rewinds to 5 days ago. On one side, a messenger urgently departed from Fujian, rushing to deliver intelligence to the capital. On the other side, Princess Wanshao and her companions hurriedly arrived at a dry riverbank. They initially thought they'd witness a standoff between the Jinyue and the villagers, both sides too cautious to make a move. However, the scene that greeted them was quite different. In the wind, a voice carried over. "Is what you said true?" The unfamiliar voice of a middle-aged man, panting heavily, was filled with palpable anger. Then, responding to him came a familiar, clear voice, so crisp that its gender was difficult to discern. Once the red bridal veil was draped, no one could tell if the bride was a young man. Su Yanmiao, dressed in a bridal gown, was kneeling on a bamboo mat surrounded by an assortment of flowers, fruits, a pig's head, a whole sheep, and other offerings. His tone was particularly earnest. "Of course, it's true. I was about to be sacrificed to the river god. But last night, the river god came to me to his wife in a dream and told me, that chubby kid of yours was actually fathered by someone else with your wife. Think about it, how could 2 people like you, who never even tan, give birth to a child as dark as charcoal?" Honestly, the middle-aged man was dark as charcoal at the moment, his complexion blackened by rage. Veins bulged across his face, making him look like a laboring water buffalo, with white puffs of air snorting out from his nostrils. Su Yanmiao poured oil onto the flames figuratively and literally while adding, "Big brother, I'm about to die, so let me offer you some advice. Life goes on. Think about it though, the child isn't yours, your wife is. And hey, it's not every day someone else's kid calls you dad." The middle-aged man abruptly turned around, roaring, "You wretch! I'll kill you." He raised a fist the size of a bull, ready to smash it onto a burly farm woman in the bridal procession. Several people hurried to stop him. "Denyu, calm down. Denyu, you don't even know if it's true yet. If you hurt someone, you'll have to call a doctor. Who knows if this little hussy made it all up." Su Yanmiao's voice grew excited. Exactly. It's that butcher calling me a little hussy? He's got your wife's sweat handkerchief hidden in his pocket. That handkerchief was sewn from leftover scraps of fabric from your clothes. If you don't believe me, check it yourself and see if the fabric matches." The burly butcher, who had been holding back the enraged man, instinctively loosened his grip. Even though Su Yanmiao was veiled, he seemed to have X-ray vision, feeling guilty. "Aren't you? Look, everyone, he's guilty." The middle-aged man grabbed a bamboo pole from the river god's bridal mat, where it had been holding up ceremonial flags, and began furiously beating the butcher. This time, no one could stop him. The village chief, watching the chaos, anxiously shouted, "Denyu, Don't fall for that hussy's tricks. She's just trying to provoke you. Even if your wife cheated on you, you've got to bear it. We're already past the auspicious hour. Su Yanmiao glanced at his gossip system and let out a cheeky oh-ho. You're definitely better at enduring than him. He's a cuckold, but you willingly take the kid's last name. The blacksmith, standing nearby, scratched his head in confusion and muttered, take the kid's last name? But, don't he and the kid already share a surname? Su Yanmiao smirked, but the kid isn't his. The kid belongs to a maid from a wealthy household. That maid had a fling with a scholar and got pregnant. The scholar was preparing for the imperial exams but was too broke, and the maid had no money either. So she asked your village chief if he wanted a wife, no questions asked. The concept of a husband and wife goes way back at novel bin at. The village chief knew the maid was pregnant with the scholar's child but thought the scholar had abandoned her. Overjoyed, he brought her and the child home, even handed over all the money for her to manage. And guess what? The maid funneled it all to the scholar so he could prepare for his exams. Oh, but let me circle back, your village chief even went to the yamen to change his surname to match the kid's, just to make the maid happy. The villagers gasped in unison. Oh. The village chief stood frozen for a moment. His face turned red, then green, and finally black with rage. You slanderous wench. I'll kill you. He lunged toward Su Yanmiao. Once again, the villagers scrambled to restrain the chief. This was the river god's bride, after all. She couldn't be killed. Su Yanmiao casually grabbed a fruit from the mat, wiped it on his sleeve, and started munching on it. Between bites, he said, don't be mad, don't be mad. Let me tell you something cheerful. That scholar didn't end up taking the exams. He went to the gambling den instead and lost all his money. Not only that, but the gamblers chopped off 2 of his fingers on his right hand. Until he masters writing with his left hand, he probably won't be taking any exams anytime soon. The village chief froze. Then, he was overjoyed. Su Yanmiao added casually, but it seems the money he gambled away was your life savings. The village chief. The village chief. Let me go. Let me go, all of you. Not far away. Princess Wanshao, Minister of Justice, Ministry of Justice Officer, Ministry of War Clerk, the Jinyue officers and soldiers. The Minister of Justice muttered, suddenly, I feel like our urgency was unnecessary. If they had arrived even later, Su Yanmiao probably could have angered the entire group to death without lifting a weapon. Princess Wanshao, trying hard to maintain a composed expression, felt her facade nearly cracking. Su Lang had that woman send word, saying he would buy us time. I thought it was just a comforting statement. So, he was completely serious? Liang Rui paused for a moment and said, let's save him. Lian Hang really wanted to quip, are we saving Su Lang or the villagers? When Su Lang saw them arrive, he was overjoyed. Lifting his veil, he exclaimed, you've finally come. The soldiers quickly brought the brawling villagers under control, while Princess Wanshao silently handed Su Yanmiao a cup of water. Su Yanmiao smiled and said, thank you, your highness, for your kindness. He wiped off the heavy makeup on his face honestly, makeup in ancient times couldn't compare to the modern kind. If it were modern cosmetics, he wouldn't dare remove it so easily. Ancient rouge, however, could be wiped off with just water. The prefect of Xinghua looked like he had seen a ghost. Who are you? Where's the courtesan I arranged? Su Yanmiao turned back with a bright smile. She was taken away by a certain wealthy gentleman. The prefect's eyes filled with ridicule. What now? Are you going to say I've been cuckolded too? Not quite. Your scandals aren't limited to cuckoldry, but at that moment, it was the easiest way to provoke your tempers and trigger chaos. Now, I've got something even juicier. Princess Wanshao and the others. Although they knew they should focus on their mission, anything Su Yanmiao claimed was juicy was bound to be extraordinary. Ahem. The prefect of Xinghua had committed the heinous act of performing a live sacrifice. If he got upset or even died from rage, it would only be what he deserved. After Su Yanmiao said, not quite, he continued in a light-hearted tone, all while the prefect of Xinghua maintained a smug let's see what nonsense you'll come up with expression. You might not know this, but that wealthy gentleman greatly admires scholars. He especially admires you, thinks you're highly cultured, efficient, and incredibly determined and courageous. Wait, isn't he supposed to be provoking him? Why does it sound like praise now? The Ministry of War Clerk looked utterly puzzled. Could it be a tactic of building up before breaking down? The prefect of Xinghua thought the same. Mentally prepared, he even sneered inwardly, this greenhorn doesn't know what he's doing. If you want to anger someone, you need to catch them off guard. Dragging it out like this only gives your target time to brace themselves. How do you expect to provoke anyone? Su Yanmiao continued, so, this gentleman has been trying very hard to get close to you, intimately close. And every time you've spent the night with courtesans, famous entertainers, or young attendants, as soon as you left, he would immediately pay double or triple the price to book them. But he insisted they not bathe or freshen up beforehand just so he could experience your lingering scent, hoping to absorb some of your scholarly brilliance. So, when he thought that this courtesan was your new flame, wait, why are you vomiting? What can I say? If you refuse to redeem them after your trysts, of course, others will come knocking. Ugh, ugh. The prefect of Xinghua desperately wanted to lash out at Su Yanmiao. How is this the same? Having new clients the next day is completely different from not bathing and basking in the scent. Ugh. The prefect collapsed onto the ground, retching miserably. When he was done vomiting, he clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. Who is it? Which gentleman? Tell me, how do you even know about this? A lot of people know, Su Yanmiao replied, brazenly lying with a straight face. While visiting the homes of the common folk to discuss disaster relief, I happened to hear this while chatting with them. Perhaps you're the only one who didn't know. The prefect of Xinggua's breathing grew ragged, his chest heaving violently as his fingers clawed at the cracked dirt beneath him. As for which gentleman, why do you care? He hasn't broken any laws. I know you value cleanliness, you even carefully selected a virgin courtesan as a bride for the river god. But no matter how much you care about cleanliness, you can't go around retaliating against people. The prefect's face turned crimson. To the onlookers, it was clear his anger was boiling over, but something about it seemed even more severe. Oh, right. It's almost mealtime. You must be hungry, right? Su Yanmiao grabbed a piece of wild vegetable flatbread from the mat and offered it to him. This kind of wild vegetable flatbread is your favorite, isn't it? Go ahead and eat it, you won't even have this to eat in the future. Why? Su Yanmiao quickly pulled back his hand as the prefect of Xinghua spat a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the yellow earth. The Ministry of War clerk clicked his tongue in disapproval. Well, at novel bin at. Sure enough, that earlier flush on the prefect's face wasn't just anger, it was a surge of blood. In other words, Su Yanmiao had literally provoked him into spitting blood. Su Yanmiao placed the flat bread back on the mat and smiled pleasantly. If you're not hungry, let's discuss your crime of privately inciting the villagers to use a human sacrifice. When did I commit a crime? The prefect of Xinghua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse. The imperial court issued an edict banning human sacrifices and illicit shrines in Sichuan, Jinghu, Lingnan, and other provinces. Yes, Fujian is in Lingnan, and yes, worshipping the river god is considered an illicit shrine practice. However, when did I ever use a human sacrifice? Su Yanmiao narrowed his eyes at the prefect. The prefect allowed a faint smirk to appear. It's true that I wanted the river god to take a bride, but I never intended to kill the bride. I was only planning to hold a wedding ceremony and then create a statue of the bride to place in the shrine as an offering to the river god. At most, I've committed the crime of engaging in illicit shrine rituals. Shameful, truly shameful. Liar. Su Yanmiao stared at the prefect expressionlessly. The prefect struggled to maintain his composure, but traces of smugness still lingered on his face. He had clearly left himself an escape route. Even if rain eventually fell and he reported his success to claim credit, he could argue that a statue, not a live person, was used. As for the villagers, they weren't fools. They would never admit they intended to use a human sacrifice. The punishment for such a crime was death, but if one confessed, the law allowed for a reduced sentence. The prefect wasn't worried about these officials from the capital coercing the villagers into admitting guilt. Sure enough, the handsome young man walked over to the villagers and said, using a human sacrifice is a capital crime, but if you confess and are considered accomplices, and since no harm was actually done, the penalty is reduced to full servitude. This means 3 years of forced labor in a province hundreds of miles away. Predictably, the villagers unanimously denied the accusation. We weren't planning to use a human sacrifice. We were just going to make a statue. The prefect of Xinghua barely suppressed his laughter. Naive. As long as they insisted they hadn't done anything, there would be no crime. Why complicate things by admitting to a lesser charge? Liang Rui lowered his gaze, his brow tightly furrowed. From the moment the prefect of Xinghua refused to admit his guilt, Liang Rui had been pondering how to break the stalemate. Yet, no matter how he thought about it, the only solution seemed to be the most drastic one, using the imperial sword to execute him on the spot. But, that approach would be hard to justify to the public. What other options were there? Let them go? Charge the prefect with bribery instead? It was possible, but the thought left an unsatisfied bitterness in his chest. As Liang Rui and the others wrestled with their thoughts, unable to find a way forward, they saw Su Yanmiao speak again. Su Yanmiao spoke as if casually chatting. Droughts heavily impact waterways, don't they? Although Tingzhou is located in the mountains of western Fujian, far from the sea, it is close to the Ting River. There are quite a few Mizu temples around here, aren't there? You often work as boatmen, transporting goods from Tingzhou to Chaozhou, braving the 500-li stretch of dangerous rapids and waves. You've prayed to Mizu often, haven't you? The villagers, not understanding why he was saying this, instinctively nodded. Indeed. Su Yanmiao fixed his gaze on them and suddenly said, if you insist that you never intended to perform human sacrifices to worship the river god, then swear it before Mizu. Swear that you didn't do it. The villagers froze instantly. Su Yanmiao raised his voice, as long as you swear before Mizu that you've never been involved in human sacrifices, the case will end here. Think carefully, Mizu is listening. The villagers. Actually, we did it. The village chief's expression shifted repeatedly before he stumped his foot, sighed, and pulled a small cloth pouch from his chest, tossing it toward the prefect of Xinghua. Here's your money back. The other villagers followed suit, pulling out their pouches and throwing them at the prefect. The prefect of Xinghua, who wasn't a native of Tingzhou, didn't work in navigation, and had no strong religious beliefs, was utterly baffled. Why are you taking this so seriously? It's just swearing an oath. You immediately confessed. The village chief looked slightly guilty, his voice weaker than before, but there was still a clear determination in his words. We Tingzhou folk cannot lie to Mizu. The prefect of Xinghua opened his mouth, then closed it again, struggling to find words. His face turned bright red, and after a moment, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The painstakingly planned path to promotion and his carefully calculated escape route destroyed, and in such a ridiculous way? Author's notes. Some context on superstitions and rituals. When fortune comes, buy land and marry a wife. This was commonly seen in divination practices. Source, Meng Lianglu. Regarding the river god, it likely falls under illicit shrines. In the 23rd year of a certain reign, it was reported. The sage rulers stipulated that only those who had been loyal to the state or contributed greatly to the people could be honored with official sacrifices. Recently, the ban on illicit shrines has been strictly enforced. However, ignorant commoners persist in their misguided practices, even going so far as to sacrifice humans to ghosts and spirits. This has long been prevalent in Hunan, Hubei, Kui, and Xia regions. Recently, this custom has spread elsewhere, with individuals secretly kidnapping people from afar under the guise of slave trading. They kill them during leap months as offerings. Even close relatives are not spared. Currently, in Zhejiang, people are sacrificing humans to the sea god. In Sichuan, they are sacrificing humans to the salt wells. If local officials fail to strictly prohibit this, innocent people will continue to suffer. Source, Songhuiyao Jijao. Relevant laws. In certain regions, such as the Ba Gorge, it was customary to use human sacrifices for ghost worship. They recruited these sacrifices through money. Those involved in such acts were punished. Source, Songhuiyao Jijao. Self-confession in Qing law. For those who voluntarily confess to crimes, except for banditry and robbery, which have specific provisions, the penalty is generally reduced by 1 degree. From Compilation of Criminal Cases, 3rd edition. The confession in the text refers to a hearing of pursuit and turning oneself in, meaning surrendering to the authorities upon learning they are actively pursuing the individual. From Tingzhou to Chaozhou, the rapids extend for 500 li. Geographical overview. The prefect of Xinghua naturally knew that the locals revered Mizu, but he hadn't anticipated this much devotion. Even as he was crammed into a prisoner's cart and sent off to the capital to await execution after the autumn trials, he babbled incoherently like a madman. Praying is normal. I pray to Wenchang Emperor during New Year's, to the god of literature before the imperial examinations. I donate a ton of incense money with utmost sincerity. If you asked me to swear that I didn't lie and that I'd never rise in rank again if I lied, I'd swear it without hesitation. The prefect of Xinghua couldn't understand. But it didn't matter anymore. Su Yanmiao noticed Liang Rui drafting a memorial, likely reporting on the incident. Liang Rui, aware of Su's presence, broke the silence first. As an official of the court, you were nearly harmed. Now that you're safe, it's only natural to report it. Su Yanmiao muttered aloha, before adding, it was reckless of me at the time. I caused trouble for everyone, even forcing troops to come to my rescue. Liang Rui shook his head. You only wanted to save people. No one else could have delayed the soldiers long enough. Even with eloquence, the villagers would have prioritized the river god's sacrifice. Only someone like Su Yanmiao, exploiting the villagers' own chaos, could have bought enough time. Just then, a Ministry of War clerk entered. Lord Su, the woman you rescued is asking for you. Su Yanmiao immediately stepped out. As soon as he left, the clerk turned to Liang Rui. Shall I send this by 600 li urgent courier as well? Liang Rui paused, set down his brush, and blew on the ink to dry it. When Su Yanmiao first encountered trouble, I already sent someone to report it to the capital. By now, that courier should have covered over 100 li and switched to a second horse. In just a few days, the message will reach the capital. If this second memorial were sent via regular horses, it might arrive to find His Majesty already on his way to Fujian in a panic. This, of course, was an exaggerated joke, but Liang Rui dared not take any risks. Thus, even the peace reporting memorial was dispatched via 600 li urgent courier. The two would likely arrive in the capital only a few hours apart. Exiting the yamen, Su Yanmiao saw the woman standing beneath the eaves of a street corner. She wore no makeup. Although there had been no rain in Fujian, a breeze stirred the air. Under the eaves, the homeowner had thoughtfully hung a string of wind chimes that jingled melodiously. The woman's voice of gratitude soon drowned out the wind chimes. Seeing that she might go on forever, Su Yanmiao quickly interrupted her at novel bin at. Now that this matter is over, where do you plan to go? As I recall, your contract of servitude has already been taken from the brothel keeper and handed to the prefect of Xinghua. Otherwise, the prefect wouldn't have dared escalate things to such a dangerous extent. Now that the prefect of Xinghua had nearly cost himself his life, Liang Rui had stepped in, annulled the woman's servitude contract through the government, and granted her freedom. I plan to head to the capital, the woman said softly, to visit the sisters I once knew in the brothel and secretly bring them some medicine. After that, perhaps I'll look for a household hiring female workers without requiring a servitude contract. I could stay there for a while. Listening to her story, Su Yanmiao learned that she wasn't a native of Fujian. The prefect of Xinghua, wary of disputes with local prostitutes, had specifically redeemed a woman from the capital. The distance and isolation ensured that even if something happened to her, no one would ever know. The woman before him, stripped of makeup, had a pale face devoid of color. Her wrists, visible under her sleeves, were alarmingly thin. Though still a minor, Her demeanor exuded an aged and weary air, a stark contrast to her youth. Thinking of where she'd come from, Su Yanmiao was blunt. As a young woman, it's not safe for you to enter a brothel alone. I'll go with you when the time comes to make sure they don't detain you. Caught off guard by his words, the woman froze. Once she processed what he'd said, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She bowed deeply to Su Yanmiao and said, "Thank you, my lord. Your great kindness is something I can never repay. In the next life, I shall bind grass and carry rings to repay you." 5 days later, 2 couriers arrived at the capital, their deliveries separated by only half a day. This allowed the court of Xia to experience the extremes of sorrow and joy in quick succession. Though they had speculated that Su Yanmiao was unharmed after all, 5 days was enough time for him to have succumbed. If he were gravely injured, there was always that lingering what if. What if Xiaobei's, Su Yanmiao's nickname, had suffered severe injuries and had been clinging to life these past few days? Thank goodness. The elderly emperor repeatedly reviewed the second memorial, his worry and anger dissipating into laughter despite being in the midst of a grand court assembly. Ministers, look here. This Su Yanmiao truly is a blessing to the nation. On a mere trip to Fujian, he uncovered a significant threat to the local populace. He then had the memorial passed down by a eunuch for others to read. However, when the emperor said ministers, only the top-ranking officials of the second and third ranks could actually see the document. Many local officials were left scratching their heads, craning their necks to catch a glimpse while quietly speculating. Who exactly was this Su Yanmiao to be called a national blessing? He must be exceptionally favored by the emperor? When these officials eventually left the capital and returned to their posts, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of the legendary Su Yanmiao. This sparked exaggerated rumors in the provinces, and centuries later, it became fodder for bizarre historical anecdotes. By the time Su Yanmiao and the others returned to the capital, it was already late January. In court, the emperor graciously praised them, sighing dramatically, "You've all worked so hard. For the sake of Fujian's calamity, you couldn't even spend the new year with your families. Does that mean we'll get vacation time?" The emperor. That familiar sensation of being abruptly stumped. After a pause, the emperor, his tone tinged with weariness, said, "In that case, for the next 2 or 3 days, you may return home to reunite with your families. There's no need to attend court or handle government affairs. Once you've rested, resume your duties." The Minister of Justice's eyes suddenly widened. The emperor, a notorious miser when it came to granting leave, had actually given them a holiday? Even though it wasn't a long one, it was still a holiday? The emperor was absolutely right. Su Yanmiao was indeed a blessing to the nation. Liang Rui bowed deeply to express his gratitude. He also felt relieved that he was no longer the naive rookie he had once been. He recalled how, back when he had first entered officialdom and was still inexperienced, his superior had expressed sympathy for their department's hard work and offered them some time off. Back then, in his foolishness, he had earnestly declared that he didn't feel overworked and that he wanted to dedicate himself to serving the people. He even suggested that the holiday be given to his colleagues instead. At the time, he had naively assumed that his colleagues also wanted to work for the public good since none of them went home. He'd even been delighted by their shared sense of purpose. Later, Liang Rui paused, skipping over the part where his colleagues had set him up in retaliation, leaving him clueless as to what he'd done to offend them. Meanwhile, Su Yanmiao outwardly appeared calm, politely expressing his thanks. However, inwardly, he was ecstatic and nearly bursting with joy. After granting the holiday, the emperor moved on to rewards, as merit should always be recognized. The Minister of Justice had no room for further promotion in rank, so his accomplishments were recorded toward a future ennoblement. For Liang Rui, the clerk of the Ministry of Justice, his contributions didn't quite qualify him for a promotion yet. Gao Huachun, clerk of the Ministry of Revenue, is hereby promoted to Langzhong of the same ministry. Princess Wanshao felt her breath catch. Gao Huachun was her full name, but to hear it spoken so formally, solemnly, and tied to an official promotion, this was a first at novel bin at. Not as Lady Gao, not as Princess Wanshao, but as Gao Huachun. The clerk of the Ministry of War, Lian Hang, is hereby promoted to Yuanwei Lang of the Ministry of War's Carriage Division. A jump from the 9th subordinate rank to the 5th subordinate rank? Lian Hang felt momentarily stunned, as though struck hard in the chest. Promotions in the court often involved dramatic leaps. There had even been cases of clerks directly jumping to become prefects of a region. Still, experiencing such a leap personally left him dazed. He knew well that other clerks were still grinding their way up the ladder. His predecessor as clerk of the Ministry of War had taken 9 years to earn a promotion. How long had he been in his position? Lian Hang glanced sideways at Su Yanmiao, fully aware of who had made his rapid promotion possible. The clerk of the Ministry of Personnel, Su Yanmiao, is hereby promoted to Yuanwei Lang of the same ministry. Additionally, Su Yanmiao blinked. Additionally, the emperor looked at him with a subtle shift in his expression and added, "He is also appointed as Shizhong." Su Yanmiao couldn't hide the surprise on his face. The title Shizhong was an honorary position, one that carried no real power on the surface. But in modern terms, it was akin to being the emperor's personal secretary, a role of immense prestige. In other words, even the prime minister would think twice before offending a Shizhong. After all, they were constantly in the emperor's company and could easily sway the emperor's opinion with a casual remark. Su Yanmiao could feel many eyes fixed on him. He could sense their confusion, which mirrored his own. Why was I made Shizhong? Was having me review memorials not enough? The officials. Their internal thoughts echoed his words. After repeating them a few times in their minds, they collectively gasped. To the emperor, it seemed, Su Yanmiao was no longer just a revered figure to be venerated from afar. When had this happened? This level of favor, it had to come from genuine affection and closeness, didn't it? Some senior officials weren't surprised, though. They understood that, whether for good or ill, catching the emperor's attention was already half the battle. The other half depended on timing, opportunity, and personal connections. In stories, a ruler might show love by finding a scapegoat for their beloved. But in reality, an emperor, who held supreme power, would shower their favorite with the best. History had proven this time and again. In the distant past, a certain emperor split his authority in half to share it with the empress. Even further back, another emperor outright declared he would pass the throne to his male favorite. Closer to now, one emperor created a new position solely for his cherished minister, elevating them to second only to the emperor, forcing even the prime minister to bow to them. And more recently, an emperor, hearing accusations of treason against his beloved prime minister, simply turned to the accused and said, "Handle it yourself." In short, the officials silently dug through historical precedents for guidance. Should they start showing deference to Su Yanmiao before the emperor formally declared his favor? Or should they first figure out what Su Yanmiao liked and work to build rapport? Su Yanmiao's position was sensitive. Technically, they shouldn't approach him. However, ignoring a favored minister would seem odd, especially since the emperor's appointment of Su Yanmiao as Shizhong was an implicit acknowledgement that others could interact with him. Still, they needed to tread carefully. What did Su Yanmiao like, anyway? Watching other people's drama? That didn't seem like a good starting point. Next. Complaining about the emperor being stingy, frugal, and harsh on officials? No. Moving on. Eating meat? It was currently the New Year season, so most households likely still had plenty of preserved meat. Wait, were they really going to send him preserved meat as their first gift? The officials collectively pictured their servants politely delivering a calling card, leaving behind preserved meat, and stating which official's household they represented. The mental image left them in shock. With the promotions announced and affairs settled, the officials were preparing to conclude the court session. The emperor, recalling the matter of the greedy finance clerk, casually, he swore it was a casual remark, said, "Minister Jin, where is your wife? Have her come to the palace." The Minister of Works, who had been lost in thoughts of preserved meat, abruptly raised his head and looked at the emperor with shock and uncertainty. "Your Majesty, at this time of day." The old emperor was puzzled. "What? Does summoning your wife require me to pick an auspicious day?" The Minister of Works spoke cautiously. "Your Majesty, I meant that it's only just dawn." The emperor grew even more puzzled. "What? I not only need to pick a day but also a specific time to see your wife? Besides, it'll be mid-morning by the time court adjourns." The Minister of Works mustered his courage. "Your Majesty, wouldn't it be more appropriate to consult Her Majesty the Empress?" The emperor waved dismissively. "Seeing your wife first won't stop me from consulting the Empress afterward. I'm not so old that I lack the energy for both." After speaking, the emperor noticed several officials lifting their heads, their expressions seemingly filled with shock. The emperor thought it over. Their reactions made sense. He didn't appear to be someone who would actively seek out female officials. The previous instances had all been circumstantial. Patiently, he explained, "Minister Jin, rest assured. I am not setting a trap, nor am I probing to see if your household is still engaged in commerce. I simply wish to ask your wife some questions about trade. If she is truly talented, I may even assign her a new position related to commerce." The Minister of Works straightened up in relief but instinctively blurted out, "Trade." Before the emperor could respond, Su Yanmiao was already laughing uncontrollably in his mind. "Ha ha 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 ha. The Minister of Works actually thought the emperor wanted to claim his wife? Ha 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 ha." The commander of the Imperial Secret Police grew tense, sneaking a glance at the emperor. As expected, the veins on the emperor's hand bulged visibly. The emperor spoke calmly, "No, it's true. I am coveting a minister's wife." The Minister of Works' heart pounded wildly, and he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "It was my petty mind, incapable of grasping your Majesty's great wisdom. Your Majesty is a virtuous and noble ruler, devoted to the welfare of the state. How could you concern yourself with domestic affairs? I deserve to die 10,000 times for forcing your Majesty to utter such words." The furrow in the emperor's brow deepened, his expression growing more displeased. The Minister of Works' heart raced faster as he began mentally drafting his farewell speech. "My wife, my children, my family, I may not return. The empty coffin at home will finally serve its purpose." Ha 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 ha. The emperor couldn't hold back any longer and burst into hearty laughter. "You jest with me, minister, so I jest with you. Was it amusing? Ha, ha ha, so that's how it was." The Minister of Works' pale face gradually regained its color. In the court, he didn't dare wipe his sweat publicly, so he exhaled in relief internally. What a close call. For a moment, I was ready to resign, take my wife and kids, and flee. This ministerial position may have been earned through years of toil since the founding of the dynasty, but if staying in it meant sacrificing my wife, what kind of man would I be? Liang Rui glanced at the emperor seated on the throne but said nothing. Having teased the Minister of Works, the emperor seemed to be in a good mood. "Is there any further business?" If not, they could adjourn and head to their respective offices to work. A few officials stepped forward to report matters, dragging things out with lengthy discussions until, finally, the heavenly sound everyone had been waiting for echoed through the hall. Court is dismissed. Su Yanmiao was already half asleep, but upon hearing the announcement, his mind became clearer than anyone else's. As soon as the old emperor left, he quickly tried to slip away only to be intercepted. Those he knew, and those he didn't, all clasped their hands in greeting when they caught his eye. Congratulations, Su Lang. Best wishes? Best wishes. Su Lang, you've been promoted, your future shines bright. Su Yanmiao had no choice but to take a few steps, then stop to offer his thanks. By the time he finally had some peace and quiet, he let out a sigh. So much for having a peaceful life now. The Ministry of Personnel is divided into 4 departments: the Personnel Office, the Office of Seals, the Office of Merits, and the Office of Evaluations. If someone is merely referred to as an assistant director of the ministry, it invariably means they are part of the Personnel Office. As an assistant director, Su Yanmiao was now responsible for reviewing officials' qualifications, resumes, and performance evaluations. He could already imagine how many people would be keeping an eye on him, offering gifts, trying to curry favor, just hoping he would show them leniency. And that wasn't even counting his newly acquired position as a chamberlain close to the emperor. With just a casual word to the emperor, someone could soar to great heights. Lian Hang emerged from the crowd and approached Su Yanmiao. Upon hearing his lament, he burst into laughter. There are so many people out there desperate for a promotion and unable to get one, and here you are wishing for a quiet life. Su Yanmiao glanced around. Seeing no one else nearby except his good friend, he lowered his voice. You know me. I don't understand politics or court games. The higher you climb, the more likely you are to get caught in some factional struggle and end up with nothing left. There's even a term for it, virtue unworthy of position. Adat novel bin adat. Lian Hang chuckled before he even spoke, then said, what are you so afraid of? You're by Z. If even you are unworthy of your position, then how many people in this world could hold theirs securely? Clearing his throat, Lian Heng said, Su Lang, you have an innocent heart, and you're incorruptible and compassionate. That's exactly what His Majesty values most. Don't underestimate yourself. With your outstanding character, you have a bright future ahead. Su Yanmiao remained silent. He considered himself self-aware enough. What bright future? What could he possibly rely on some theoretical modern knowledge? Barbed wire? He'd rather focus on doing his job diligently, not standing out, and just avoiding trouble. Lian Heng didn't need to hear Su Lang's thoughts. Just looking at his expression, he knew what he was thinking. Smiling slightly, he chose not to press the matter. From his perspective, Su Lang didn't need to do anything special, just being himself was enough. His Majesty valued precisely this sincerity. Now that you've been promoted and it's the holiday season, Su Lang, have you decided what you'll do to celebrate? Lian Heng had already made up his mind. If Su Yanmiao didn't have other plans, he would drag him out for drinks. It's not every day you get promoted, how could you not celebrate with some good food and wine? Su Yanmiao smiled at him. I've decided. I'm going to a flower house to enjoy flower wine. Drinking? Drinking sounds good. Wait, what? Lian Heng's heart skipped a beat. Where did you say you're going? A flower house. Su Yanmiao replied casually, yeah, I've already made plans with someone. I'm off now. Lian Heng stood frozen in place, watching Su Yanmiao's figure disappear into the distance, racking his brain to figure out. Who corrupted little Bai Zi? The woman introduced herself as Xiangniang, a name given to her by the flower house. Although she had left that life behind and could have adopted a new name, she simply said, I'm used to it. Too lazy to change it. It's just a name, nothing inherently dirty about it. Dressed in men's clothing for convenience when coming and going from the flower house, she had also purchased medicine. She understood that these efforts were a mere drop in the ocean for the sisters still trapped there. With her limited resources, she couldn't afford to buy their freedom, so this was the best she could do. Meanwhile, Su Yanmiao had been deep in thought for a long time. I feel, this flower house could be shut down. The supply and demand theory came to mind. If no one or very few patrons visited the flower house, it would go bankrupt. And wouldn't the employees inside have to find new paths? The flower house wasn't a charitable organization, it wouldn't sustain the women for free. Even being sold as concubines or maids would be better than remaining in the house. First, he needed to scout the place to see how this could be accomplished. After accompanying Xiangniang during the day to meet her sisters and ensuring she left the flower house safely, Su Yanmiao braced himself and ventured into the lively, licentious venue alone that evening. So noisy. The smell of alcohol is so strong. And so many scholars and literati. Several officials, visiting the flower house after work, were caught off guard when they suddenly heard Su Yanmiao's voice. Their expressions turned strange for a moment. Su Lang, has reached this stage of life too? Tea? No, I don't need tea. I don't like tea. Strange, why did the smiles of those singing and dancing girls fade the moment I refused? The confusion in his inner voice amused the officials, who exchanged knowing glances with their colleagues, smirking slyly. It was well known that Su Lang had no wife, no concubines, not even a maidservant. He had never set foot in a brothel. Judging by this encounter, the rumors were spot on. Fresh out of the oven? Still green? He didn't even know about the flower tea trick, a cup of so-called flower tea, priced at several yuan, was just the madam's way of probing how much money you had in your pockets. So many colleagues here too. Lu Yu, Assistant Minister of Justice, is here. Does the Ministry of Justice have so little work? Oh, and the Marquis of Yanguyu, what's he doing here? Could he even use a stand-in at a place like this? Huh? Kui Yi dared to come? Isn't he notoriously henpecked? Isn't he afraid of his wife? Coughing sounds echoed throughout the flower house as several men choked on their tea, wine, or saliva. The officials Su Yanmiao called out struggled to maintain their smiles. Some, deciding it was better to own the moment, leaned boldly out of the windows and cupped their hands in greeting to others doing the same. What's the big deal about coming to a flower house? A man visiting a flower house, is that even newsworthy? The emperor hasn't outlawed it for officials, after all. The officials who weren't named practically wore their schadenfreude on their faces. In one room, a famed courtesan leaned against an official's chest, her slender arms wrapped around his neck. Her breath carried a delicate fragrance as she teased, "What happy thought has crossed your mind, my dear patron, to make you smile so brightly?" My dear patron was the standard term courtesans used for their clients. The official leaned back against the cushioned couch and chuckled. "Seeing someone else drenched in water while I stayed dry naturally puts me in a good mood." The courtesan didn't fully understand his words but knew better than to press. She laughed softly, flattering him with a few light-hearted remarks. Breathing in the room's perfumed air, the official sighed. "What a shame that Lien'er is unwell today and unable to attend to me. Her skills in fragrance blending far surpass yours." The courtesan's expression didn't falter for even a moment. She smiled sweetly and replied, "Lien'er often speaks of you, my dear patron. I heard she even struggled to get out of bed today just to instruct me on your preferences. Unfortunately, I lack her talents and finesse." The official traced his hand along her slender waist, his smile turning suggestive. "No need to belittle yourself. Your Lien'er doesn't have a waist as slender as yours." Downstairs, Su Yanmiao politely declined the advances of the 32nd courtesan who approached him. One of them covered her mouth as she giggled, teasing, "Little scholar, are you short on money? You're so handsome I wouldn't charge a single coin to entertain you." Hearing this, Su Yanmiao backed away even faster, his retreat amusing the courtesan, whose laughter rang even more brightly. But to her surprise, the handsome young scholar returned moments later, pulling a small pouch of silver coins from his pocket and pressing it into her hands. "I know you're Lien'er's good sister. Take this and give it to Lien'er so she can see a doctor." With that, he hurried away again. The courtesan stood there, frozen in place, holding the pouch of money in disbelief. She couldn't hear Su Yanmiao's inner thoughts. How tragic. To have a patron's child forcibly aborted with a stick. 4 months along, beaten until the fetus was gone. She nearly lost her life. Now she's bedridden, her body broken. Upstairs, the official who had been enjoying himself heard a murmur about Lien'er's condition. When he caught wind of the details bloodied and mangled flesh, his expression shifted to one of disgust. He resolved not to request Lien'er's company again, her situation too off-putting. Instead, he found himself appreciating how tactful and attentive Aio was. Just as his thoughts began to wander, Su Yanmiao's voice echoed again. "These patrons really aren't afraid of dying, are they? The madam, to prevent her moneymakers from getting pregnant, laces their tea and food with mercury. And they still dare to come here, drink here, eat here. Mercury is poisonous, you know." Suddenly, the sound of shattering cups and plates filled several rooms in the flower house. Dry retching followed as some patrons gagged, clawing at their throats. Dancers and courtesans stood in shock, unsure why these esteemed officials had suddenly shoved them away, smashed their cups, or darted to the side to vomit. Ah, truly, they value lust over life. Or maybe they don't understand the risks of visiting brothels. Virtually every flower house has cases of poisoning. Should I warn Sheng Yuan? He's an imperial censor and comes here often. If he catches soft chancre, he probably wouldn't even know. That disease eventually rots away a good inch or two of the root, doesn't it? Forget it. No need to warn him. Anyone who frequents flower houses, it's only a matter of time before they catch something. Wow, Sheng Yuan is still praising that courtesan for her slender waist. Bang! Su Yanmiao heard a loud sound, like someone overturning a table. He looked up in confusion. Is that a fight breaking out? Or just some kind of show in the brothel? Forget it, it's none of my business. I need to think more about this. Geez, so many of my colleagues are frequenting brothels. Wait, Jian Marquis? Why is it you again? Upstairs, Jian Marquis also wondered why he was always singled out. What had he done to offend Su Yanmiao? Sleeping with 3 women a day. Whether or not his kidneys are failing, someone here definitely has syphilis. Though maybe he doesn't care? Perhaps he thinks it's a mark of sophistication rather than shame. That must be it. If he cared, he wouldn't be in a brothel. I remember a scholar who had advanced syphilis, his nose had rotted away and people still called it a romantic tale. In his private room, Jian Marquis frantically pushed the courtesan beside him away, covering his nose and trembling in fear. How could he not care? His nose was at stake. Damn it! Why is this brothel so problematic when others are perfectly clean? In his fury, Jian Marquis began smashing objects around the room. Internally, he screamed, "Close it down! This brothel must be shut down." No, that wasn't enough. The prostitutes here must also be barred from continuing their trade. If they went to another brothel, he might not have syphilis now, but what about later? Wow, so many people are here. Even the deputy minister of the Ministry of War and his son? Aren't they worried about ending their bloodline? Oh, and a Treasury Department official? Tisk tisk, such selflessness. Someone under him has been eyeing his position. What a great opportunity for them. A protocol officer from the Ministry of Rights? Phew, let me check. Have I had any dealings with him? Thankfully, no. Even though this shouldn't spread through conversation or shared meals, it still feels gross. Shouldn't. Oh, and there's more. After wandering around the brothel muttering to himself, Su Yanmiao left, feeling troubled. How am I supposed to deal with this? There are so many high-ranking officials involved it seems difficult to bring it down. 2 days later, Su Yanmiao heard that the brothel he'd visited had been forcibly shut down. The prostitutes there were ordered to leave the trade by some kind-hearted, anonymous individuals. To avoid causing a stir so close to the emperor's residence, arrangements were made for them to settle down properly. And apparently, there was more than one such kind-hearted individual. Su Yanmiao was elated. The next morning at court, he was all smiles. This world is still full of good people. Wait, why does it feel like there are fewer officials here today? Let me see. Why are they all going to the clinic? And sneaking around at that? I missed out on such juicy gossip. Damn it. After I left the brothel that day, Gian Marquis managed to get information from that courtesan, Ao, about someone in the brothel having syphilis. He immediately ordered his household staff to smash the place up. Hiss, it seems quite a few officials got involved too. No wonder that brothel was shut down. No wonder he went to see a doctor the next day under the pretense of taking leave. Let me see how he found out. Doctor, I've been feeling really uncomfortable in that area these past 2 days. Can you check if there's something wrong? So he noticed physical discomfort and suspected it might be that disease. He probed for answers, and only after confirming his suspicions did he seek a doctor the next day. He even knew to cover his face while visiting the doctor. Understandable. If it were me, I wouldn't want my colleagues to know either. Fortunately, he went at night with his face covered, so no one noticed. The other officials who took leave are likely doing so for the same reason, though their excuses are all over the place. Wow, this one's really ruthless to himself. To avoid suspicion, he even broke his own leg. Officially, he's seeking treatment for his leg, but in reality, tisk tisk, such dedication. Other officials. A subtle wave of sympathy arose for the colleague with the broken leg. Well, now that Baizi has exposed everything, you broke your leg for nothing. There's something interesting about joking around. Later, Emperor Murongda of Southern Yan hosted a feast for his ministers. After drinking heavily, he asked them with a laugh, though I am of humble character, I remain respectful in my position as ruler and vigilantly guard my place. Which ancient emperor would you compare me to? Qingzhou Governor Zhu Zhong quickly flattered him, saying, Your Majesty is a sage emperor of the Restoration era, comparable to Shaokong or Emperor Guangguyu. Murongda offered to reward Zhu Zhong with 1,000 bolts of silk. Hearing the amount, Zhu Zhong declined repeatedly. Murongda remarked, You jest with me, so why can't I jest with you? You flatter me with false praise, so I'll repay you with empty rewards. It's only fair. Then another official, Han Fanjin, said, I've heard that an emperor does not speak in jest, and loyal ministers do not respond frivolously. Today, both the ruler and ministers have erred in their conduct. Murongda was delighted and rewarded Han Fanjin with 50 bolts of silk. From then on, the court became a place where bold and honest discussions flourished. Book of Jin. Translation, Murongda joked that Zhu Zhong's flattery was insincere, so he gave him an insincere reward in return. Han Fanjin, however, pointed out the error, earning Murongda's favor and creating a culture of candor at court. Opening the mind refers to the idea of enlightenment or realization at novel bin at. Ordering flower tea. An old custom in brothels where patrons were greeted with a pot of tea. Even a single cup would incur a substantial fee, known as flower tea money. In the entertainment districts of Pingkong, new visitors would be presented with tea, for which even a single cup could cost thousands of coins. This was called flower tea money. Drinking a cup upon entering incurred payment before ordering further entertainment. Woolen Jushi, the old stories of Woolen. On the disease worsening. A wealthy young man named Tang Jing, about 18 or 19 years old and unmarried, developed a sore on his genitals. Initially the size of a needle's eye, he feared the pain and avoided cleaning or treating it. Over time, the infection penetrated deeper, rotting about 1 inch or 2 of flesh. A physician applied ointments, which only increased the pain. A wandering Taoist named Zhou Shaozhan identified it as a form of syphilis, caused by an excess of pent-up energy and improper release. He recommended refraining from intercourse, washing with an herbal concoction, applying a powdered mixture of fragrant herbs and musk, and keeping the wound dry and stable. Historical medical records. Medical treatise. Poisonous woman. There are poisonous women. Even when they live or stay in the same place as others, if sores appear on their bodies, any interaction with them will cause death. If their bodily fluids touch plants or trees, those plants will wither. Tang Huiyao. Yanmiao sores. The ancient medical texts do not record the treatment for Yanmiao sores, nor do they mention the disease. This condition recently emerged in the regions beyond the mountains and has spread to all parts. The climate in the mountains is hot and humid, with miasma and toxic vapors, along with a diet rich in spicy and hot food, and the indulgence of both men and women. When the damp heat accumulates over time, it leads to poisonous sores, which then spread through mutual contact. The disease has spread from south to north, affecting the entire world, but it primarily afflicts those who lead dissolute lives. Compendium of Materia Medica. Since we've settled things at this brothel, let's check out the next one. Su Yanmiao contemplated briefly, then planned out her itinerary for the evening. The night was cloaked in a hazy moonlight, and the enchanting atmosphere of the brothel was intoxicating. Certain officials were already settling into another brothel, their hearts fluttering amidst the sights and sounds. Loosening their belts, they prepared to plunge headfirst into action. Wow, the pipa in this place sounds amazing. The words "damn it" nearly escaped someone's lips, but they choked back the expletive halfway through. The officials' faces turned pale as they took a deep breath. Better to avoid trouble than invite it. So, they left and went to another brothel. They admired flowers, the moon, and beauties, swaying and reciting poetry. The courtesans listened to their verses, danced gracefully, and turned back with sweet, radiant smiles. With the bed already warm and the mood just right, the official's eyes began to glaze over. Wait a second, why do I see a familiar face again? So not only do you frequent brothels daily, but you also switch them up every day. Must be loaded. The soups and desserts here don't come cheap, do they? The officials were so startled that they froze. The courtesans could barely maintain their elegant, seductive smiles as their clients suddenly lost their nerve. Darling. Before the courtesans could finish their coquettish teasing, their clients abruptly stood up, tightened their belts, and stammered out excuses that were strikingly similar. I just remembered there's some unfinished work. I have to go. This went on for a few days, leaving the officials visibly worn out at novel bin at. Who could withstand being repeatedly exposed like this? Constantly having their weaknesses broadcasted in front of their colleagues or announced publicly within the brothel. Eventually, they convened at one official's residence to discuss the matter. In the dead of night, they sat around a square table under the dim glow of a bronze lamp. The expensive oil burned steadily as they wore grave expressions. Does anyone know what little Baze is trying to do? The group was losing their minds. If it were anyone else, they'd have already issued warnings, taken shady measures, or, if desperate, simply silenced the person permanently and staged it as an animal attack. Even if the emperor disapproved, what could he do? The person would already be dead. But, this Baze, it had a golden body? One official stood up abruptly, pacing around the room and grinding his shoes against the floor. What's with all this moral grandstanding? Showing pity for courtesans now? Why not spare a thought for innocent officials like us who've fallen ill? What did we do? We're just enjoying life. Did we build the brothels ourselves? Another official chuckled bitterly. He doesn't even disturb us directly, it's us who can't endure his presence. Exactly, it's unbearable. He keeps pointing out this illness or that weakness, or how this one is too short or that one too quick. The others glanced sideways at him, suddenly remembering. This was the poor soul who had been publicly called out by Su Yanmiao. 3 breaths. Only 3 breaths. Shouldn't you see a doctor for that? Rumor had it that the man had left that night in disgrace, not even paying his bill. Oh, and Su Yanmiao had loudly announced that he hadn't paid, too. Unbelievable? It's bad enough to be short, but not paying? Freeloading is shameful. According to the tearful victim, he simply forgot to pay that day. Besides, brothels often keep tabs for regular customers he wasn't freeloading. Though the others sympathized with him, the nickname freeloading censor stuck to him like glue and wouldn't go away. There might be a solution, one official suggested, drumming his fingers on the table with a sly smile. If he wants to shut down the brothels, let him. Close them all. Once they're gone, let's just leave it at that. Don't intervene or suppress anything. Without the brothels, what can these women, steeped in rouge and powder, really do? Out of necessity, they'll return to their patrons sooner or later. At that point, Su Yanmiao will realize they've chosen this life themselves, and he'll stop meddling. Why not suppress them? Someone asked. Suppress them? Are you trying to give little Baze more ammunition against us? Or are you worried about your household's dirty laundry being aired? The question silenced the speaker, who chuckled awkwardly and said no more. The group grew animated, discussing and finalizing their plans. The very next day, Su Yanmiao learned that all the brothels had been shut down, and the courtesans' contracts destroyed. Yet, instead of joy, the women were deeply troubled, their faces clouded with worry. Isn't this to be expected? Lian Hang rarely saw Su Yanmiao so angry. Su Yanmiao, brimming with frustration, scolded the unknown culprit. Who's the idiot nobleman with more money than sense, messing things up like this? If they wanted to help the courtesans, is this the way to do it? I was still gathering intel, and they just went ahead without thinking. Let me find out which clueless fool is ruining everything. Before he could investigate, there came a knock at the door. Someone outside called out, Kui Yi, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, is here. Is Su Lang at home? Lian Hang. Feigning ignorance was pointless. Everyone knew Su Yanmiao was home thanks to his ability to hear thoughts. Su Yanmiao opened the door, puzzled his home lacked a doorman or servants, so he handled everything himself. How may I help? He froze. He hadn't noticed before, but Kui Yi seemed to be walking oddly. Oh, caught at a brothel by his wife? She beat him black and blue. His face finally healed, but his leg is still limping. No matter how he tried to explain, he couldn't convince her that he was dragged there by colleagues. And the reason he let them drag him? To prove he wasn't henpecked. Ha ha ha, he didn't even struggle. Sat in the brothel, didn't dare move a muscle. When courtesans approached, he just pushed them away. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. Kui Yi forced a stiff smile. Indeed. When Su Yanmiao asked the purpose of his visit, Kui Yi composed himself and launched into a speech. The main point? Kui Yi, being somewhat well off, had heard about the plight of the courtesans and wanted to offer them employment. He also invited Su Lang to contribute donations. The donation was just a pretense. What Kui Yi really wanted was for Su Lang to know, yes, I did this good deed. Remember that? My wife's family owns several estates with orchards. The courtesans could tend to the trees, Kui Yi explained. I also have several ponds full of fish and shellfish. They could help with that too. And if they're willing to work with livestock, my ranches could use the extra hands. If they are willing to learn, they could also manage mulberry and sandalwood groves. For those skilled in needlework, my wife can help connect them with opportunities for embroidery work. They can also be employed for washing and laundering. As Kui Yi elaborated on his plans, Su Yanmiao's eyes seemed to brighten with each word. Like a proud rooster flaunting his colorful tail feathers, Kui Yi grew even more animated, eager to detail the arrangements he'd made for the courtesans' futures. Kui Yi could hardly contain his amusement at how his colleagues would react to this. This was a golden opportunity? Far more effective than simply giving money or making awkward conversation, this was a way to truly leave an impression. Only a fool would prioritize a few fleeting nights with courtesans over winning favor with little bays. As for the risk of retaliation or being slighted later, well, what action in politics didn't provoke resentment? If you feared that, you'd best avoid being an official altogether. After completing his presentation, Kui Yi accepted a modest donation from the gracious Su Lang, not daring to take too much, saying he planned to visit all households and needed only 50 to 100 copper coins from each. No more, no less. With his task complete, Kui Yi strode out of the house, head held high, only to immediately run into an official from the Ministry of Justice just 10 steps from Su Yanmiao's door. Their eyes met, and after a brief pause, they tacitly decided to ignore each other's presence. When the Ministry of Justice official entered, Kui Yi heard a thought behind him. Huh? What's with today? Another one here asking for donations. Kui Yi sighed in regret. So, he wasn't the only one with a sharp mind, after all. Shaking off his disappointment, he hurried home to discuss the matter with his wife. He'd already planned it out. His wife would handle everything publicly to avoid any rumors about him being soft-hearted or hiding courtesans. Su Yanmiao kept a vigilant eye on how the donations were used. Only when he confirmed that the courtesans had been provided legitimate jobs did he finally relax. Of course, some women were unwilling to work and insisted on continuing in the flesh trade. In such cases, the Kui family and several officials' households assigned overseers to enforce strict rules, either they starve or earn money through proper means. Such benevolent people. After court that day, in the Wuying Hall, the elderly emperor could no longer tolerate hearing the new aide Su Yanmiao's repeated musings. Dragging him over, the emperor asked, "What do you think of the newly established Commerce Council?" The Commerce Council was a new department composed of merchants, both men and women, all renowned magnates of their time, tasked with advising the court on economic matters. Su Yanmiao smiled modestly, his demeanor both polite and scholarly. "Your Majesty, will these merchants still be allowed to conduct business?" The emperor raised an eyebrow. "Naturally, they will not. Officials were strictly prohibited from engaging in commerce, as the potential for corruption was too great. Those who wished to hold office had to give up their businesses, a stringent rule that many merchants nonetheless willingly accepted. To cross from the merchant class to the ruling elite, sacrificing their business ventures seemed a small price to pay." Su Yanmiao replied calmly, "In that case, the Commerce Council's regulations are already well structured. I have no further opinions." The emperor nodded, but then, struck by a sudden thought, asked, "Su Yanmiao, how old are you this year? Have you come of age?" "Your Majesty, this minister is 19 years old and has not yet reached adulthood." Strictly speaking, Su Lang was still a minor. The emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Do you have a betrothal or a lady you fancy?" Su Yanmiao was utterly taken aback. "Could it be?" The emperor broke into a grin. "Exactly. I wish to arrange a marriage for you." Realizing his guess was correct, Su Yanmiao was far from pleased at novel bin at. Looking troubled, he responded, "Your Majesty, I think." The emperor interrupted, coaxing him like a father, "Marriage can be wonderful. To have a wife and children is one of life's greatest joys." Su Yanmiao still looked unconvinced. "For example." His thoughts were filled with skepticism. The emperor continued, unfazed, "For example, after a long day at the office, you could come home to a hot meal waiting for you. I can order takeout." "Oh wait, it's called summoning food here." The emperor paused, slightly adjusting his approach. "Sure, you could dine at a restaurant. But eating out every day might drain your salary. And what about during the holidays when restaurants close? Where will you get your meals then? With a wife, it's different. What if my wife can't cook? Or won't cook? And even if she could, what happens when she goes home for the holidays, leaving me behind because my leave is too short? I'd still need to cook for myself." The emperor faltered for a moment but quickly recovered. "True, but before leaving for her family, your wife would surely prepare all your favorite dishes, storing them in the ice cellar. You'd have meals ready for days without repetition." "Huh? So why can't a restaurant prepare and store meals for me just the same? Or better yet, I could hire a cook, it wouldn't cost much." The emperor. Doesn't this man understand the charm of a warm, bustling home? Swallowing his frustration, the emperor forced a smile. Besides children, you could also keep cats and dogs. I noticed you seem to like them. You even mimicked their sounds on the street. Raising such companions is best done with a partner. If a divorce happens because of unforeseen circumstances, will the cat be mine or hers? If the cat goes to me after the divorce, and I remarry, but my second wife also divorces me, and she loves the cat too, will there be a chance the cat is awarded to her? If not, what if she becomes resentful and tries to steal the cat? The emperor's temple throbbed with a vein visibly pulsing. Can't you think of something positive for once? Even putting all that aside, you still need a wife to bear children and carry on your family line. Ha 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 ha. Su Yanmiao's inner thoughts erupted into a thunderous burst of laughter that startled the emperor. I can barely afford to take care of myself, and you expect me to raise children in the competitive chaos of the capital? No way. Su Yanmiao declared with firm resolve, I'm not stupid. The emperor. Fine. You're not stupid. Clearly, I'm the stupid one. After suppressing his frustration, the emperor suddenly had a realization. Could it be? Su Yanmiao was so terrified by the diseases associated with brothels that he dared not marry at all? This wouldn't do. How could a man not marry or have descendants? Come, the emperor commanded. Su Yanmiao blinked in confusion. Huh. Come where? To Su Yanmiao, it appeared the emperor had just finished listing all the benefits of marriage and, without waiting for his response, decided unilaterally, I'll take you to meet Huang Yang. He has an extraordinarily loving relationship with his wife. She is virtuous and understanding, so much so that even though he has 3 other close confidants, she never shows jealousy. Oh, and Huang Yang works in the same Ministry of Personnel as you. He's the Director of Civil Service Appointments. Su Yanmiao blinked again. Oh, he replied. Director of Civil Service Appointments. That name rang a bell for some reason. Dearest beloved, no words can fully express my maddening obsession. Whenever I think of you, my heart overflows like spring waters. My cherished delight, my feelings are deep and unwavering. I long for a rendezvous with you by the Luo River, sharing a lifetime of joy and love. My darling muse, I have sent along the portrait you requested. Viewing your elegance and grace, I can almost feel your warmth. Late at night, I sit alone, restless and uneasy. Realizing I cannot suppress my desire to seek beauty, I attribute this turmoil to the temptation of the painting, luring me into a sea of desire. I miss you terribly and have tied the scroll shut with a cord, vowing never to reopen it. At the Huang residence, Huang Yang placed his signature on each letter, set his brush on the brush holder, and carefully sealed all 3 letters. He summoned a servant and gave explicit instructions to deliver them to the intended recipients without any mistakes. Dear husband, are you writing letters to the 3 sisters again? Huang Yang turned his head to see his wife lifting the curtain as she entered. A faint fragrance wafted over him, though he couldn't identify what kind of perfume it was. It reminded him of the sachet of lotus fragrance he had sent to Ai along with his letter. That scent had been all the rage among the ladies in the capital. Any stock would sell out in less than half a day, at a premium price. His wife was gentle and virtuous, her demeanor warm and full of laughter, without a trace of jealousy, a true model of a good wife. It's been 3 years of correspondence. Why hasn't my husband brought the sisters home yet? Such delays might cause them harm. Huang Yang's brow furrowed with melancholy. Do you think I don't wish for that? It's just that Zhen, Ai, and Lian refuse to come, and I don't want to force them. His sorrow deepened as he continued. I've asked them to meet several times, but my efforts have been in vain. This time, I've invited Ai again and can only hope she will understand my sincerity. As they were talking, the steward entered to report, Master, someone has sent in a visiting card, saying they are your colleague and wish to call on you. After speaking, he hesitated briefly, looking troubled. It seems, their carriage is already at the gate. Huang Yang frowned. What? Taking the cloth his wife handed him to wipe his hands, he looked puzzled. Do I know anyone so lacking in manners? Who could this be? Who comes straight to someone's door for a visit? Normally, one would send a visiting card first, schedule a mutually convenient time, and then come, wouldn't they? Huang Yang took the card and opened it. Written on it, in bold and flamboyant script, was a single word. I. Huang Yang calmly closed the card and said with a straight face, this person is truly a hero among men, one who accomplishes great things without fussing over small matters. I greatly admire such characters. Quickly, invite them in. When receiving guests, the women of the inner quarters usually did not appear. After his wife left, several people entered the front hall. Apart from the imperial guards, only 2 individuals required Huang Yang's reception. One was the emperor himself, and the other was a figure most officials avoided at all costs. Huang Yang's eyelid twitches uncontrollably, but he maintained his composure. After bowing to the emperor, he cupped his hands respectfully toward Su Yanmiao and greeted, Sir Su. He didn't dare ask why they had come here. Fortunately, Su Yanmiao wasn't good at keeping things to himself. Wow, so this is the Huang Langzhong the old emperor praised as having perfect harmony and mutual respect with his wife? He does seem to be in excellent spirits. Huang Yang's expression showed a hint of surprise. After glancing at the old emperor and receiving a subtle nod, he immediately understood. The emperor wanted Su Yanmiao to witness his skill in managing his household and the blissful life he shared with his wife? How hard could that be? Although he couldn't display intimate marital moments in front of Su Yanmiao, Huang Yang thought for a moment and decided to showcase how having a competent wife in the inner quarters could make his life incredibly comfortable. The guests were seated. Soon, maids gracefully entered, carrying trays of fruits, snacks, wine, and tea. Your Maj sensing the emperor's gaze, Huang Yang paused and corrected himself. You too must try these. These are grapes and wax berries grown in our own garden. Unfortunately, it's spring now, so the selection is a bit limited. Such modesty was unnecessary. Su Yanmiao glanced over the table and took note. In addition to grapes and waxberries, there were dried venison and rabbit, chestnuts, dates, peaches, and apricots, even round fruits on branches. Cakes made from hawthorn, buns crafted from fine white flour, and various delicacies with a touch of exotic flair were all presented. Though lavish, it was clear considerable effort had been put into catering to their tastes. The old emperor was evidently pleased. Su Yanmiao picked up a green grape and bit into it. The sweet juice immediately brightened his eyes. So delicious. Huang Yang stroked his beard with pride. Su Yanmiao couldn't resist and picked up another piece. The grapes I've had before were always a bit tart. Is this a new variety? Huang Yang smiled modestly. These were peeled and marinated in honey by my wife. Naturally, they're exceptional. I've told her many times that she doesn't need to go to such trouble, but my wife is stubborn by nature. She insists on taking care of every aspect of my life. Su Yanmiao followed up with a few words of praise for this virtuous wife at Novel bin Adat. He couldn't help but think to himself, this wife really treats Huang Langzhong quite well. It's a pity such a delicate flower is planted on a pile of dung. Huang Yang? Jealousy? Su Yanmiao must be jealous. Damn, no wonder it's so good. The sudden outburst almost made the old emperor choke on his fruit. He looked over, baffled. What just happened? At Novel bin Adat. Su Yanmiao quickly revealed the truth. Ha ha ha. Huang Langzhong definitely doesn't know that his wife loves sweets. She soaks grapes in honey every day, eats over half a bowl herself, and leaves a few at the bottom. Then, she places them on a fancy porcelain plate to serve him when he gets home. The revelation hit like a bolt out of the blue, leaving Huang Yang stunned on the spot. So, the grapes weren't specially prepared for him? The old emperor took another grape. These grapes are indeed good. No wonder someone could eat over half a bowl in one go. Huang Yang spoke hesitantly. They are quite good. My wife enjoys them very much too. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his spirits lifted. The orchard in the back garden is all planted by my wife for me. Before we were married, I never considered growing fruits in our own garden. Most of what we had came from the market. But after she joined the household, she asked about my preferences and planted an array of fruit trees in the garden. Now, throughout the year, we always have fresh produce on the table. Look, with a wife managing the household, how happy and considerate life is. But Su Yanmiao wasn't impressed. He added a sarcastic remark, buying fruits is so convenient. Growing them yourself is such a hassle. This wife sure doesn't mind the trouble. Or is it because there are servants to handle everything? As he ate grapes, he idly flipped through the system. He admitted to himself that he had way too much free time normally. He wouldn't bother investigating something as trivial as another household's fruit garden. Su Yanmiao nearly spat out the grape he was chewing. She asked about your preferences? Sure, you like fish, but I didn't see any pond stocked with fish in the backyard. Ha ha ha. She likes grapes, peaches, and such. Oh, I see now. She did ask she grows things you both like, so they're always ready at home. Things she likes that you don't dislike also appear often on the table. But the things you like that she doesn't? Barely ever seen. Huang Yang froze for a moment. Is that true? Huang Yang focused his thoughts but couldn't recall anything like it. His memories were of eating and drinking well, with the occasional dish he didn't particularly love but didn't dislike either. Life felt comfortable enough. The small kitchen would serve fish every few days, carefully placed in front of him. His wife, knowing his fondness for fish, never touched it. On the contrary, because he ate so much fish, the other dishes on the table were left untouched, which his wife would then enjoy. What's wrong with that? Before Huang Yang could process it, Su Yanmiao was already stifling laughter. 2 people eating 4 dishes and a soup. 3 dishes are the wife's favorites, 1 dish is Huang Langzhong's favorite, carefully placed in front of him, with the soup in the middle to avoid competing for the other dishes. Ha 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 ha. Huang Yang's hand froze mid-reach for the rabbit jerky. Suddenly, the jerky in front of him didn't seem so appetizing anymore. The old emperor. He began to wonder if bringing Su Yanmiao here on impulse was a bad idea. Perhaps it would have been better to let the Jin Yaiwei investigate instead. But the Jin Yaiwei wouldn't uncover this kind of thing. They would only report that Huang Yang lived happily and that his wife cared deeply about his preferences. Now wasn't the time to dwell on this, though. The old emperor cast a sidelong glance at Huang Yang, signaling him to say something else. Huang Yang pondered. What did young men enjoy besides food, drink, and entertainment? Showing off? Flattery? But Su Yanmiao didn't seem to care for those things. If he did, he'd already be using his magical artifact for profit. However, beautiful companions, a gentle hand flipping pages late into the night, surely that appealed to every man. Huang Yang hesitated briefly, recalling the Minister of Rights and the General. He couldn't help but size up Su Yanmiao. Su Lang. Forgive my boldness, but, Huang Yang carefully chose his words. In my family, there is a young lady, 16 years old, intelligent, and graceful. While it is said, marry a virtuous wife, my daughter's beauty is also unmatched. To call her a rare beauty would not be an exaggeration. If Su Lang is unattached, why not form a union between our families? Su Yanmiao immediately declined. Huang Yang transitioned smoothly and naturally. Could it be that Su Lang prefers gentlemen? In my family, there is also a virtuous young man who... Su Yanmiao refused even more emphatically. While declining, he internally screamed, his reaction clearly one of strong rejection. Huang Yang felt a sense of relief. It seemed Su Yanmiao indeed didn't like men, which made things much simpler. Is Su Lang avoiding marriage because of concerns about being controlled by a wife? Such blunt remarks would normally be unwelcome, but under imperial orders, Huang Yang had no choice but to brace himself and press on. There's no need to worry. Regardless of their nature before marriage, most women devote themselves entirely to their husbands afterward. Take my wife, for instance. Although Su Yanmiao had no inner rebuttal, Huang Yang still paused briefly before continuing. She supports me in everything I do. Even knowing I have 3 confidants, she encourages me to bring them into the household. When I buy gifts for them, my wife never complains and even tells me that if I'm short on funds, she has her dowry to contribute. Huang Yang then enthusiastically described just how wonderful his 3 confidants were, each possessing distinct charms. One was cold and elegant, another was playful and charming, and the third was bold and straightforward. Surrounded by these beauties, and with a virtuous wife managing the household and family affairs meticulously, Huang Yang painted a picture of married life as incredibly blissful. He emphasized that if Su Yanmiao remained unmarried, he would surely regret it. The old emperor felt a weight lifted from his chest and began eating fruit much faster. Surely now, Su Yanmiao would be interested, right? Indeed, Su Yanmiao was intrigued. It's impossible? Psychologically speaking, if it's true love, there's no way there wouldn't be jealousy. Even if she's not jealous, she'd at least be a little sour, wouldn't she? And even if the wife had no extra feelings for Huang Langzhong, her dowry is her own, how could she be willing to just hand it over? It doesn't make sense. Absolutely doesn't make sense. Huang Yang, the old emperor. You've been listening all this time about how beautiful the women are, and this is what you focus on, whether the wife's actions make sense? The beauties aren't captivating? The allure of rouge doesn't entice you? Woohoo! I guarantee there's something fishy going on here. Su Yanmiao's enthusiasm erupted. He dove into his system, investigating furiously. Aha! His obsidian-like eyes sparkled with delight. Huang Yang's heart suddenly raced, an ominous feeling washing over him. Could it be? Could it be that the person behind those letters is actually a man? Is that why Zhen, Ai, and Lian have refused to meet him in person? No, no way. Please let it not be true. Huang Yang's grip on his teacup tightened, waiting anxiously, his nerves frazzled. Su Yanmiao casually picked up a piece of peach, biting into it with a satisfying crunch. As expected, true powerhouses never complain about their circumstances. Impressive. This wife, upon discovering her husband's philandering nature, simply decided to play all 3 roles herself. During festivals, she receives gifts in triplicate, no, quadruplicate. No wonder she doesn't mind giving away her dowry or helping her husband pick out gifts for his confidants with such enthusiasm and care. After all, she's choosing gifts for herself. Mini theater. Huang Yang, my devoted wife. My cold and elegant Zhen. My pitifully delicate Lian. My Su Yanmiao, you troublemaker. I'll fight you to the death. Sharp commentary from a confidant. Sometimes, ignorance truly is bliss. No, I refuse to believe it. My Zhen, Ai, and Lian are all fake. Even my devoted and unwavering wife is fake. Huang Yang shot to his feet, the chair behind him toppling over with a resounding crash. For a fleeting moment, silence hung in the air. Feeling Su Yanmiao's scrutinizing gaze and the emperor's increasingly intense, blood-filled stare, Huang Yang's facial muscles twitched violently. His reaction was far too suspicious. This won't do. He mustn't let Su Yanmiao suspect anything. With a loud thud, Huang Yang dropped to his knees. The impact was so forceful that he questioned whether he'd fractured a bone. In his haste, his robes got tangled, causing him to stumble awkwardly and slide all the way to the emperor's feet. Driven by a desperate will to survive, Huang Yang clutched the emperor's leg and wailed, "Your Majesty, I understand now. Please have mercy on me, Your Majesty. I've been wronged. I only ever wished for a loving wife and beautiful concubines. I never, absolutely never intended." The emperor nearly kicked him away. Why is it that whenever someone gets overly emotional, they always want to grab his leg? For those aware, it was obvious Huang Yang was trying to derail Su Yanmiao's train of thought and prevent suspicion. But for anyone unaware, it would look as though this emperor was so feeble that anyone could approach him at will. Huang Yang paid no mind. Clinging to that leg like it was his last connection to his ancestors, he cried, "Your Majesty, I swear I never intended to rebel with the Prince of Jiabei." What? The emperor was taken aback, so much so that his tone slowed. Rebel. Huang Yang tried to shoot the emperor with a knowing look. It was what Su Yanmiao had mentioned earlier in his thoughts, that the Prince of Jiabei was plotting a rebellion and planning to provoke the crown prince to death. Of course, the emperor remembered these events, but his confusion persisted. What does the Prince of Jiabei's rebellion have to do with you? Exactly? I don't see any connection between Huang Yang's household and the Prince of Jiabei, who voluntarily ties themselves to treason like this. All because of you? Huang Yang, desperate to justify his actions, spoke in a feeble voice, "Your Majesty, why else would you suddenly visit my humble home? Surely, it must be because you've learned of my correspondence with the Prince of Jibei." Oh ho, the Emperor was merely here to observe the joys of married life, and now he's inadvertently uncovered a self-proclaimed traitor. Wait a minute. Is Huang Yang really involved in a rebellion? No, right? That supposed correspondence wasn't anything recent. It was from ages ago, and it was purely ceremonial, a congratulatory letter sent when the Prince of Jibei got married. It wasn't even significant enough to count. If this counts as evidence, then nearly every official in the court would be incriminated. Huang Yang bowed his head slightly and let out a quiet sigh of relief. This was exactly why he had brought it up. It was something he was sure wouldn't actually incriminate him, making it the perfect excuse. Now, with Su Yanmiao essentially vouching for him, his position was even more secure. Thus, Huang Yang began playing the part of a terrified and submissive official, tearfully lamenting his anxiety over the emperor's unexpected visit. He suggested that someone must have slandered him behind his back. After all, when the emperor visits officials, it's usually grand figures like the prime minister, ministers of state, or dukes. Why on earth would he suddenly think of a mere Langzhong like him? As for all that talk about wives, concubines, and confidants, it was nothing more than a product of his panicked, muddled mind trying to buy time. Now that Huang Yang could no longer stall, he resigned himself to the situation and decided to clear his name. This explained his earlier abrupt reaction. It made sense. It was logical. Clearly, his performance worked. Su Yanmiao believed him. Huang Yang knelt there, tightly clutching his metaphorical ancestral roots, and began wailing at the top of his lungs, "Your Majesty, I truly have no connection whatsoever to the Prince of Jibei. Besides, I'm just a humble Langzhong. Even if the Prince of Jibei wanted to bribe someone, he wouldn't bother with a small fry like me." Huh? A Langzhong in the Bureau of Personnel Selection is considered a small fry? That's a rank of Zhenguipin, 5th rank, isn't it? And in the Ministry of Personnel, no less. Huang Yang, why Su Yanmiao, did we have some grudge I wasn't aware of? Or is it because I outrank you and you want to knock me down to climb up? Technically, the Bureau of Personnel Selection is a department within the Ministry of Personnel, and either term can be used. However, in formal documents, it's referred to as the Bureau of Personnel Selection within the Ministry of Personnel. Currently, Su Yanmiao held the position of Yuan Weilang in the Ministry of Personnel, which was a subordinate official at the Kongguipin, subordinate 5th rank. Still, Huang Yang definitely isn't colluding with the Prince of Jibei. In the provinces, the Vice Commissioner of the Guizhou Circuit is, and in the capital, the Marquis of Yingcheng has frequent correspondence with the Prince of Jibei. Additionally, the Secretary of the Military Department, specifically the one holding the seal, is also involved. Oddly enough, that one is only of Zhenguipin, 7th rank, probably because higher-ranked officials would draw too much attention. Huang Yang, why Su Yanmiao, you're truly a great person. A fantastic person? From now on, anyone who wrongs you is wronging Huang Yang, too. The emperor's previously relaxed demeanor began to tighten, his expression nearing a cold, mirthless laugh. How dare they? The vice commissioner and the military secretary might be excusable, but the Marquis of Yingcheng? A title personally bestowed by him? And this person was also entangled in such a matter? If not for Su Yanmiao, he might have remained in the dark until evidence was collected from the Prince of Jibei, which would have blindsided him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The emperor, reigning under the era named Tiantong, darkened his gaze, as if transported back to the battlefield, his bowstring taut and ready to snap. Speaking of which, isn't the Prince of Jibei's heir currently in the capital? Now that rebellion had been mentioned, Su Yanmiao became engrossed, his thoughts spiraling as he filtered out Huang Yang's pleas in the background. In reality, had he paid closer attention, he would have noticed that the interactions between the emperor and Huang Yang were highly perfunctory. One was crying half-heartedly, while the other occasionally responded with all right, or I believe you. All their focus was on Su Yanmiao's inner thoughts. Tisk tisk, the Prince of Jibei's heir really does have genuine affection for that courtesan. When he's not liaising with officials, he's holed up at her place. But she can't be called a courtesan anymore, since the brothel is gone. Oh ho, it turns out that as soon as the brothel shut down, the heir took her in. Tisk, I take back what I said earlier. True love, my foot. Even a dog wouldn't want this kind of true love. If he really cared, he should have bought her freedom ages ago. Still clutching the emperor's leg, Huang Yang instinctively nodded vigorously. Exactly. This is no kind of true love. His feelings for Zhen Zhen, Ai, and Lian, that was true love? The thought of his irreplaceable soulmates made Huang Yang burst into tears once again, this time more sincerely and loudly. The emperor looked down at his minister with disdain. Truth be told, if it weren't for Su Yanmiao's sudden emergence, he might have gone his whole life without knowing what his officials were like behind closed doors. After all, who reveals their true nature in court? But then, Huang Yang started wailing even louder. Huh? Where's Huang Langzhong going with this? Why's he crying so loudly? At novel bin at. Su Yanmiao snapped out of his thoughts about the Prince of Jibei's rebellion and redirected his attention back to Huang Yang. Huang Yang. Huang Yang, sniff. The emperor forcibly pulled his leg free and gave Huang Yang a kick. What are you crying about? I want to cry too. Huang Yang cautiously sat up and suggested, Your Majesty, Please allow me to atone for my mistakes. I believe we could use the courtesan taken in by the Prince of Jibei's heir as a breakthrough. Men tend to loosen their lips once their belts are loosened, especially in front of a woman they're fond of. They always want to show off a little. The emperor was somewhat surprised by Huang Yang's proposal. You certainly are resourceful. Huang Yang's lips twitched. With my career on the line, how could I not be resourceful? If I let your majesty write in the annals, on such and such day, Huang Yang of the Ministry of Personnel's Bureau of Personnel Selection interrupted Su Yanmiao's train of thought, causing delays in uncovering evidence of rebellion by the Prince of Jibei. My chances of promotion would be ruined. The emperor continued, but how can you be sure that courtesan would help us? The Prince of Jibei's heir is her benefactor. He's the one who elevated her to fame. She was an unknown nobody before he supported her. They've been close for a year or two now, and now that she's entered his estate as a concubine, their fortunes are intertwined. Why would she risk everything to betray him? Huang Yang froze. Of course, he had a reason prepared. His reasoning was simple. What's a concubine worth compared to a few lives? If she knew the emperor was already watching the Prince of Jibei's estate and that the entire family was on the verge of facing the guillotine, she would undoubtedly try to escape. The Prince of Jibei's heir likely didn't care much for her, so it would only be natural for her to prioritize her own survival when the estate faced disaster. However, if the heir had invested so much in elevating her status as a courtesan, that wasn't a trivial expense. What if she really was moved by his affection? Elevating someone to courtesan status, is that supposed to be a good thing? Su Yanmiao was once again confused. Being a courtesan means fame, sure, but it also means plenty of people come flocking to sleep with her, who would genuinely want that kind of privilege. And Su Yanmiao recalled what he'd discovered in the brothel before, his eyes showing a trace of pity. The more money a courtesan makes, the more she's forced to take on clients. Many deranged people are willing to spend a fortune just to abuse courtesans. On the other hand, ordinary prostitutes just take clients normally. While their lives are also difficult, most clients wouldn't spend extra money just to do something twisted. But Huang Yang couldn't think of all this. His thick, dark eyebrows twitched a few times as he forcibly suppressed a smile. Inside, he was already laughing. Su Lang is truly a novice. Everything he does and says has a touch of innocence. In the hierarchy of brothels, the higher your status, the more of a cash cow you become, and the better your treatment. Why wouldn't someone want to be a courtesan? Suddenly, the emperor's voice interrupted his thoughts. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and bring that courtesan here. Huang Yang, huh? The emperor raised an eyebrow. What's with the huh? Huang Yang hesitated. Didn't your majesty say they have an emotional bond? The emperor, now impatient, snapped. I told you to go, so go. What are you dithering about for? Huang Yang quickly bowed and hurried off to make arrangements, his mind racing as he left. Could it be that his majesty trusts Su Yanmiao's judgment more? Even if Su doesn't have stronger evidence, his majesty is still willing to consider his ideas? Is this what it means to be a favored minister? Unattainable envy. Truly unattainable envy. Huang Yang jogged out to issue orders and then jogged back. About half an hour later, the courtesan appeared in the Huang family's reception hall, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She didn't know why these people had invited her here, but if they weren't afraid of the Prince of Jibei's heir, they must wield considerable power, perhaps even enough to change her circumstances. When the courtesan appeared, both the emperor and Huang Yang fell silent. This is the courtesan? This woman, with her exceptionally cold demeanor and not a trace of allure, was a courtesan? Although they'd never been to a brothel themselves, they had heard of the famed flower rankings. Each year, the champions were always described as stunningly beautiful, perfect in both appearance and talent. Could it be that this woman's talents were extraordinary? But that didn't seem right either. In recent years, no poems or works attributed to her had circulated, nor had there been any tales of her engaging in refined literary exchanges with scholars. Huang Yang couldn't have brought the wrong person, could he? I couldn't have brought the wrong person, could I? Su Yanmiao was equally astonished. Having been in this ancient world for so long, he had never visited a brothel beyond those few days, let alone seen a courtesan. Still, he was curious about courtesans often depicted in novels and TV dramas. Courtesans are usually portrayed as unmatched beauties. The flower girls I've seen before were already stunning. How much more beautiful would someone have to be crowned a courtesan? But now, a puzzled expression appeared on Su Yanmiao's face. She was undeniably beautiful, with a striking look reminiscent of Western aesthetics. But her beauty was far from the typical aesthetic of the great Xia people, and everyone knew courtesans were chosen through votes cast by patrons spending money. Su Yanmiao flipped open the system interface and quickly found the relevant information. Oh, the Prince of Jibei's heir has a preference for those with deep-set European-style features. He fell in love with this lady at first sight, spent a fortune to elevate her to the position of courtesan, and maintained her status for nearly 2 years. The old emperor looked incredulous. A fortune just to make someone a courtesan? This fortune is no metaphor, it's literally 1,000 taels of gold? You must have used your father's rebellion funds for this, didn't you? As this thought crossed his mind, the emperor suddenly felt an odd sense of pity for the Prince of Jibei. Did he know his son's love at first sight was so costly? The Prince of Jibei was, of course, unaware. If he had known, he would have broken the heir's legs long ago. Similarly, he didn't know that Huang Yang was now attempting to turn his son's love at first sight into an informant. I need to know some things about the Prince of Jibei's heir. If you're willing, I can. At novel bin at. Huang Yang was just about to launch into his usual mix of threats and promises when the courtesan interrupted without even hearing the benefits, her voice taut. Fine. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you everything I know. It was as if she feared they might change their minds. Now it was the emperor's side that fell silent. A series of doubtful glances were exchanged. Why is she so eager? Is this a trap? Wahoo! Finally, I've found it. Su Yanmiao, the college student, was practically giddy. I knew my judgment wouldn't be wrong. Who says college students are naive and dumb? That's not me. Haha, no wonder she's so keen to cause trouble for the Prince of Jibei's heir. She originally had no reputation in the brothel, barely enough clients, and secretly saved for 10 years. She finally scraped together enough to buy her freedom and negotiated with the madam. After all, she wasn't some famous flower girl, so to the madam, it was better to just squeeze the last bit of value out of her. But before she could get her contract, the Prince of Jibei's heir, this complete idiot, took a liking to her and waved his money around, saying, "How could the woman I like not be a courtesan?" He forcibly elevated her to that position. Once she became a courtesan, her value doubled, and her original redemption money was no longer enough. And even if it were enough, do you think the madam would let the courtesan leave the brothel? She's a cash cow. The old emperor and Huang Yang both froze and instinctively looked toward the courtesan. Only now did they notice that her taut voice wasn't due to fear but because her jaw was clenched so tightly from her cheeks to her chin. A phrase suddenly popped into their heads, irrelevant but oddly fitting. Grinding teeth and licking blood. It was inevitable. In her brothel, a high-end establishment, they didn't cater to common merchants or laborers. But the madam wasn't running a charity, so those with few clients were quickly sent to dirtier places. Before she became a courtesan, her client list was modest, not too many, not too few, just enough to avoid making the madam feel like keeping her was a waste. She wasn't exactly a star attraction, but her patrons weren't the usual riffraff. Most of the clients were literati, noblemen, or officials. Such people typically sought out the champion, runner-up, or third place of the flower rankings. Failing that, they'd go for a scholar or imperial historian. She had little to do with them. Until that day, the Prince of Jibei's heir excitedly brought her a box of pearls, proudly declaring that he had elevated her to the status of a champion. The courtesan's expression could only be described as one of utter devastation. And that idiotic heir, that good-for-nothing scoundrel, thought she was overwhelmed with joy. As the memory ended, the courtesan gritted her teeth and said, "Whatever you plan to do, I will assist. I have only one request, please, make sure that heir never has a good day again." The old emperor eyed her thoughtfully, then suddenly had an idea. "I could send him to the Southwind Pavilion." Him? The courtesan's breath hitched. Good heavens! The person who had summoned her was the emperor? The emperor himself was targeting the Prince of Jibei, which meant the emperor really had the power to send that wretched heir to the Southwind Pavilion? However, whether he ends up confined for reflection or sent to the Southwind Pavilion depends on what exactly he has done. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." At that moment, the courtesan's enthusiasm shot through the roof. "Today, no matter what, I'll make sure you're sent to the Southwind Pavilion. So what if you're rich? Over the years, I've carefully saved every bit of your fortune. It's more than enough to guarantee your rise as a male courtesan, sending you straight to the top." Author's note. The Wengsuan Bureau is essentially the Ministry of Personnel's literary selection department. Both terms can be used, but the formal title in official documents would be Ministry of Personnel, Wengsuan Bureau. This is fictional. The role of the Wengsuan Bureau in the Ming and Qing dynasties is historically accurate, but my narrative interpretation is fabricated. Excerpts and annotations. The flower rankings, female champion. A stage was set for selecting the champion among the flowers. Among over 20 candidates, Weibo emerged as the first choice, accompanied by music and golden goblets. Other southern songstresses were visibly disheartened and gradually left. By dawn, the revelry ceased, and the next day, poetry was composed to commemorate the event. Among these, my poem reads, "Goddess of the moon, queen of flowers, first among celestial maidens, first among fragrances." Weibo embroidered these words on her kerchief and never let it leave her hands. Duke Wu, charmed by her elegance, wished to take her as his concubine. However, another suitor, Cai Xiangjun from Guiyang, offered 3,000 gold to her father and took her away, leaving Duke Wu regretful and eventually marrying someone else. Miscellaneous notes from Bang Qiao. Praise and criticism in poetry. A single line of praise could elevate one's status, while a word of criticism could drive carriages away for good. Biographies of Tang poets. Expanded notes. Whether courtesans or ordinary flower girls, life was always difficult. The so-called privileged treatment of courtesans only meant avoiding physical abuse. Yet, if they fell seriously ill, they were often abandoned. Their only recourse was to secretly save money for treatment or rely on a benefactor. If a courtesan died and her patrons sent poetry instead of money, some madams would angrily throw the body onto the street. A bitter song. The madam smiles when money flows, but whips soaked in water rain down when it doesn't. The little slaves bleed fresh crimson. A beauty earns wealth for her master, but if she falls ill, her life is forsaken. Her bare corpse is carried to the desolate countryside. What use is her noble beauty then? A southern hawk takes her eyes. A northern dog devours her flesh. Asterisk. Between ritual and custom. On selling art, not body. The saying selling art, not the body was often a facade. For example, in 1921, Zhang Hesi, head of the Luoyang Chamber of Commerce, brought singers to a marketplace under the pretense of cultural performances. However, as long as enough money was spent, the so-called performers were effectively high-class prostitutes. Even a county magistrate openly monopolized a singer and hosted banquets with her. Between ritual and custom, selling art, not body, but money could always buy more. The courtesan indeed knew all the details about the Prince of Jibei's son. The Prince of Jibei really favors this son of his. Each time he entered the capital, he brought thousands of pounds of gold with him. Yes, and then he used half of it to manipulate the flower rankings, helping his women dominate the list. Good thing his father doesn't know about this. The old emperor's throat twitched as he fought the urge to laugh. Hold it in, don't laugh. The courtesan continued. Some time ago, I was brought into his residence. By accident, I found the household ledger. The heir sends gifts to certain officials. Gold was used for such things. Yes, and then he secretly takes a kickback, pockets a few taels of gold and uses some of the tea leaves for his personal enjoyment. The old emperor pinched his thigh hard. Hold it together? Really, don't laugh? If I laugh, I won't be able to explain myself. The courtesan went on. I didn't look closely at the time, but I remember the names recorded in the ledger. There were only 2 or 3. Among them, the most gifts were sent to the Marquis of Yingcheng. Indeed, after all, he has more than 100 concubines to support, so his expenses are quite high. He has to receive more gifts to cover it. The old emperor probably doesn't have that many concubines, right? Even if he had one every 2 days, could his body handle it? Watch out, the iron pestle might turn into a needle. And how stingy? Many of the concubines' rooms weren't even that large, just 10 square meters. Oh, wait. Su Yanmiao suddenly reacted with a jolt. The old emperor felt uneasy. From experience, he knew that the brat must have figured something out by now. Laughing so hard, saying 10 square meters is more sustainable. Only nouveau-riche emperors would build such big rooms. Snicker. I wonder how big his rooms are. 50 square meters? That's 5 times bigger. The old emperor. He hadn't really known what 10 square meters meant before, but he had guessed it referred to room size, so he hadn't paid it much mind. But when Su Yanmiao used his room for comparison, the old emperor, slightly smiling face. A nouveau-riche, huh? The old emperor glanced at the courtesan. Can you find a way to bring me that ledger? The ledger, at novel bin at. The courtesan was initially stunned, then her expression turned determined. I can do it. Su Yanmiao, providing a voiceover. I must get that foolish heir into the Southwind Pavilion as the lead courtesan. The old emperor looked at him thoughtfully, a single thought running through his mind. It seems that sometimes, before acting, I should consider what Su Yanmiao would do. There might be unexpected gains. If this were before, he never would have thought of throwing someone into the Southwind Pavilion. He would have just said, so-and-so, you are at liberty to deal with it, or so-and-so, be imprisoned and executed. Su Yanmiao was really useful. The old emperor affirmed this in his mind, then smiled at the courtesan. Don't worry, I'm not a cruel man. Your life will be protected by the Jinyue in secret. The courtesan was overjoyed. Thank you, your majesty. The old emperor, ever so practiced, encouraged her. Do well. What you want is not difficult. When the courtesan left, she was brimming with excitement and joy, even her hair seemed to carry a sense of exhilaration. As soon as she left, the old emperor began to plot. He cleared his throat and, with a subtle hint, said, the ledger can prove that the Prince of Jibei is contacting officials with ulterior motives. However, it would be best if we could sever his connections. Does this mean getting rid of the Prince of Jibei's influence? The old emperor exhaled a barely noticeable sigh of relief. Very good, it seems Su Yanmiao understood my meaning this time. It was worth being so straightforward. It's not that hard to get rid of him. The old emperor's eyes lit up. This was rare. Su Yanmiao was actually taking the initiative to ease his worries. Looks like the old emperor is about to use the Jinyue. Am I going to get to see the Jinyue in action? Rainy night? Official's residence? Flying fish robes? Embroidered spring knife? Live capture? Wow. Su Lang's eyes went vacant, clearly lost in thought and drifting far away. The old emperor. Forget it, he accepted it. Let's be even more direct. For example, Marquis of Yingcheng. If we can find something on him, we could impeach him in court. Once we get the ledger, anyone who has had dealings with the Prince of Jibei and is implicated will be impeached, and the Prince of Jibei will surely panic and make a desperate move. Whether he feels the emperor is deliberately targeting him or suspects the emperor has discovered his plot to rebel, either way, the Prince of Jibei will be thrown into chaos and will have no choice but to raise an army. This plan is good. The old emperor smiled slightly. Good, huh? Then shouldn't you express something? Maybe offer up the Marquis of Yingcheng's weakness voluntarily? Doesn't this seem even more suited to the Jinyue's involvement? The old emperor's smile froze. Huang Yang could no longer bear to listen. Su Lang? His Majesty wants you to take the initiative and take responsibility? Huang Yang tried signaling him with his eyes. Su Lang noticed. Su Lang's face lit up with sudden realization. Huang Yang sighed in relief. I see. Huang Langzhong is signaling to me. Unlike those novels where characters mistake such signals for something romantic, Su Lang certainly wouldn't make that mistake. Huang Yang. Feeling the emperor's faint glance at him, Huang Langzhong carefully lowered his head. But why did Huang Langzhong suddenly give me a signal? What's going on? Is it because I should lower my head like him, so I won't meet the emperor's gaze? Or should I speak up and say something nice for him to the emperor? But that doesn't seem likely. My words won't carry much weight. Could it be that my clothes are inside out or my belt isn't fastened properly? I'm so dumb. He wants me to hurry up and praise him? The boss came up with a great idea, and of course, he wants people to compliment it. The old emperor. Seeing that Su Yanmiao was about to start praising him with something like, "Your Majesty, this plan is truly brilliant," the old emperor quickly interrupted. He gave up on letting Su Yanmiao figure it out by himself and went straight to the point. Su Yanmiao, this task is entrusted to you. Su Yanmiao. After leaving Wang's residence, Su Yanmiao couldn't understand how this task had fallen onto his lap. He wasn't an imperial censor who could gather intelligence for the emperor? This meant he had to act for real. But where could he gather real evidence? The gossip system provides true information but doesn't offer proof. How could he explain where he got the information from? He rubbed his head in frustration and hurriedly called out, "Sir." Looking up, he saw the old emperor at someone's street stall, carefully selecting items with great interest. Taking a closer look, the stall was selling various trinkets. There was a bronze dove cart, which when pulled, made the dove's tail flip up, very playful, a mohle clay doll, with limbs that could move and even eyes that could turn, and also a Lubin lock, a single-wheel Chinese top, and spinning tops. The old emperor had a small pile of items in front of him, clearly the ones he had selected. The old emperor asked, "How much for these?" "At novel bin at." The peddler calculated and replied, 25 wen, but I'll knock off a little for you, make it 20 wen. The old emperor picked up a top from the pile, casually tapping and flicking it, as if he were indifferent. These items aren't even worth 20 wen. This top's color isn't bright enough. 8 wen? No more than 8 wen. Su Yanmiao couldn't help but smile inwardly. Dragon-slaying saber? The peddler seemed to have a question mark above his head. 8 wen? I can't make a deal at that price. Without hesitation, the old emperor put down the top. If you can't, then forget it. He turned and said, "Su Yanmiao, let's go." Seeing that the old emperor was really about to leave, the peddler looked heartbroken and called out, 18 wen? If it's any less, I won't make a profit. The old emperor remained calm. 18 is still too much. How about lowering it a bit more? If it's reasonable, I'll really buy. Look at all the things I've picked. What would I pick if I wasn't going to buy? The peddler's Adam's apple bobbed up and down before he said, 15 wen? Really can't go lower. The old emperor replied, 10 wen? I've got more than one grandson. I'll come back to you next time. And so, an emperor squatted by the roadside, bargaining with a peddler over a few coins. In the end, the deal was settled at 11 wen, but the peddler also threw in a shuttlecock, a flying car, and a rattle. A geniue in plain clothes appeared from the side, silently picked up the pile of toys, and followed behind. The old emperor's smile remained on his face. He turned and saw Su Yanmiao's expression filled with conflict and couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Do you think an emperor shouldn't haggle over such trivial matters? Su Yanmiao honestly shook his head. I believe a coin is still money. I'm just curious, Your Majesty, will you really go back to that peddler? With no one around, Su Yanmiao felt free to address him as Your Majesty. The old emperor puffed his chest and said with pride, it's all about rhetoric. You don't understand. As long as you achieve your goal, who cares how you do it? Su Yanmiao, oh, this was something even university students could learn. So, the next day during the morning court session, Su Yanmiao stood up in the center with great momentum. Your Majesty, I want to impeach the Marquis of Yingcheng. The Marquis of Yingcheng immediately felt a chill down his spine, thinking about what he might have done recently. He then thought, it shouldn't be anything serious. Su Yanmiao was cautious and would never act rashly. How could this happen today? He thought for a moment, then relaxed. Even if he had done something, Su Yanmiao was the type who would keep quiet if there was no evidence or if he couldn't explain how he knew about it. Looking at it that way, Su Yanmiao would probably only be impeaching him for things like occupying good farmland, which wouldn't be that serious. When the emperor scolded him a little, he could just return the land. The Marquis of Yingcheng clasped his hands in his sleeves, eyes lowered, with an air of calm. Then, he and the entire court heard Su Yanmiao sternly declare, I impeach the Marquis of Yingcheng for improper conduct. He is disrespectful and morally corrupt. His household has many concubines. Poof. The Marquis of Yingcheng couldn't help but laugh. What was this? So young, and just because he had many concubines, they wanted to impeach him for being lecherous? And now it was being framed as moral corruption? The Book of Rights says, if a concubine is not yet 50, she must spend 5 nights with her husband. Su Yanmiao said confidently. Yet the Marquis of Yingcheng has many concubines who don't follow this rule of 5 nights, and he, knowing the rule, lets it slide. This is willful disobedience. His crime is doubled. In the past, the Confucian ministers in the court had often used rituals to trap political rivals. However, Su Yanmiao's perspective, this line of thinking, it's something they hadn't considered. The entire court, both civil and military officials, were in awe. The Confucian disciples' eyes were shining. This child is destined to be one of us Confucians. Some curious onlookers glanced at the Marquis of Yingcheng and noticed that his smile had been frozen on his face for quite some time. He could argue his way out of many things, but this? How could he possibly claim that with his 100 concubines, he managed to rotate them every 5 days for intimate relations? Even his liver couldn't bear that level of fabrication. Top. The top is a wooden toy shaped like a small hollow bell, solid in the middle, with no handle. It's spun with a whip on a string rather than a bamboo stick. When placed on the ground, a swift pull of the whip causes the top to spin silently. When the string is pulled gently, it spins without stopping. Spinning quickly, it stands on the ground, with its tip shining and its shadow remaining still. Excerpt from Views of the Imperial Capital. Thus, even an elderly concubine, before reaching 50, must take turns every 5 days to serve the emperor. When it's her turn, she must align herself, clean both inside and out, wear appropriate attire, tidy her hair, tie up a fragrance pouch, put on shoes, and respectfully go to the emperor. Excerpt from the Book of Rites. Translation: Even if a concubine is old, if she is not yet 50, she must take turns to serve the emperor every 5 days. When it is her turn, she must prepare herself just like a minister preparing to meet the emperor, aligning her mind, cleaning her body, dressing appropriately, tying her hair, wearing shoes, and respectfully heading to the emperor. The Book of Rites, in her regulations says, although a concubine is old, she must still serve every 5 days before the age of 50. After 50, she should not have any more relations, as it will hasten her aging. By 70, she should not sleep alone, she needs someone to accompany her to sleep. Excerpt from Beihutang II. Translation: A concubine must sleep with her husband every 5 days until the age of 50. After 50, she should not engage in relations, as it would hasten her decline. At 70, she must have someone to sleep with again. When it says reopen the room at 70, it refers to someone accompanying her to sleep, not having sexual relations. Reopen the room refers to staying in the inner chamber with a woman. It is the opposite of closing the room. Rituals are the primary form of law. Rituals are the system of laws and ceremonial norms of the Zhou dynasty, covering an extremely wide range of matters. At the grand scale, they include the state's fundamental laws, and at the more detailed scale, they cover the etiquette of human interaction and daily life, encompassing almost the entire realm of upper-level social structures. The Book of Rites says, ritual begins with the coming-of-age ceremony, is based on marriage, is elevated during mourning and sacrifice, and is respected in courtly appointments. Harmony is achieved through archery and rural rituals. This is the essence of rituals. Regarding the classification of rituals, there are categories like 5 rituals, 6 rituals, 9 rituals, and others. In the Western Zhou, rituals played the role of law. In fact, rituals were the primary manifestation of the law. The main form of law in the Western Zhou dynasty, rituals. Who on earth had their brain kicked by a donkey to dare corrupt little Bai Zi? Lord Yingcheng betrayed no unusual expression but cast his gaze uneasily among the assembled court officials. Could it be the deputy commander of the Central Military Office? No way, right? Just because his youngest son punched the man's adopted son? And over what? A fight for the last jar of drunken heaven's wine at a restaurant. Surely that wasn't enough to make trouble over, was it? Or maybe it was the censor from the Ministry of Revenue. That seemed more plausible. This particular official had been at odds with his subordinates, constantly engaging in bureaucratic power plays. Today, he might draft an imperial edict, only to have it rejected the next day. Or he might oppose a certain policy on one occasion, only to advocate for it later to see it implemented. The situation had turned into a battle of egos. On one side was the censor from the Ministry of Revenue, also serving as a Hanlin scholar. On the other was the censor from the Ministry of War. Their feud had escalated to public bickering over the past several days. Or perhaps it was the Minister of Personnel. As Lord Yingcheng mulled over the possibilities, he suddenly realized, with a jolt, that he had too many enemies to narrow it down. Politics, after all, is full of rivals, some open, some hidden. But not being able to pinpoint the culprit made things much trickier. Oh, why couldn't it have been him who got chosen by the divine artifact? Lord Yingcheng clenched his teeth, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Su Yanmiao again and again. Who's behind you? Can't you at least give me a hint? On the golden dais, the old emperor nearly burst out laughing. He had assumed Su Yanmiao would accuse Lord Yingcheng of being overbearing or list some misdeeds. Who would have thought Su Yanmiao would take such a wildly creative approach instead? Even if Lord Yingcheng admitted guilt, he'd still suffer. Unless he dismissed his concubines, ha ha ha. Otherwise, he'd have to spend his days constantly satisfying the needs of 20 concubines? Ha ha ha. The old emperor laughed so hard he nearly fell off his dragon throne, though he tried his best to do so silently as a form of respect for Lord Yingcheng. Wow, judging by everyone's reactions, this impeachment went really well. Good thing I had the emperor's hint. This time, I'll definitely complete the mission. Gasp. Wait, so it was the emperor who had encouraged little Bai Zi to come up with this ridiculous plan? The court officials were collectively dumbfounded. The emperor's laughter abruptly ceased. His eyes widened as he desperately racked his brain. When did I give any such hint? I didn't. This kind of mischief is beneath me. But down below, Lord Yingcheng had already bought into it, his accusatory gaze fixed on the golden dais. It all made sense now. Why else would Su Yanmiao suddenly target someone? Only the emperor could order him to act. No one else would dare risk Su Yanmiao spilling their secrets. When the crafty hare is killed, the hunting dog is cooked. When the birds are gone, the fine bough is put away. Lord Yingcheng raised his face, forcing back the bitterness welling in his eyes. Your Majesty, the matter of Su Yanmiao's impeachment is true. This subject has nothing to say in defense. The old emperor. Had this man forgotten about his allegiance to the Prince of Jibei? Indeed, Lord Yingcheng had genuinely forgotten. Or rather, after Su Yanmiao exposed the Prince of Jibei's rebellion, Lord Yingcheng had spent months trembling with fear, worried that one day the imperial guards would burst into his home, accuse him of being a co-conspirator, and execute him on the spot. But as over a year passed without incident, his vigilance waned, and he began to relax, even as he reminded himself to stay cautious. Since you have nothing to say, then say no more. From the golden dais, the old emperor gazed forward, avoiding the eyes of his courtiers. Lord Yingcheng has violated propriety. You are hereby confined to your residence. Lord Yingcheng looked up in surprise and delight. House arrest? Could it be he had misunderstood his majesty? Perhaps the emperor wasn't planning to purge his loyal ministers after all? The old emperor stroked his beard, a faint smile on his face. Look at this. I'm benevolent? Not like a certain someone surnamed Su? Meanwhile, Su Yanmiao exclaimed inwardly, so generous? But judging by this, the old emperor probably doesn't know about Lord Yingcheng secretly calling him a nouveau riche. Otherwise, why would he be so lenient? The old emperor paused, his smile fading as he let out a cold laugh. Then, as if remembering something, he added, when you have made up for the time owed to your concubines, your confinement will end. During this period, you must still observe the daily rituals of propriety. Translation, for every night you missed with your concubines before, you'll have to make up for it now. In addition, you still need to fulfill the usual quota of satisfying 20 concubines per day. In truth, the rules for propriety weren't usually so rigid. Most people managed their households however they wished, as long as no one made an issue of it. But thanks to Su Yanmiao's helpful reminder, the old emperor suddenly recalled how he himself had been mocked as a nouveau riche for daring to live in a 50-square-meter bedroom at Novel bin Adat. This required investigation. Retribution was necessary? Upon hearing the emperor's decree, Lord Yingcheng's face turned ashen, and he swayed on his feet. Your Majesty, 20 concubines a day, plus making up for lost time. This was a death sentence? Wow. I wonder who's worse off, Lord Yingcheng or the Jibei heir about to be sent to the Nanfan Pavilion. With a sharp slap, Lord Yingcheng clutched his backside. The initial plea of Your Majesty in his trembling voice shot up several octaves, reaching the heavens, full of frantic excitement. Your Majesty? This subject believes Your Majesty's punishment is entirely appropriate? Let the punishment fit the crime? This subject admits his guilt and willingly accepts the penalty? After court today, I will shed my official robes and return home to fulfill the neglected rites, and I humbly request that Your Majesty appoint a nanny to supervise my progress at the bedside. In certain excessively formal and wealthy households, having someone feed you, wipe you in the bathroom, or even stand watch while you engaged in bedroom activities was perfectly normal and not the least bit awkward. They had grown up with such customs. The old emperor opened his mouth, speechless. I am simply adapting to the circumstances. The old emperor closed his eyes. My innocence. Then grant the nanny, the emperor declared decisively. Since there was no way to prove his actions were purely situational and not motivated by a peculiar desire to insult his officials, he decided to abandon any pretense of virtue. This was the only way to maximize the benefits. History would vindicate him. Beside him, the court historian lowered his head, his brush moving swiftly. Chongming privately mocked, calling the emperor a nouveau riche. The emperor, upon learning this, was displeased and confined him to his home, decreeing that he should tend to his wives and concubines, with a penalty if he did not satisfy 20 in a day. Chong Mingwu was Lord Yingcheng's given name. This was recorded in the imperial annals by the historian documenting the daily life of the Tiantong emperor. Meanwhile, the historian responsible for recording the personal conduct of officials wrote in much greater detail. However, no matter how detailed, any mention of the Baizi's influence was intentionally omitted. Thus, the historical record simply stated, the Tiantong emperor was offended by Lord Yingcheng referring to him as a nouveau riche. In response, the Ministry of Personnel's assistant secretary, Su Yanmiao, impeached him on grounds of failing to fulfill his ritual obligations. The emperor rebuked Lord Yingcheng for neglecting the happiness of his wives and concubines and subsequently ordered him confined to his home to satisfy them daily. As for later generations of curious scholars piecing together evidence of Lord Yingcheng's collusion with the Prince of Jibei during the rebellion of that year, speculating that the Tiantong emperor's actions were meant to provoke the prince, that would come much later. The matter of Lord Yingcheng's impeachment was settled. Then, out of the blue, Huang Yang, the Langzhong of the Ministry of Personnel's Civil Appointments Office, stepped forward and began impeaching others. He targeted both officials in the capital, such as the censor of the Ministry of War, and provincial officials, like the Assistant Surveillance Commissioner of Gizhu. Over the course of his charges, he impeached 7 or 8 individuals, and the emperor punished each one accordingly. Lord Yingcheng's face turned deathly pale at Novel bin Adat. He realized what was happening, but it was already too late. Furthermore, the large scale of the court's actions made it clear that the emperor was unafraid of him trying to send out any warnings. The emperor was intentionally stirring the pot. Meanwhile, Huang Yang's behavior left the censors glancing at each other in disbelief. Su Yanmiao's actions were one thing, but why was someone from the Ministry of Personnel acting like this? Was the ministry trying to steal the censorate's job? A tense silence fell as several censors exchanged looks and made calculations. Once Huang Yang stepped back into line, 3 or 4 censors rose together and unleashed a torrent of impeachment accusations against various officials, determined to remind everyone that this was their job. One particularly bold censor directly criticized the emperor, saying, "A ruler's words are not to be taken lightly. How can your majesty joke about an official's wife? What if the minister of works were heartless and turned around to offer his wife to you? That would bring chaos to the court." The force of their arguments was so intense that even the emperor retreated, hastily adjourning the court session. Later that day, after the government offices locked their doors and the day's work was done, Huang Yang left his post distractedly. He had been on edge, worried that Su Yanmiao might connect the dots between the two incidents. Only now, a day later, did he feign discovering his wife's deception and angrily confront her. His wife was momentarily stunned. "You already know." Huang Yang maintained a stern expression. "Yes, I know everything. It was you. AI was you. Lian was also you?" His wife asked calmly. "So, do you want a divorce?" Inwardly, she began calculating how to maintain a dignified life afterward. Huang Yang's stern facade crumbled instantly. He surrendered in a heartbeat. Though he didn't cry, his voice was filled with emotion. "No, we can't divorce. My lady, let's just stay the way we are." His wife blinked. "What?" At this point, Huang Yang broke down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "I can't bear to part with Zhen, AI, and Lian. Let's just keep things as they are. I'll continue preparing 4 gifts for every holiday. Pretend I never found out about any of this." His wife raised an eyebrow. "If that's the case, why did you have to expose it?" She couldn't understand. If he hadn't confronted her, couldn't everything have stayed the same? Huang Yang replied with conviction, "I absolutely refuse to let you laugh at me behind my back for being a fool." For the 3rd time, his wife fell into a brief silence. "So, it's fine as long as she laughs to his face?" The old emperor swore he had only taken a curious glance at Huang Yang's residence. What he discovered, however, shocked him. Huang Yang acted as if nothing had happened. In fact, on the very evening after impeaching officials connected to the Prince of Jibei, Huang Yang had strolled through the streets with his wife, leisurely selecting gifts for his dear companions Zhen, AI, and Lian. The emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. His pupils trembled. "Father." The crown prince entered, holding up 2 slabs of cured meat. "Quick, help me decide between these 2 pieces, which one's better quality. Also, what about this Jinhua ham? If I send these together, it shouldn't be too much, right? Should I throw in 2 dried fish as well? That way, it won't seem like I'm trying to ingratiate myself." The emperor's expression grew increasingly peculiar. "What is this for? Which household are you sending this assortment to?" "Su Yanmiao's home," the crown prince replied cheerfully. "To congratulate him on his promotion. He doesn't have a gatekeeper, so I deliberately waited 2 extra days to avoid overwhelming him with gifts." Meanwhile, across the capital, many officials' wives were staring at their husbands' gift lists, questioning their own eyesight. "What is this? Cured meat? Smoked fish? Ham? Rice? Bean paste? What are we doing here visiting relatives in the countryside?" When questioned, the officials quickly explained to their wives. "Yes, that's exactly it. Just prepare these items. No money, don't put even a single copper coin in there. Live chickens or ducks? No need, he doesn't have the space to raise them. The key to gift giving is knowing the recipient's preferences. These are perfect. I specifically picked today to deliver, 2 days later than everyone else, so Su Lang will surely remember me." Everyone else swarmed his house during his day off. "We're going at a different time? Make sure to greet him warmly when we arrive." One carriage after another, loaded with meticulously prepared gifts, set off from their homes and rolled onto the bustling streets, heading toward the southern 36th district. Each carriage carried a steward, representing their master with a serious expression and an upright posture. Surrounding them were gift boxes packed with cured meats, hams, and other similar items. And then, why are we moving so slowly? A servant went to investigate and returned to report, "There are so many people out today. The carriages are all stuck in traffic on the district streets." One house's steward frowned slightly and instructed his subordinate, "Go tell them to make way for us. Say that we are from the state duke's residence." However, the person in the next carriage retorted arrogantly, "Our family is also from a state duke's residence. Why should we let you pass?" The servant moved on to the next carriage. This time, the person inside spoke politely, with a scholarly demeanor, "I am from the Dou family. Apologies, but I am under my master's orders and cannot make way." "The Dou family? Prime Minister Dou?" The servant gasped sharply and hurried to the next carriage. There, the person didn't say a word but simply flashed a token. The servant stammered. "The crown prince? What kind of person is this newly promoted official? Even the crown prince is patiently stuck in traffic, waiting in line." Author's note: when the cunning hare is dead, the hounds are cooked. When the birds are gone, the fine bough is put away. Records of the Grand Historian. Upstart. This term dates back to the Qianlong period. It's only these upstart families. If it were my family, how would he dare be so bold? The scholars. As for whether such blunt phrases would actually appear in historical records, I recommend reading Dog Emperor I. The next day, as soon as Su Yanmiao entered the official's waiting room, he immediately felt a number of eyes on him. Su Yanmiao resisted the urge to sniff himself. Could it be that I didn't wash properly and still smell like cured meat? It wouldn't have been a big deal, but as soon as he thought about this, several officials' faces visibly filled with regret. They had originally thought they were the only clever ones. However, upon realizing that everyone else had also thought to act cleverly, the result was a traffic jam of clever people all arriving on the same day. How could Su Yanmiao possibly have a good impression of them now? This shared unease lingered until it was time for the morning court session. Your Majesty, I impeach Grand Scholar Dongguo Nanyang for errors in his readings of official texts. Your Majesty, I impeach Assistant Minister Yating Zhen of the Ministry of Revenue for leaving early during his duty shift yesterday. Your Majesty, here we go, here we go. Su Yanmiao suppressed a yawn and skillfully drifted off into his thoughts. Ever since his promotion, Su Yanmiao had rarely spaced out during court sessions. But this didn't apply to things like someone impeaching someone else for misconduct before the throne, someone being late or leaving early, or someone tripping while presenting a report. Of course, Su Yanmiao didn't realize that the ministers were just as skilled at ignoring his internal monologue while he zoned out unless it was something critical. Everything else became background noise. What am I going to do with all this cured meat? Did the officials coordinate beforehand or something? They're all giving the same type of gifts. Su Yanmiao silently grumbled. At this rate, I'll be eating cured meat until next year. Why didn't anyone give me fresh meat instead? Even though cured meat lasts a while, I can't keep it for 3 to 5 years. They say it can last 3 years if stored properly, but I have no idea how to do that. If I don't store it long term, am I supposed to eat cured meat for every meal? Several ministers' faces showed hints of awkwardness. Let's say it again, clever people were not rare in court. Most officials had either fought their way out of the brutal imperial exams or survived real battlefields. This meant that when everyone tried to curry favor with Su Yanmiao, their gift ideas ended up surprisingly similar. 10 or 20 pounds of cured meat would have been thoughtful, hundreds of pounds of it was simply burdensome. It all feels so thoughtless. Thank goodness I haven't gotten carried away with my promotion. Even as a palace attendant, Shizhong, I'll continue to act cautiously, just as before. Still, it's fortunate that this cold and distant court has someone like Jieshi Zhongji Huai, who brings a touch of warmth. He sent me a chef as a gift. What a great person. Thankfully, I got promoted, otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to afford the chef's wages. Jieshi Zhongji Huai merely smiled faintly but subtly straightened his posture. Of course, he had calculated everything. Ji wasn't a common surname, and when narrowed down to Jieshi Zhong, it could only refer to him. It was undoubtedly his doing. Some officials, equally uninterested in listening to the impeachment reports, cast envious glances at the clever Ji Huai. Why didn't I think of that? Such a unique gift was sure to leave a deep impression on Su Yanmiao. With emotional intelligence like that, no wonder the emperor trusts him so much, first appointing him to the Hanlin Academy, then letting him concurrently serve as Jieshi Zhong. The Hanlin Academy was responsible for drafting imperial edicts, while the 6 ministries, Liok, were directly under the emperor's command, possessing the power to approve or reject documents. This meant that if Ji Huai wished, he could endorse an edict's issuance while choosing not to exercise his veto power, making the edict's passage relatively smooth. Relatively smooth because any Jieshi Zhong in the 6 ministries could veto an edict. Ji Huai's vote was just 1/5 of the decision, though he could lobby for support. Hearing Su Yanmiao's silent praise, Ji Huai maintained his mild smile. If he could speak, he might have cupped his hands, humbly and politely saying, "You overpraise me." But emotional intelligence? For a brief moment, Ji Huai was confused. Then he simply memorized the term, intending to investigate it later. Even the highest emotional intelligence can't compete with that of the emperor. Tisk tisk. Su Yanmiao scrolled through the gossip system in his mind, marveling. Back when the emperor was gravely ill and thought he wouldn't make it, he wanted to pave the way for the crown prince. He held Ji Huai's hand. Oh, Ji Huai wasn't even Jieshi Zhong back then. With one, alas, we met too late to be a model ruler and minister for the ages, and another, you care for me, and I care for you. I hope the crown prince will treasure his father's beloved pearl and not leave it shelved. Ji Huai was utterly charmed. Without a second thought, he took on the heavy responsibility of helping the crown prince sweep through the heavens. To be fair, it was normal for emperors to sweet-talk their ministers. It's just a way for a boss to provide spiritual value to subordinates and better exploit their talents. But if this sort of thing were to be explicitly brought up, the censor currently delivering an impeachment report stumbled over his words, causing a small blemish in what had been a well-crafted and eloquent denunciation of someone's hypocrisy and extravagance. For the moment, however, no one paid him any attention. Inevitably, everyone's focus subtly shifted to Su Yanmiao's inner thoughts. The old emperor is still sitting up there, so he must not have died. Oh, since he didn't die, he's keeping this talented minister for his own use. After all, having someone draft imperial edicts while holding veto power is extremely useful. Jieshi Zhongji Huai is a loyalist through and through. Whatever the emperor hints at, he delivers. If the emperor wants an edict passed, Ji Huai approves it. If the emperor dislikes it, Ji Huai vetoes it. Woohoo! Let's jot down this line too. The other Jieshi Zhong oppose me, but you alone protect me. The old emperor truly knows how to fulfill people's psychological needs. At novel bin at. The other 5 Jieshi Zhong. Was this the so-called subtle favoritism hinted at in Su Yanmiao's inner voice? Your Majesty, how could you say this? We wouldn't dare oppose you. They silently turned their gazes to a certain traitorous and privileged Ji Huai. Stare. Ji Huai stood rigid, as if pierced by 1,000 silver needles. The officials who had been envious of him a moment ago quickly exhaled in relief. Even though Su Yanmiao's remarks would likely encourage the emperor to use Ji Huai even more openly as an independent and upright minister if being highly regarded required enduring this level of public embarrassment, they would rather pass. Better to work harder themselves and advance their careers step by step than take this shortcut. Thank goodness, they thought, relieved. Thank goodness we only sent cured meat. At least Su Yanmiao won't remember us. While Su Yanmiao fretted over his stockpile of cured meat, far away in the capital, those keeping an eye on the situation for the Jiabei king were also deeply worried. Yesterday, after Marquis Yingcheng had been impeached, word reached them immediately following the court session. They also learned that many officials connected to their lord had been similarly impeached and received various punishments. In a panic, one of them ordered a trusted subordinate, "Ride as fast as you can and deliver this message to the lord in Jiabei. If your horse dies on the way, so be it, but this letter must reach him within 2 days. The court likely knows of our plans." The courier galloped non-stop, switching horses several times, and managed to deliver the message to the Jiabei king within 2 days. Raise the troops. We must raise the troops. Clutching the letter and shouting furiously, the Jiabei king suddenly paused as his eyes lit up. No, wait. Quickly, summon Master Hu to see me. He must divine the outcome for me. Soon, a man dressed as a Daoist priest arrived. Before he even stepped through the courtyard gate, the Jiabei king, looking both anxious and excited, rushed out to greet him, pulling him into the room. Once inside, with the door wide open, the king blurted out, "Master, do you still remember what you said 30 years ago when you passed through the countryside and declared that I possess the bone structure of an emperor?" "Of course I remember," Master Hu replied with a slight nod, his expression calm. "Then, Master, can you divine for me again today? I am about to raise an army." Wah! Master Hu's eyes widened blankly, filled with confusion. Seeing the puzzled expression of the Jiabei king, Master Hu was startled. He quickly adjusted his demeanor and declared with unwavering conviction, "What is the king hesitating for? A true emperor needs no guidance from omens. The only word you need to remember is kill. That's it. Even if the Jade Emperor himself descended today, the first word out of his mouth would also be kill." The Jiabei king's face flushed with excitement. "Master, you are absolutely right. I am the son of heaven. Why should the son of heaven seek advice from the spirits?" Turning on his heel, he began making arrangements for the uprising. As soon as he left, Master Hu wasted no time. He quickly dragged a bundle out from under his bed, revealing it to be full of gold and silver leaves. Over the years, the Jiabei king had rewarded him handsomely, and he had exchanged those rewards for gold and silver, which he then hammered into leaf form for easy transport. Time to go. Staying here any longer is asking for trouble. Leaving behind a farewell letter, he tossed his belongings over the wall. Then he pushed aside a loose brick at the base of the wall, revealing a small tunnel. Crawling on his hands and knees, he began to squeeze through. Good thing I prepared in advance for a quick getaway. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. Master Hu froze, palms sweating against the ground. Swallowing hard, he tilted his head upward. The former commander of the Jinyue, who had been sent by the emperor to infiltrate the Jiabei king's residence, tapped Master Hu on the back of the head with his knuckles twice. Smiling, he said, "Master Hu, why don't you come with us for a little chat?" Master Hu left willingly, or at least that's what he wanted everyone to believe. The letter he left behind explained that his only duty was to guide the true dragon to emerge. Now that the true dragon had risen, his mission was complete, and it was time for him to retreat. In the letter, he earnestly requested the Jiabei king to honor their bond as sovereign and subject by never attempting to find him, as he was a deist who sought only the solace of nature and seclusion. Master Hu truly embodies detachment from worldly affairs, the Jiabei king sighed. For the past 30 years, before I could transform from a flood dragon into a true dragon, he stood by my side, offering counsel. Now, just as I am about to succeed, he chooses to leave. But the Jiabei king didn't have much time to dwell on sentimentality. The emperor had indeed discovered his plans for rebellion and swiftly deployed troops from nearby prefectures, surrounding Jiabei entirely. "Ha, Gao Jianyi, you've grown too complacent in these years of peace. Have you forgotten that I, too, am well versed in the art of war?" The Jiabei king laughed, pulling out a battle formation diagram from his sleeve. His expression was calm and composed. "Send the orders, deploy the troops according to this formation to counter the Xia forces." He then climbed to a high vantage point to observe the battlefield. His private soldiers were indeed following his instructions, forming their lines precisely. The vanguard's center was left deliberately exposed, luring the enemy forces into advancing. Meanwhile, the left flank was divided into 2 subgroups, poised to encircle and crush the enemy once they entered the vulnerable center. Long live the king! The soldiers, brandishing their weapons, shouted with unbridled fervor. The Jiabei king pulled out a telescope to survey the distant battlefield. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. He called for his messenger. "You there? Deliver this order. Tell the musketeer in the 3rd row on the right flank, 5th from the left, to raise his musket barrel by 1 inch. Adat Novel bin Adat." The messenger froze. Was there really such a way to command troops? Jibei King snapped, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go." The messenger had no choice but to run toward the battlefield. The Jibei King continued observing the battle through his telescope, smirking coldly. "Gao Jianyi, your failure today is because you're an emperor. You can no longer personally lead troops into battle. With me commanding the Jibei forces, we will capture cities and achieve victory without fail. Send another messenger? Tell the fire gun brigade to advance 20 steps forward." Regarding court discussions. From records in Shangyu archives and memorial reports describing imperial councils during the Qing dynasty, particularly since Emperor Qianlong's reign, these documents mainly recorded admonishments of officials for tardiness, negligence, or breaches of protocol during court hearings. Examples included Imperial Academy scholars misreading texts, 6 ministries officials collectively arriving late or not showing up at all on duty days, or court officials tripping and falling. These offenses usually resulted in salary deductions. Since these archives primarily focused on military and state affairs and were kept confidential at the time, they only recorded violations during court hearings rather than actual deliberations. This wasn't due to secrecy but rather because the hearings had lost their substantive content, becoming more of a ceremonial formality. Excerpt from Deciphering the Imperial Court, Late Qing Court Sessions, Documents, and Political Decisions. In the story, court sessions don't purely devolve into rituals, they still involve real discussions, albeit interspersed with such amusing incidents. Regarding sweet-talking emperors. Here's a rare example. The emperor, in anger, said to his ministers, "For 200 years, my ancestors ruled this land, ensuring stability and prosperity. And yet, what use is it now with the East Palace so powerless?" He repeated himself several times, each phrase accompanied by a stomp of his foot and a clutching of the minister's hand. The minister replied, "Your Majesty, may you live long and prosper. Why would you speak so?" The emperor sighed, "Someone is bullying me." Excerpt from Illnessbed Chronicles. Regarding rebellion inspired by fortune-telling. Astrologer Su Xianming and a dye worker, Zhang Shaoshan, conspired together. So told Zhang, "I divined your fortune. You're destined to ascend to the throne, dine with me, and share power and wealth." The emperor, spending all day playing ball games and hunting, is rarely in the palace. This is an opportunity to make your move. Zhang believed Su's words and secretly gathered over 100 rogue workers from the dye workshop to plan their rebellion. Translation: Su Xianming, a fortune-teller, befriended Zhang Shaoshan, a court dye worker. Su claimed Zhang's destiny was to become emperor and persuaded him to conspire by exploiting the emperor's frequent absences. Regarding the Wei king and fortune-telling. During the rebellion against Qin, Wei Bao proclaimed himself king of Wei. The fortune-teller Su Fu once predicted that Wei Bao's concubine, Lady Bo, would give birth to the son of heaven. At that time, the outcome of the struggle between Xiang Yu and Liu Bang was still undecided. Initially aligned with Liu Bang against Chu, Wei Bao changed allegiance after hearing Su Fu's prediction, thinking he could seize the throne. Liu Bang subsequently defeated Wei Bao, captured him, and absorbed Wei's lands. Lady Bo was sent to Han's palace to work in the weaving chamber. Excerpt from Records of the Grand Historian. Translation: During the rebellion against Qin, Wei Bao self-proclaimed as king and took Lady Bo, whom Su Fu predicted would bear the future emperor, into his court. Wei Bao betrayed Liu Bang based on this prediction, only to be defeated, with Lady Bo becoming a servant in Han's palace. Regarding telescopes. Far-seeing mirror resembles a bamboo shoot about a foot long. When extended, it reaches about 5 feet, with each section fitted with glass. Looking through it, distant objects appear near, and small objects appear large. Qi Konggai used copper cannons capable of hitting enemies 30 miles away and employed the 1,000-li mirror to scout enemy positions. Excerpt from Anthology of Yuan and Ming Matters. Jibei King's commands. The emperor had 4 attendants in rotation, with 2 on duty each day. "Do I not have to attend to His Majesty today?" After court, Su Yanmiao received the news and cheerfully headed to the Ministry of Personnel. Serving the emperor was like living alongside a tiger. To him, staying by the old emperor's side might seem like a great honor, but in reality, you couldn't even breathe loudly. Even the thought of passing gas had to be suppressed. You couldn't afford to lose focus, fearing that if your name was called, you'd fail to respond instantly. Not suited for a carefree soul like him. A light spring drizzle fell today, with dragonflies flying low. Each raindrop that hit the ground spread into rippling circles. Su Yanmiao strolled through the rain with his umbrella, stepping into puddles as he reached the ministry gates. Humming happily to himself, he handed his umbrella to a clerk, who opened the door for him. Before he could express his thanks, he was hit by the lively buzz coming from inside. "Did you hear? The Prince of Jibei is rebelling. What gave him the guts to do that? Does he think that just because the Grand General is out at sea and Marquis Yongchang is fighting the Waka, the court is defenseless and he can act boldly?" The court, defenseless? There are plenty of military commanders itching for a chance to earn merit. Exactly. That's just what the Prince of Jibei thinks. Impressive. Everyone's so well informed, huh? As Su Yanmiao marveled inwardly, he noticed his colleagues, who had been chatting and laughing, now glancing in his direction. They must have heard the door open, as their laughter gradually subsided. Before he could feel awkward, one official joked, "Oh, it's only Su Lang. You gave us a scare, we thought the minister was here." Another official enthusiastically called out, "Su Lang, care to join our wager?" Huh. Su Yanmiao looked over, puzzled. "Wager? On what?" That official strode over, pulling him along like an old friend. We just started a betting pool. We're wagering on how long it'll take for the Prince of Jibei's rebellion to be crushed by the imperial troops. Losers will handle the winner's paperwork for 3 days. Su Yanmiao stared blankly for a few seconds. You can bet on that. The official whispered, it's just a small gamble to make things fun. As long as you keep it low-key, it's fine. Over at the Ministry of Justice, I hear they even have prisoners doing office work. Su Yanmiao nodded knowingly. He had read about this from his gossip system. Meanwhile, his colleagues were already excitedly placing bets. He's been planning for 30 years, so he might hold out longer. I'll bet 7 months. Are you underestimating us? Our court is full of capable generals. 3 months tops, and the Prince of Jibei is done. I'm guessing 1 month. That's too short. I don't think the Prince of Jibei is that. Wait. The Prince of Jibei has already been captured. Ack. The official who had been speaking suddenly bit his tongue, tears welling up in his eyes. But no one cared about that. He and every other official in the Ministry of Personnel was too stunned by the revelation to process it properly. Their thoughts tangled, almost tripping over their own mental reactions at novel bin at. Captured already? How long had it been? From the Prince of Jibei raising his troops to now, it had only been 2 hours. Even if his private army wasn't elite, they couldn't have collapsed this quickly. Were they made of paper? Unless His Majesty had an inside agent? If they broke through from within, then it might explain how the rebellion was quashed in just 2 hours. The officials in the ministry struggled to concoct a theory that didn't insult their own intelligence until Su Yanmiao casually crushed it. Even if you were leading a herd of pigs, it wouldn't end this fast. Let me check. Su Yanmiao seemed to catch sight of something, his pupils slightly widening. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have underestimated pigs. At least pigs can charge forward. But if the leader itself is a pig, then there's truly no saving it. Before the officials from the Ministry of Personnel could even snicker at how sharp-tongued Su Lang had suddenly become, they heard him say, having soldiers fight according to a battle formation is one thing. There is a rationale to proper deployment. But for the Prince of Jibei himself to personally take to the battlefield, does sitting on a high vantage point with a telescope, sending orders through a messenger, truly count as being on the battlefield? The officials visibly grimaced, their expressions difficult to describe. Well, you either relinquish control entirely and let your frontline generals act freely, or you take full command yourself and stay in the central tent, trying to micromanage while prioritizing your own safety? What kind of nonsense is that? And relying on messengers to relay orders? Sure, they can signal using flags in an organized army, but if you're far from the action, by the time the messenger gets there, the battlefield would have changed entirely. If His Majesty had conducted battles this way back in the day, his head might have ended up on the enemy's table in no time. This is the person trying to stage a rebellion? The Ministry of Personnel officials were full of sarcastic complaints, but none dared say them aloud in front of Su Yanmiao. They felt utterly stifled. Using a telescope to spot soldiers and giving absurdly specific orders, like telling the 5th musketeer from the left in the 3rd row of the right flank to lift his rifle by an inch. What even is this? If this doesn't end in failure, what will? And to think I suspected the Imperial Secret Police had intervened early. Turns out they didn't even get the chance. They must have been utterly baffled. I haven't even made my move yet, and you've already lost. The ministry officials were left in awe. After hearing so much inner monologue from Su Yanmiao, they'd started to adopt his expressions, even feeling the urge to tut in disbelief. No wonder the Prince of Jibei needed 30 years to prepare. With his level of command ability, without that much time, he'd probably be captured within an hour of announcing his rebellion. Having overheard this entertaining analysis, the officials were satisfied. One casually patched up the earlier conversation. So, Su Lang, want to join the bet? Seeing the hesitation on Su Yanmiao's face, the officials burst into laughter. One said, no rush, take your time deciding, Su Lang. Another added, the stakes aren't even that high, win or lose, it's no big deal. Su Yanmiao smiled faintly. All right, I'll guess 1 month too. The officials looked at him in surprise. The official who had also guessed 1 month grinned and threw an arm over Su Yanmiao's shoulder, pulling him further into the group. Great choice. Exactly. 2 or 3 months is too long. What's the Prince of Jibei done that's so impressive? But a few days is too dismissive. A month is just right. Although everyone had listened to Su Yanmiao's inner thoughts, none of them used it to bully him. They all made their bets jokingly, picking random durations. When the Prince of Jibei was finally paraded into the capital in a prison cart, it had been only a little over 10 days since his rebellion began. Hearing how quickly he had been defeated after raising his army, the officials pretended to be shocked, brushing the small bet under the rug. The Prince of Jibei, shackled and disheveled, was brought into the imperial court. The old emperor fell silent for a moment, then asked, with a mix of incredulity and derision, with this level of skill, you thought you could rebel? The Prince of Jibei raised his eyebrows. Even as a prisoner, he maintained a haughty air, as if he still possessed a commanding presence. Gao Jianyi, I have the aura of an emperor. A temporary setback means nothing. You, however, are merely a usurper who stole the throne. The old emperor instinctively glanced at Su Yanmiao. Then, realizing that in this context throne could also refer to the empire itself, he quickly straightened his expression. Anyway, we're on the golden platform, so no one noticed I turned my head. The old emperor calmly finished his thought and clapped his hands. Moments later, a group of imperial guards escorted a daoist priest into the hall. You speak of an emperor's aura. Did this person tell you that? The Prince of Jibei's eyes widened in shock as he saw the priest. Sir. The daoist priest gave the emperor an ingratiating smile. Your Majesty, this was all his doing. It has nothing to do with this humble daoist. I was merely trying to earn a meal. The Prince of Jibei immediately understood the meaning behind the priest's words. His emotions flared, and if not for the guards pinning him down and covering his mouth, his outburst would have polluted the solemn air of the imperial court. The old emperor smirked faintly. Heavenly aura of an emperor? Care to elaborate? The daoist priest looked as if he were about to cry. Your Majesty, I merely saw that he wasn't the kind to settle down peacefully. Hoping to earn a meal, I told him his bone structure was extraordinary, that he had the visage of an emperor. If he'd raised an army shortly after, I would have accepted it. But who could have guessed it's been 30 years? He's still clinging to the idea. Well, of course. 30 years spent hoping the crown prince would cough himself to death seriously, though. Trying to rebel like this, does he genuinely think he's destined to be emperor, with heaven feeding him everything on a silver platter? Any normal person, realizing after a year or two that their schemes hadn't worked, would have tried something else. Like hiring an assassin. Isn't that more effective than waiting for him to cough blood? The crown prince, overhearing, nodded in agreement. The others. Wait, you're disappointed the Prince of Jibei didn't successfully kill you, aren't you? Honestly, someone like him couldn't succeed at anything, let alone founding a dynasty. It's baffling how did a person like the Prince of Jibei ever become a vassal prince in the first place? Some ministers who hadn't followed the emperor in his early campaigns instinctively glanced at the Prince of Jibei. Those stares bore into him, making the man who had been furiously struggling slowly, gradually quiet down, as though he could sense the chill creeping over him. The minister's thoughts, we're curious too, how did this man become a vassal prince? Ah, I see. Back when the emperor's power base was still weak, he was just a local leader around Mount Tai. He surrendered to the emperor with his territory, claiming his uprising was solely for self-preservation and that he had no ambition to conquer the world. He promised his lands in exchange for wealth and protection. At the time, the emperor was just starting out and desperately needed territory. The Prince of Jibei was the first local leader to pledge allegiance. So the emperor agreed if he became a viscount, he'd petition for the man to be made a baron. If he became an marquis, he'd petition for him to be made a viscount. Sure enough, after ascending the throne, the emperor kept his promise, granting him the title of a vassal prince, and he was enfeoffed in the Mount Tai region. Huh? That actually sounds pretty smart. He made a decisive bet and should have spent the rest of his life enjoying his success. The old emperor couldn't help nodding in agreement. Exactly. Even I am not intolerant of useless people. Look at this man, he's been the Prince of Jibei for over 30 years, and I've never moved to strip his title. Oh, I see. He spent too long resting on his laurels, surrounded by sycophants who flattered him into thinking he was indispensable to the emperor's rise. He probably convinced himself that without him, the emperor wouldn't have had a stable foundation, let alone conquered the world. And then he started thinking that if he'd been a bit bolder back then and directly seized the emperor's lands, he'd be the one on the throne today. He likely thought the emperor hadn't given him enough. Worse, he probably idolized the founding emperor of the previous dynasty, who borrowed troops from allied forces with grand promises of kingship, only to be persuaded by his advisors to offer an even bigger carrot, a promise to divide the empire if victorious. What a joke! He even believed that if the emperor had agreed to share the empire with him, he wouldn't have rebelled. Classic case of greed knowing no bounds. At least the founding emperor of the previous dynasty reneged on his promise after winning, stripping those allies of their power while giving them nominal titles. But at least he painted the bigger picture. The current emperor's fault lies in being too stingy. If you're going to make promises, you might as well make them grand even if they're fake. After all, they wouldn't cost you anything and would let him dream happily for decades. At novel bin at. Pfft. Haha. Several officials couldn't suppress their laughter. Many ministers couldn't hold back their laughter and burst out laughing. The Prince of Jibei's face turned bright red. He couldn't hear Su Yanmiao's inner thoughts, so from his perspective, the sequence of events went like this. The daoist had just finished saying, he hasn't given up for 30 years, and then, immediately, the ministers mocked him with their laughter, ridiculing his overconfidence. Laugh, laugh, laugh? What are you laughing at? Without the Mount Tai region I brought to him, how could Gao Jianyi have had the chance to build his foundation and unify the world? Author's note. I haven't even made my move, and you've already fallen. Possibly inspired by a tear-jerking moment from the sequel to Journey to the West. Excerpt. Borrowing troops from allied forces and promising kingship, only to have advisors on both sides step in and urge a revision. Kingship is too stingy. If we succeed, we'll split the world with you. The founding emperor of Zhou borrowed troops, promised to split the world, and after conquering the empire, reneged on the deal, granting only a kingship and then suppressing the vassals, but at least he painted a grand enough picture. The old emperor also laughed, not a cold laugh, nor a mocking one, but a hearty, genuine laugh. Prince of Jibei, the emperor roared with laughter. It's been so long since I've laughed this hard. The Jinyiwei loosened their grip on the Prince of Jibei's mouth. After a moment of silence, the prince erupted in rage. Gao Jianyi, what are you laughing at? The old emperor, ha ha ha, You someone with your intellect and military capabilities actually thought you could rebel? Ha 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 ha. Truly, at this point, he wasn't even angry about the rebellion anymore. When I first heard of this, I spent 3 whole days and nights wondering how you even summoned the courage to rebel. Ha 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 ha. Gao Jianyi? A gentleman may die but must not be humiliated. Laugh again if you dare. Ha 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 ha. The old emperor couldn't hold it in and didn't even try. He had no intention of sparing the Prince of Jibei's pride. The Prince of Jibei believed he was glaring coldly at the emperor. His tone turned icy. Gao Jianyi, do you know what these past 30 years? Pfft. Gao Jianyi. Go on. I just couldn't help but laugh at someone who spent 30 years plotting rebellion only to be defeated in less than a day. The Prince of Jibei, he gritted his teeth, his expression twisting into something ferocious. Gao Jianyi, you tyrant, despot. Do you know how many officials defected to me over these 30 years? At this, a smug look crept onto his face. The emperor spoke casually. Are you referring to the Court of Judicial Review assessor who turned a blind eye to your excessive taxation and exploitation in your fief? Or the Sichuan surveillance commissioner you exchanged concubines with? Or perhaps, the Prince of Jibei was incredulous. How do you know? These were officials who had previously avoided impeachment by Su Yanmiao and Huang Yang. The emperor pulled out a notebook, thick and slightly yellowed with H. He tapped it leisurely on the armrest and said with a faint smile, it's all recorded in the ledgers. Easy to look up. The Prince of Jibei widened his eyes. Where did you get the ledger? Oh, from your son's residence. The Prince of Jibei's expression became indescribable. He wanted to say something but hesitated, unwilling to speak openly in such a setting, biting down hard on his molars at Novel bin at. The emperor glanced at him and kindly filled in the blanks. Foolish, isn't it? I think so too. Any sensible person, sensing impending danger, would hide or destroy the real ledger in advance. But your son? Not him. He couldn't bear to part with such leverage and tried to have the ledger sent back to Jibei. Naturally, my people intercepted it. The Prince of Jibei didn't respond, but the rage burning within him was palpable. If his heir were in front of him right now, he'd probably slap him across the face. The emperor observed his expression, his interest growing. Do you know what your son has been doing in the capital with the gold you gave him? The Prince of Jibei grew suspicious but refused to let the emperor mock him. I don't want to know. The emperor chuckled. Your son spent part of the gold meant to bribe court officials on promoting his favorite courtesan to the position of top courtesan. He threw money around like a prince of charity. What's wrong? Isn't he just a young man enjoying romance? You should be proud of him. Why aren't you smiling? The Prince of Jibei. The officials quietly glanced at the Prince of Jibei, concerned that his labored, heavy breathing might lead him to collapse. The emperor appeared to show some sympathy. I understand. Who doesn't have a troublesome son? The crown prince nodded in agreement. True, even the princes in this palace are quite the handful. The emperor continued, but unlike you, I have a different situation. My crown prince, while not perfect. The crown prince. When has this prince ever been a problem? The crown prince's subordinates wanted to interject but held back due to the hierarchical decorum. Meanwhile, the emperor, unfazed, turned his gaze back to the Prince of Jibei with a thoughtful look. Well, I probably don't need to elaborate. After all, for the past 30 years, you've been fixated on the crown prince. You're probably more aware of his brilliance than I am as his father. The Prince of Jibei raised his hand, gasping as he pointed at the emperor. His face turned ashen, then suddenly flushed bright red before he coughed up a thick pool of blood onto the floor. Someone, escort the Prince of Jibei to the prison, and call for a physician, the emperor said calmly as he settled back into his throne. Since the entire clan is to be executed, there's no need to deny him this courtesy. Oh, and as for the heir, spare his life. The Prince of Jibei, utterly defeated, looked up suddenly at the emperor, gratitude flashing in his eyes. However, the gratitude lasted no more than 2 or 3 breaths before it morphed into a far more complicated expression. It was hard to tell if it was surprise or ridicule. Gao Jianyi, to think I lost to someone like you, so soft-hearted and foolish. What a joke? Cutting the weeds without digging up the roots after this ordeal, my child will surely change his ways, rise again, and seize your throne. The emperor. Why was this man suddenly standing so confidently again? He didn't understand. He turned and instructed the commander of the Jinyiwei, send the Prince of Jibei's son to the Nanfan Pavilion. After delivering him, let that courtesan know that I, the emperor, always keep my word. Yes, your majesty. At the Prince of Jin's residence, the prince was playing the qin with his head lowered. Halfway through the tune, he overheard his wife and her maid chatting outside. The Prince of Jibei attempted rebellion and was captured. His thumb twitched instinctively, causing the string to let out a dull, discordant hum as the notes scattered into the air. Hearing the noise, the princess carefully supported her pregnant belly and walked inside. My lord. The Prince of Jin turned his head toward her. Did I just hear you say that the Prince of Jibei attempted rebellion and was captured? The princess nodded. The prince studied her expression. What else? Tell me everything at once. The princess hesitated before continuing. His Majesty has sent the Prince of Jibei's heir to the Nanfan Pavilion. Many are criticizing this decision, claiming it's an insult to scholars and asking His Majesty to revoke the order. The Nanfan Pavilion. The Prince of Jin instinctively glanced at his wife's 5-month pregnant belly before quickly looking away, muttering, "Thank goodness." His voice was soft, and the princess didn't catch it clearly. What? Feigning relief, the prince said, it's fortunate that our household has little connection with the Prince of Jibes. We won't be implicated, especially not you or the child. The princess chuckled. Indeed. Thanks to my lord's prudence and caution in avoiding factions, we've escaped this disaster. The prince's gaze flickered momentarily. He didn't respond, choosing instead to change the subject. Anything else of interest happening outside? The princess thought for a moment. It might not be interesting, but Marquis Yongchang has returned victorious. Victorious indeed. He had even hauled back carts full of gold and silver ore. Su Yanmiao heard that the Minister of Revenue, who had gone to greet the Marquis, turned green with envy at the sight. Smiling brightly at Marquis Yongchang, the minister personally held the reins of his horse and brushed off his clothes, fawning, "It must have been arduous, my lord." Lian Heng from the Ministry of War, who had also been part of the welcoming delegation, later vividly recounted, "Su Lang, you should have seen it." Marquis Yongchang was practically trembling with arrogance. Even when the Minister of Revenue held his horse, he didn't dismount. Su Yanmiao asked honestly, "Is this what they call an overweening general?" Lian Heng chuckled, "Exactly. That's an overweening general." That evening, at the banquet celebrating the victory, Su Yanmiao witnessed firsthand just how conceited Marquis Yongchang had become. The Marquis arrived already drunk, boldly riding his horse straight into the hall. The entire court was in an uproar. Several officials immediately stepped forward to impeach him, accusing him of arrogance and disrespecting the emperor. However, the emperor smiled and said, the Marquis Yongchang's actions while drunk shouldn't be taken seriously. He then instructed the attendants to help the Marquis to his seat. But once seated, the Marquis looked around, left and right, before suddenly standing up and walking toward Prime Minister Dou's seat. The Prime Minister was about to greet him when a fist the size of a bowl slammed into his eye. Prime Minister Dou clutched his eye in pain. On the dais, Empress Dou's smile froze. Even the Emperor was taken aback. After landing the punch, Marquis Yongchang declared righteously, "How dare you sit ahead of me when you're so useless?" The old Emperor rubbed his forehead. "Someone, sober him up." The Jinyue prepared to escort Marquis Yongchang out to sober him up. However, the Marquis struggled, clearly unwilling, and the commotion threatened to escalate. Left with no choice, one of the guards picked up a nearby teapot and poured its contents onto Marquis Yongchang's forehead. Luckily, the tea was only warm and didn't scald him. Marquis Yongchang jolted awake, his eyes instantly regaining clarity. "Are you sober now?" The Emperor's calm voice reached him. Marquis Yongchang immediately dropped to his knees. "Your Majesty, I know my wrongdoing." The Emperor chuckled softly. "This is a celebration banquet, let's aim for auspiciousness. You are pardoned." Marquis Yongchang quickly kowtowed, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." The Emperor continued, "I hear that your 80 adopted sons are all exceptional warriors. Since this is a celebration, let them come into the hall as well." Marquis Yongchang was overjoyed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." In these times, adopted sons were treated almost the same as biological ones. The Emperor's words suggested potential promotions for them, leaving Marquis Yongchang elated. The Emperor gave him a deep, thoughtful glance but said no more. One by one, the 80 adopted sons entered the hall. All were tall and robust, and their presence instantly made the space feel crowded. The Emperor smiled and invited each of them forward, asking their names and observing their appearances. His demeanor was approachable and warm throughout the process. Marquis Yongchang couldn't stop grinning as he watched. Meanwhile, Su Yanmiao hastily set down his chopsticks and clumsily pulled out a bamboo scroll, scribbling down the names and descriptions of the adopted sons. Lian Heng, curious, leaned in and asked, "What are you writing?" Su Yanmiao glanced at him and whispered, "I can't tell you. How am I supposed to explain to you that the Emperor memorizing their names actually means he has no intention of using them?" Lian Heng. Oh no, this was bad. He quickly lowered his head, pretending to focus on eating cake, hoping the Emperor wouldn't notice his involvement. On the other side, Marquis Yongchang's smile faltered slightly, his gaze turning toward the Emperor in confusion. The Emperor, true to his imperial composure, remained calm even after being exposed. He continued his warm inquiries with the 80 adopted sons as if nothing had happened. Su Yanmiao, while performing his duties as an attendant, silently grumbled to himself. The old fox is still the craftiest. That folding screen in the Emperor's chamber probably just gained 80 more names. The ministers nearby perked up their ears. A folding screen? What folding screen? The Emperor gave them a faint smile but didn't stop Su Yanmiao from revealing more. In fact, he had long anticipated this issue with the adopted sons and had almost tacitly allowed it. Even Prime Minister Dou fell into this trap before. It's no surprise Marquis Yongchang is following suit. Prime Minister Dou, who was still rubbing his eye, felt his heart skip a beat when he overheard this and looked uneasily at his brother-in-law, the Emperor. When the dynasty was first established, the Emperor gathered his old comrades and earnestly praised them as pillars of the nation, saying that the kingdom's foundation was built on their efforts. He insisted they all submit the names of their children, relatives, and close associates, promising to reward them generously. Delighted, the ministers rushed home, combed through their genealogies, and painstakingly compiled lists. They included not only sons and grandsons but also distant relatives and even friends. What did the Emperor do next? He had those names embroidered onto a folding screen. Afterward, every time the Ministry of Appointments submitted a list of promotions or appointments, the emperor would cross-check it against the names on the screen. Any matching names were rejected with an excuse. What a sly old dog. Author's note. The name embroidery tactic is inspired by Louis. After Emperor Zhenzong of the Song dynasty passed away, the new emperor was too young to govern, and Empress Dowager Louis began ruling from behind the curtain. Right after Zhenzong's burial, Louis sincerely thanked the ministers for their hard work. To express her gratitude, she asked them to submit the names of their descendants and relatives, promising to extend special favors and grand titles. The ministers, seeing this as a rare opportunity, eagerly complied. They rushed home, pored over family records, and painstakingly wrote out the names of not just their sons and grandsons but every relative and friend they could think of. The ministers eagerly submitted their lists and waited patiently. Once Louis received the lists, she had them carved onto the wall beside the curtains, creating a massive selection guide. Whenever a minister recommended someone for an official position, she would glance at the wall. If the person's name wasn't there, she would consider them. If it was, she would resolutely reject them. Over time, the ministers realized they had been duped. The lists were indeed Louis's selection guide, but it was the exact opposite of what they had imagined. As a result, commoners were given opportunities to become officials at Novel bin Adat. With this selection guide, the court promoted many talented and capable individuals, nurturing a wave of outstanding scholars and leaders and ushering in one of the most prosperous periods in the history of the Song dynasty. Excerpted from Youth of the Times. Some meritorious officials ground their teeth in frustration. Indeed, that dog emperor? Truly, just a dog emperor. But what could they do about it? The emperor didn't lack people willing to serve him, especially now, after more than 30 years, with 7 or 8 rounds of imperial examinations completed. The court had no shortage of talents, be they from noble families, humble origins, farming households, or artisan clans. A healthy balance had been maintained, making it nearly impossible for any single faction to dominate. So, after clenching their teeth in silent resentment, they still had to serve the dog emperor obediently. Take note. Su Yanmiao hooked his brush back onto his belt, closed the ink container, and returned it to his bag. Satisfied, he looked at the bamboo slips filled with his notes. Using paper would have been better, of course, but he had come to attend a victory banquet, not to take an exam in the capital. He didn't have the space to carry paper. Bamboo slips still hadn't been completely replaced by paper. For this reason they were convenient for jotting down notes on the go. Many court historians still used them. Anyway, he could always copy everything onto paper once he got home. If the old emperor asks me later, I'll hand it to him. If he doesn't ask, I won't flaunt my thoroughness unnecessarily. Su Yanmiao felt particularly wise about his approach. Even though he had been promoted, he couldn't afford to drop his guard. The treacherous world of officialdom was like a beast that devoured people without leaving their bones. From the emperor down to his colleagues, no one was easy to deal with. He had to remain cautious and humble, otherwise, he wouldn't even realize it when he fell into a trap. Taking a discreet glance at Marquis Yongchang, Su Yanmiao resolved to learn from his mistakes. I must never become like Marquis Yongchang, so full of himself that he displeases the emperor, gets distanced, and doesn't even realize it. Worse, he still grins while watching the emperor dig a pit for him. Marquis Yongchang. Thank you. Noted. Marquis Yongchang forced a stiff smile. It's often said that those in the thick of things are blind, while bystanders see clearly. Hearing this blunt assessment, the Marquis vaguely realized that while he had indeed made significant contributions, his arrogance might be going too far. But then again, didn't he deserve to be a little unrestrained? After all, his achievements were immense, particularly this time he had discovered a site rich in gold and silver mines. Now the emperor would never have to worry about money again. With such merits, wasn't a bit of indulgence warranted, at Novel bin Adat? Every haughty official had thought the same. There was no shortage of advisors cautioning them to act with restraint, but it was hard to get the principal to listen. However, Marquis Yongchang stole a glance at the old emperor and remembered Su Yanmiao's confident claim that His Majesty was already displeased with him and had distanced himself. A sense of unease began to creep in. Maybe, it wouldn't hurt to enter the palace later and sincerely apologize to the emperor, vowing not to behave like this again. As he wrestled with this thought, he suddenly heard Su Yanmiao say, "Actually, the old emperor not giving much responsibility to those 80 adopted sons was, from another perspective, saving their lives. Oh, and also Marquis Yongchang's life. Among those adopted sons, sure, there were some decent ones, but most of them were arrogant and overbearing, relying on their foster father's status to run amok. Take that 11th adopted son, for example, he outright seized other people's land through coercion." Feeling the emperor's meaningful gaze, Marquis Yongchang's hand trembled slightly. One of his adopted sons, meanwhile, felt as though his brain had exploded. Should he immediately kneel and confess all his crimes, or should he pretend to be a quail and wait for instructions from his foster father? The one ranked 23rd is even worse. He's escalated to pretending to be a bandit and robbing merchants on the road. Cold sweat broke out on Marquis Yongchang's forehead. Stop, stop, any more, and it's all over. The adopted son ranked 23rd shivered in fear. Though he had indeed committed robbery, he was fundamentally a bully who preyed on the weak. Now that his actions had been exposed, his legs shook like leaves in the wind. If not for a nearby brother secretly supporting him, he might have embarrassed himself in front of the emperor. Oh wow, numbers 14, 32, 67. So many of them directly demanded official positions from Marquis Yongchang, and the Marquis actually got them those positions. The number of adopted sons who had requested official titles was far more than the few Su Yanmiao casually mentioned. Among the 80 adopted sons, quite a few had already turned pale with fright. Judging from the emperor's earlier remarks, he absolutely despised behavior that could lead to factionalism. It was over. This time, not even their foster father could save them. There are loan sharks among them, others who forcibly seize young men and women, and even those who refuse to pay for their meals. At such times, they brazenly claim, "My foster father is Marquis Yongchang." Honestly, doesn't the Marquis want to strangle them himself? With each crime Su Yanmiao mentioned, another face turned ashen. Oblivious to the reactions up front, Su Yanmiao continued. And then, after digging up a whole slew of gossip, Su Yanmiao realized the list seemed endless. Finally, he stopped. Right now, their ranks aren't high, so Marquis Yongchang can cover up their misdeeds. But when they rise higher, their arrogance will only grow. Eventually, it will spiral out of control, and once their political enemies bring their crimes to the emperor's attention, the Marquis will undoubtedly be implicated, if not ruined entirely. The emperor is actually cutting off this disaster at the root. When you think about it, Marquis Yongchang should really be kowtowing in gratitude to the emperor. Thud. What the hell? The sound was so loud that Su Yanmiao snapped out of his gossiping trance and turned his head sharply. Did he actually kowtow? Marquis Yongchang had indeed kowtowed without hesitation. After the first bout, he didn't stop, striking the floor repeatedly. The ground where he knelt was already damp with sweat. Prime Minister Do was both surprised and unsurprised. If he were in Marquis Yongchang's position, he'd kowtow too. After all, this was narrowly escaping disaster. The old emperor glanced at Marquis Yongchang, his expression tinged with surprise. "Marquis, what's this about?" That single Marquis made Yongchang feel as though he were plunged into an icy wasteland. "Your Majesty, this subject has sinned." Using his elbows to support himself, the Marquis barely kept from collapsing as he choked out his plea for mercy. This subject, emboldened by repeated military achievements, grew arrogant and acted recklessly. "Such crimes are worthy of death. I have betrayed your Majesty's grace." This subject knows his sins are grave and humbly requests to forfeit his title to repay your Majesty's mercy. To distance himself from Su Yanmiao's heart-voice commentary, Marquis Yongchang confessed only to arrogance and recklessness, as though the emperor's calm demeanor had suddenly awakened him to the impropriety of his previous actions. After all, the emperor before him was not the type to tolerate being taken advantage of. The 80 adopted sons shivered violently. They all held official positions, having earned their way through real battlefield experience, and Su Yanmiao's heart voice had not been shielded from them. Now, they realized with alarming clarity that their protection was gone. Among them, some who had never committed any wrongdoing glared at their brothers in frustration and disappointment. In hushed, angry whispers, they said, "I told you, stop shaming our foster father. Look at the mess you've created." The others lowered their heads in shame. Some even knelt down, stammering, "Your Majesty, this subject." This seemed to provide Marquis Yongchang with the perfect opening and a valid reason. "Furthermore, among my 80 adopted sons, there are those who have committed heinous acts under my name. I request that the Ministry of Justice arrest them according to the law. I will not shield them." Marquis Yongchang glanced at his sons, sighed deeply, and kowtowed again. This subject knows such behavior is utterly disgraceful. A father failing to teach his sons is to blame. I have not disciplined them as I should. Now, I dare not ask your Majesty for leniency. I only plead to be punished alongside them, for the sake of our bond as father and sons. Did Marquis Yongchang know about his adopted son's arrogance? Of course, he did. But he had never intervened. After all, he himself had always acted with the arrogance of someone confident in his achievements. Whether it was aiming a musket at the Ministry of Revenue's assistant minister in a fit of rage over delayed military pay or publicly humiliating someone after a verbal spat, Marquis Yongchang was not alone. Many of the founding heroes behaved similarly. Few of those credited with helping establish the empire refrained from flaunting their merits and acting above the law. Now, Marquis Yongchang was paying the price for it. The emperor looked at him calmly. "You have 80 adopted sons. If all their crimes are accounted for, I fear even your offenses alone will not suffice to atone for them." Before Marquis Yongchang could respond, his adopted sons collectively knelt. One declared that he deserved death and begged his foster father to be spared punishment. Another insisted that his actions were carried out without the Marquis's knowledge and pleaded with the emperor for mercy. Some wailed loudly, lamenting that they were beasts who had not only failed to assist their foster father but had also caused him trouble. Sigh. Su Yanmiao cautiously craned his neck to observe the scene unfolding at the front. If they knew it would come to this, why did they act the way they did in the first place? Wouldn't it have been better to just obey the law? The adopted sons sobbed as they kowtowed. Many court officials were moved by the scene, their eyes brimming with emotion. Some even seemed tempted to step forward and plead on their behalf. Su Yanmiao immediately snapped out of his pity. They can cry and beg for forgiveness here, but who heard the cries of the commoners they harmed? TCH, they deserve their punishment. It's a shame their merits can't cancel out their crimes. Otherwise, Marquis Yongchang has indeed done some good for the people. Marquis Yongchang's eyes bulged outward in disbelief, stunned for a moment. If someone said he had done a good deed in his life, that wasn't wrong. After all, Who hasn't done at least one good deed? Even offering a cup of water to someone thirsty counts. But, doing something for the people? Marquis Yongchang thought for a long while but couldn't recall any significant good deed he, as a military man, had done for the common people. His soldiers were certainly not the kind who refrained from harming civilians after entering a city. Armies that behaved that way were as rare as phoenix feathers. Most relied on looting civilians after taking a city to maintain morale. However, under the current emperor's leadership, where resources were more plentiful and soldiers were promised generous rewards in exchange for adhering to strict rules, such behavior had become less common. It seems to have happened in the 11th year of the Tiantong era. Let me check. Found it? He was returning to his hometown to honor his ancestors when he discovered that the local magistrate and assistant magistrate were exploiting the people, seizing dozens of hectares of farmland. Without waiting for the emperor's orders after reporting it, he stormed into the yamen, dragged the two officials into the streets, and whipped them in front of everyone. Then, he distributed the seized farmland. Wow, he only gave it to impoverished commoners. Marquis Yongchang hadn't expected it to be this incident. His expression turned complicated. After all, it had happened 20 years ago, and he hadn't done it for the people. Otherwise, he would have intervened when his adopted sons were also seizing land. At the time, he had been infuriated by Qin Guan's actions, his temper boiling over. When he stumbled upon the matter, he had vented his anger on it. Wow, even now, the people of Yanshan County still remember this. 20 years later, they still brag about it to people from other counties. Our Yanshan produced a marquis? Do you know about Marquis Yongchang? Such a high-ranking official, they say he eats from golden bowls and uses silver chopsticks. Yet, despite all that, he remembers us? When the magistrate tried to take our land, he rode in with his whip, beat the magistrate thoroughly, and gave the land back to us. Let me check. Su Yanmiao's heart voice suddenly paused. Those around him noticed his pupils dilate to their limit, as though they had narrowed into mere slits. Whatever he was seeing, it shocked him to the core. The ministers glanced at each other, curiosity written all over their faces. Sigh, I wonder if Xiao Luoshui and her group will discover the Americas. What? How had the topic shifted to this? The court of Great Xia froze in collective confusion. Su Yanmiao pursed his lips and stared intently at the gossip system. It was just a minor piece of gossip from over 20 years ago. The magistrate of Yanshan County exploited the people so severely that a 15-year-old gentry felt compassion and waived the annual rent for farmers cultivating his land. This act of kindness moved an 84-year-old man to kneel in gratitude before the boy. If they could discover the Americas, they'd find new crops. At the very least, with increased agricultural output, even severe exploitation might not lead to starvation, right? Though, that might not work either. Higher yields could lead to harsher exploitation. It still depends on governance. But having more is better than having nothing. In times of peace, an elderly man was driven to kneel before a teenager out of gratitude. In times of chaos, there wouldn't even be an opportunity to kneel, he would simply starve to death in the countryside. Thus, for 20 years, the people remembered Marquis Yongchang. Marquis Yongchang trembled suddenly, wanting to lift his head to look at Su Yanmiao, but he forcibly stopped himself. Before this, he had felt unconvinced and resentful. His kneeling and kowtowing had been nothing more than a desperate bid for survival. But now, Marquis Yongchang abruptly rose, snatched the blade of a Jin Yiwei officer, and unsheathed it with a sharp clang. Under the watchful and wary gazes of the crowd, he removed his upper garments, revealing a chest marked by age and countless scars. Your Majesty. He knelt down again, a heavy kneel that made the floor echo sharply. His face visibly paled for a moment. This once arrogant general now willingly lowered his proud head. Holding the cold blade with both hands, he declared, "This subject has sinned. Please punish me with this sword." Why had he joined the rebel army in the first place? At the end of the Great Zhou dynasty, the people were destitute, soldiers had turned into bandits, roaming the roads and alleys to kill, rob, and plunder. At the time, the young Marquis Yongchang had looked down on such behavior. He had said, "A general is a general, a bandit is a bandit. If I ever become a general, I'll never stoop to such thievery." The vast ocean stretched endlessly before them. 200 massive ships sailed forward, cutting through the waves. The ships bobbed on the swells, and Xiao Luoshui, fighting a nauseating sense of seasickness, stood by the railing, gazing into the distance, searching for islands. She was one of the few who still had the will and stamina to do so. Even though they occasionally stopped at islands or coastal lands, over a year of life at sea had left many of her companions mentally and physically drained. This voyage had been anything but easy. The terrifying ocean whirlpools, while not pulling the ships into their centers, pushed them dangerously off course. If they were to strike a jagged reef, it would spell disaster for both ships and crew. Their blades had tasted the blood of foreign nationals and indigenous people. Bullets had even pierced the skull of a king who had sought to seize their ships. Thousands of soldiers had besieged them in an assault. Despite having superior weaponry, the relentless strain had cost them many comrades. On some islands, tangled vines and thick undergrowth forced them to act as makeshift lumberjacks, swinging axes to carve paths. Some islands were large, and exploration had to be done quickly. Even in the bitter cold of winter, they marched until their legs were soaked with sweat. While they could bathe on land, once back aboard the ships, the scarcity of freshwater made such luxuries impossible. The crowded cabins reeked of unwashed bodies at Novel bin Adat. Some soldiers, driven mad by the confinement, hacked at wooden dummies provided in the cabins, venting their frustration with crazed abandon. Xiao Luoshui took a deep breath of the salty sea air. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed in focus. There's an island, she shouted, an island ahead. Make for shore. At her command, the fleet of 200 ships turned, each vessel carrying a faint glimmer of hope. They found a safe anchorage and moored by the coastline. Bursting with energy, Xiao Luoshui disembarked. She didn't know if this island would be the one they sought, but she was determined to search each one. Eventually, she would find it. The firearm pressed against her chest as she murmured to herself. Xiao Luoshui, you must earn a marquisate. Author's notes. A record of arrogant and domineering individuals, not just military generals. Examples of pure military arrogance can be referenced from figures like Lan Yu and Nian Zhenjiao. Seizing land. Baoqing abused his power to commit crimes, falsely accusing the wealthy of various offenses. He confiscated their lands, estates, and wealth, leaving no possessions untouched. When one family was implicated, their misfortune extended to neighbors and relatives. Fearing future troubles, he killed all the males in the household. Zizi Tongjian. Translation: Baoqing relied on his authority to oppress others and commit crimes. He falsely accused wealthy individuals, confiscated their lands and property under the guise of presenting them to the emperor, and implicated entire families, extending the harm to their relatives and neighbors. To avoid repercussions, he slaughtered all the males of the family. Reckless behavior by military officials. Yang Daifu was arrogant and unruly. He allowed his troops to pillage residents, rob passing ships, and kill messengers from Qian and Chu. The emperor, enraged, reprimanded him severely. Yang Daifu then colluded with rebel generals Lu Zongmin and Lu Xiao, intending to defect to the Qing. Yangli Annals. Translation: General Yang Daifu, stationed in Wuzhou, frequently plundered passing ships and killed official messengers. When the emperor criticized him, he secretly conspired with rebels to betray the Ming and defect to the Qing, retrieving confiscated lands, not always by virtuous officials. Former regional inspectors Zhang Chengui and Zhao Shida occupied dozens of fertile acres within their jurisdiction. Chang Sun Shunda reported and reclaimed the lands, redistributing them to impoverished households. Old Book of Tang. Translation: Zhang Chengui and Zhao Shida, former regional governors, had seized dozens of acres of fertile farmland in the area. Chang Sun Shunda reported them and reclaimed the land, redistributing it to the poor. However, Chang Sun himself was implicated in corruption. Oceanic whirlpools. In the southern Atlantic, there was once a massive ocean whirlpool as large as a city. The vortex spun continuously, like a tornado, sweeping away everything in its path. Ships affected by the whirlpool were usually small vessels. Larger ships, due to their size and weight, were less likely to sustain significant damage. While the whirlpool could not drag ships into its center, the strong currents could push them off course, causing collisions with coastal reefs. How terrifying are ocean whirlpools! Marquis Yongchang endured his punishment, each stab of the blade leaving a bloody hole. He merely bit down on a cloth and let out muffled grunts, never a scream or plea for mercy at novel bin at. Normally, such punishments would not be administered, but Marquis Yongchang himself insisted on adding an extra sentence to his original punishment. Although he retained his title, he suffered numerous setbacks. His 80 adopted sons, those who needed to be captured were captured, and those who deserved punishment were punished. Those guilty of heinous crimes were executed without a word of plea from the Marquis. When the ordeal concluded, he brought out a jug of wine, drank a bowl with his sons, and severed their father-son bond. 80 adopted sons, essentially equivalent to forming a clique of 80 people, each a robust and capable military general. They should have separated long ago. The old emperor pondered for a moment. Today's air was too heavy with the scent of blood. An otherwise good celebration banquet was ruined. He needed to lighten the mood. Empress, he asked Empress Do, seated beside him, what do you think we should do to cleanse the air of today's bloodshed? Empress Do replied, give out rewards. Handing out money always brought joy. The old emperor coughed. Something else. Empress Do, so stingy. The old emperor. He widened his eyes in shock. How had Su Yanmiao overheard his private conversation with the empress? He glanced over to see Su Yanmiao sitting calmly at his seat, his gaze fixed on the air as if observing something invisible. He must be using the system's artifact again. The old emperor shot Su Yanmiao a meaningful look but continued speaking to Empress Do. Rewarding people costs too much. We've already rewarded the soldiers. If we also reward the civil officials, the private treasury will be excessively depleted. So what if he was stingy? Even though they'd discovered a gold mine, other expenditures still demanded funds. Save where you can. After deliberating, the old emperor decided on a reward that required no silver or gold, just a symbolic honor. I've heard rumors of untapped talent in the countryside. This reflects poorly on you all for failing to recommend the virtuous and demote the unworthy. Now that everyone is gathered here for the celebration banquet, I command each of you to recommend at least one person, be they a scholar or a soldier. Su Yanmiao reflexively lowered his head to the bamboo slip where he had just written down some names. Who would dare recommend someone right now? Then it dawned on him, oh, the ministers don't know about the screen incident or the matter with the 80 adopted sons. It must seem like a coincidence to them, like pulling one turnip and dragging up the whole patch. But we know. The ministers all lowered their heads and stared at their desks. Ah, such a fine cup of tea. The color was vibrant, the texture smooth, and the whiteness so pure. The tea leaves were plump and tender. Ah, the embroidery on this silk belt looked a little crooked. Better take another good look. Ah. In any case, their heads remained bowed, and their mouths stayed shut. No one dared to be the first to recommend anyone. The old emperor, unperturbed, drawled, "Anonymous." The emperor's version of anonymous involved officials whispering names to scribes, who would then write down the recommended person and their qualifications without revealing the recommender's name. He set a firm requirement: each of you must recommend at least one person. Su Yanmiao was particularly troubled. After much contemplation, he still had no idea whom to recommend. He had never paid attention to such things before. He nearly scratched his head bald before cautiously submitting a name. Then he began quietly observing others. One glance and his heart sank. It seemed, everyone else looked quite confident. The incense in the burner slowly burned to ash as slips of paper were collected and delivered to the emperor. At first, the emperor perused them himself, but soon he handed them to a eunuch to read aloud for everyone's benefit. A recommendation for Quasigian academician Zai Sheng. Despite the rigors of his studies, he buys baked flat bread from the market and eats as he walks. As a learned scholar, he humbles himself, delights in simple pleasures with the common folk, and exemplifies sincerity and approachability. He would make an excellent official. Su Yanmiao's eyes darted around, searching for people. Lian Heng whispered, "The one sitting right behind Marquis Yangguiu is Dr. Zai." Su Yanmiao quickly recognized Marquis Yangguiu and soon identified the person behind him. His expression grew peculiar. "Why does it seem like that doctor doesn't look very happy?" Lian Heng raised his hand and coughed lightly into his fist. "Does Su Lang truly think this counts as sharing joy with the people?" Su Yanmiao froze. "Huh? Doesn't it? For an official, such behavior might be considered undignified. If no one notices, or if the observer doesn't mind, it's fine. But if someone sees it and uses it as grounds for impeachment, it could very well lead to being demoted or sent out of the capital. Right now, someone is using a recommendation as a pretext for an impeachment attempt." It was like the saying about the 5-day marital duty: everything was fine until someone with an agenda came along. Then you'd be doomed. Of course, in a rule-by-man society, it ultimately depended on the emperor's opinion. Su Yanmiao's pupils quaked. "I'm doomed? I've done this countless times. Not only have I walked around eating flat bread, but I've also snacked on meatballs, sunflower seeds, duck feet, chestnuts. Whatever street food I see, I eat it. What if someone saw me? The censors. What a big fish." But they sighed silently. This one couldn't be touched. Better to focus on finding faults in others. Zai Sheng cast a resentful glance at Su Yanmiao. Though he knew Su Lang hadn't done it intentionally and that Su Yanmiao had a divine artifact far beyond his own reach, it was hard not to feel envious and bitter in the moment. The old emperor tried to recall who Zai Sheng was. Unable to place him, he remarked blandly, "Zai Sheng's behavior lacks decorum, disqualify him." Had the emperor remembered him, felt a fondness for him, or found him useful, the matter might have been brushed aside. Such was the cold reality of officialdom. In other words, no one could say this wasn't a recommendation. If the emperor deemed the behavior to be sincerely humble and approachable, the recommended individual could rise. If not, it simply meant the emperor didn't want them. By now, Zai Sheng had resigned himself to the outcome. He stood, bowed deeply, and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. This humble servant feels unworthy and ashamed for failing to meet Your Majesty's expectations. I shall no longer present myself before the throne and only wish for Your Majesty's long-lasting health and peace." The eunuch moved on to the next anonymous recommendation. "I recommend Zhao Li, brother of Marquis Hongyang and a disciple of Prime Minister Dou. Though he holds no official position, he is a scholar of immense talent and vision, capable of securing the empire for generations to come." Even Su Yanmiao could tell something was off. Given the old emperor's temperament, this kind of recommendation with phrases like brother of Marquis Hongyang and disciple of Prime Minister Dou was anything but genuine. Prime Minister Dou's gaze swept across the room, and he chuckled coldly. Who knew which political enemy had set their sights on him this time? He had never intended to recommend his student outright. His plan was to have the student participate in the imperial examination for the first-class rank, gaining recognition through talent and thereby earning the emperor's favor. But now, Prime Minister Dou exchanged a glance with Marquis Hongyang. Both immediately understood what the other was thinking. They had to find out who was behind this. The old emperor observed the turbulent undercurrents without giving anything away. He neither summoned the recommended person to the court nor dismissed them entirely. Instead, he simply gestured for the eunuch to continue reading the recommendations. The subsequent recommendations were a mix of genuine suggestions and scheming plots. Su Yanmiao watched in amazement, thoroughly entertained. The court was indeed a dangerous place, but it was undeniably lively as well. Far away, in a distant fiefdom, the emperor's third son, titled Prince Fu, stroked the large white snake coiled around his arm and waist, its cool and slick texture helping to stave off the summer heat. With a gentle smile, he asked, "So the Prince of Jibei rebelled?" The guard who brought the news added, "The rebellion is already over, he's been captured." Prince Fu paused. The guard, catching the subtle cue in his master's gaze, tactfully elaborated, "From the start of the rebellion to his capture, it reportedly took only 2 hours." The guard then provided detailed accounts of the rebellion's methods. Prince Fu, Still stroking his beloved snake's icy skin, he cursed, foolish and incompetent. How did he even have the nerve to rebel? After giving the guard a look, he said, you may leave or rather, go fetch Chief Steward Lu. As you command. Once the guard departed, Prince Fu crouched down and scooped up a handful of the artificially redirected spring water. The clear, icy stream rippled through his fingers as the white snake slid into the water, splashing about and sending droplets all over Prince Fu's face and robes. He used his sleeve to wipe the water from his face as rivulets streamed down his hair. Big brother, he murmured with a smile, as if discovering something new and intriguing. So, you can die after all? If the crown prince were to die, it would open opportunities for non-heirs. Among the sons of the empress, only the eldest could be deemed the legitimate heir. All other sons, regardless of whether their mothers were the empress or consorts, were considered secondary in status under the law, and Prince Fu's title alone revealed that he was not born of the empress. For the old emperor, the empress's sons deserved illustrious titles such as Qin, Han, or Tang, names of ancient states. For sons born of other mothers, auspicious yet modest titles like Fu, Hui, or Rui sufficed. Though Prince Fu had harbored some minor ambitions in the past, he'd never seriously considered competing for the throne. To him, the crown prince's position was unshakable, an unquestionable reality. However, the Prince of Jibei's rebellion had shattered that illusion. The emperor's favor for the crown prince might not change, but the crown prince could die. By the time Chief Steward Lu arrived, Prince Fu had already dried his face with a handkerchief, erasing all traces of the spring water. His pet snake frolicked in the water as he sat calmly by the edge. Chief Steward Lu, Prince Fu ordered, you are to secretly travel to the capital and seek out a palisade named Su Yanmiao. He should be about 19 this year. Lu tentatively asked, are you certain he's 19? Prince Fu knew what he was implying. The young palisade is indeed a prodigy. Lu struggled to suppress his astonishment. After a moment, he asked, what would you have me do with him, Your Highness? Prince Fu smiled faintly. He has just been promoted to palisade and lacks a solid foundation. Find an arrogant scholar and incite them to step on this young talent to climb the ranks. Create a sense of crisis for him, make him believe his position is precarious, that he could fall at any moment. Then, you are to feign support and protection, earning his trust. Most of the other palisades are wily old foxes who won't act without seeing the bait. But this Su Yanmiao is still very young. Youth meant inexperience, and inexperience meant susceptibility to manipulation. After some thought, Prince Fu added, go to the treasury and withdraw 1,000 taels of gold. Having just been promoted, he likely doesn't have the wealth to indulge himself. Use this money to introduce him to the pleasures of the world. This way, Su Yanmiao could be turned into an informant at the emperor's side. Chief Steward Lu bowed. Understood. When Lu Chenxi arrived in the capital, his brows were still furrowed. An arrogant scholar, inciting someone to target a palisade, no less one who was obviously full of potential and highly favored by the emperor. Who could he find? In this vast capital, was there anyone foolish enough for the task? Lu Chenxi spent a full 7 days searching for the right person to carry out this mission. When several young scholars passed by and complained, Brother Zhao is so innocent. If it weren't for that recommendation, you'd already be eligible for the imperial exam. Brother Zhao didn't feel embarrassed at all, and said angrily, don't let me find out who did this. Blocking someone's future was like avenging one's father's death? Lu Chenxi, who had already walked quite a distance, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yanmiao heard the knocking on the door and climbed out of bed, his hair still a mess. Who is it? Such a nice holiday, and someone's knocking so early in the morning? Can I just pretend I'm not home? He grumbled for a moment but still got up, calling out from the door, wait a moment. After quickly washing up and changing into clothes suitable for going out, he went to open the door, asking, may I ask who it is? After all, he was an official now. What if it was the old emperor or some superior calling? The visitor, very politely, handed over an invitation. Su Lang, on your next day off, my master, the younger cousin of Marquis Hongyang, Zhao Li, will be hosting a spring banquet in the peach orchard on the outskirts of the city. We would be honored to have you join us. Su Yanmiao asked, your master is? He is Zhao Li, the younger cousin of Marquis Hongyang. Adat novel bin Adat. But, I don't think I have any particular relationship with the younger cousin of Marquis Hongyang. Still, Su Yanmiao, thinking it best not to offend anyone, hesitated and said, all right. If there's nothing pressing, I will attend. The visitor bowed and turned to leave. Once the visitor was gone, Su Yanmiao stared at the door for a long time, deep in thought. Then, he pulled out a toolbox and began knocking on the door in a series of clinks and clangs for a long while. Only after he was satisfied did he close the door and return to bed. The left military supervisor's assistant, who lived next door, curiously came over and saw that a new sign had been added to her door. Here, the master loves to sleep. Please do not disturb in the morning unless there is an urgent matter. To prevent the sign from being removed, it was nailed securely to the door. Author's note. Appoint the virtuous, dismiss the unworthy, leaving no talents lost in the countryside, and no one idle in the court. Weishu, Book of Wei. Tea water. If the tea water appears pale white, it indicates that the leaves were plucked young and tender. If the water has a greenish tint, it means the steaming was insufficient. If it appears gray, the steaming was overdone. If it appears yellow, the leaves were not harvested at the right time and have become aged. And if it has a reddish tint, it means the tea cakes were over-roasted during the drying process. Pretending to live in the Song dynasty. No eating while walking. Zhou Zhonghong, born of an official family, rose to a 4th grade position and was promoted to 3rd grade, having achieved the position of Tuanjia, leading officer. After leaving court, he saw freshly steamed cakes on the roadside, bought one, and ate it while walking. He was reprimanded by the imperial censor. The emperor issued a decree: those born outside of official status are not allowed to enter the 3rd grade. As a result, he lost his position, records of the court and the people. So, if you time travel and become an official, don't eat while walking. Shis, archery exams. Shis was one of the methods used during the Han dynasty to select scholars. The examiner would write several questions on bamboo slips, which were divided into 2 categories based on difficulty, A and B. The questions would be covered to prevent the examines from seeing them, and the examines would then select one question to answer. Their answers would be judged based on the selected category, determining the results. A request for archery exams. During the Ming dynasty, a member of the royal family once requested to be included in the archery exams but was refused. Zhao Yingwangyuxing, the great-grandson of the Emperor Xian Wang, was talented in both martial arts and literature, and he was knowledgeable in astrology, medicine, and divination. In the early years of the Jiajing reign, he petitioned the emperor to be examined in the imperial archery exams. Emperor Shizong praised his proposal, but ultimately did not approve. He later petitioned to be removed from the royal family's stipend, preferring to live as a commoner, where wise men could participate in the archery exams. Ming Shi, Ming history. Using snakes to cool off. Zhou Muzai from Huayan, known for his calligraphy and love of drink, was eccentric and free-spirited. He especially loved raising snakes, and he kept them everywhere in his house, whether on his bed or in the corners. In summer, to avoid heat, he would have snakes wrapped around his arms, waist, and even have them in jars near his feet. If he didn't, his skin would dry and crack, and his body would feel like it was burning. He couldn't rest or eat comfortably. Night rain and autumn lanterns. About heirs. In the 3rd month of the 17th year, Lieutenant General Li Anyun of the Left Guard submitted a memorial about the crown prince and the various princes. He suggested that the emperor deeply consider the succession to ensure the stability of the country. The emperor replied, "I understand your concern. Even though my son has a leg condition, he is still my legitimate son. How could I abandon the legitimate heir for a secondary one?" Tang Huiyao, Regulations of the Tang Dynasty. Translation: an official suggested that Emperor Li Shimin reconsider the crown prince due to Li Qinqian's disability, but the emperor responded, "Even though the crown prince has a leg condition, he is still my son. I have chosen him as my heir." Legitimate sons. The eldest son of the first wife is considered the legitimate son. Any sons born after, regardless of whether the mother is the first wife or a concubine, are considered secondary sons. For example, Chu Suliang once said to Er Feng, "Your Majesty once established Chengqian as the crown prince, but then favored the king of Wei." The etiquette sometimes surpassed that for Chengqian. The reason is that there is a distinction between legitimate and secondary sons, which led to this situation. According to the law, Li Tai would be considered a secondary son. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On another rare day off, Su Yanmiao tidied himself up a little, put on some appropriate attire, and silently headed out to socialize. Why can't I just spend my once in 10 days break quietly at home? Invitations? Seriously? Can't they just treat me as if I were dead? Is this what it means to be helpless in the world of politics? He complained all the way there. Meanwhile, in the workshop, someone secretly made a suggestion to their military officer father. "Why don't we sabotage this banquet for Bai Zi? He could come back to rest, and he might even owe us a favor." The military officer was tempted but eventually shook his head. "Better not meddle in Su Yanmiao's affairs. We're only here to ensure his safety, not to make decisions for him. If we mess things up, think about the last guy who was publicly exposed for having hemorrhoids, and then..." Before his father could give another example, the son shuddered and quickly begged for mercy. "All right, Dad, stop it. Humiliation in officialdom could haunt you for a lifetime, especially when your political rivals made it their hobby to remind you of it." Su Yanmiao rented a carriage and arrived at a location in the Daowin area. The place was unmistakably owned by someone rich and influential, as vast peach orchards stretched out in every direction. When the wind blew, the shadows of the flowers rippled like waves. Scholars and literati strolled within, either composing poetry or painting while playing the zither. It was an exceptionally refined gathering. "Oh no." Su Yanmiao let out a quiet hiss. "I forgot to check if this was a literary salon. If they ask me to compose a poem in public, I'm doomed." The key issue was that the original owner of this body could do it. Poetry was part of the imperial examination syllabus. While his works might not have been dazzling, producing a decent, rule-abiding poem was no challenge for a graduate of the exams. Su Yanmiao made up his mind, if it turned out to be a literary competition, he would down copious amounts of wine and pretend to pass out. Being mocked for drunkenness was better than standing awkwardly under the spotlight. Su Lang, the host of the event, a younger cousin of Marquis Hongyang, came forward to greet him. The man wore a thin and flowing robe, exuding an air of celestial elegance. Smiling, the host welcomed Su Yanmiao. I've long heard of your reputation, but meeting you in person surpasses the rumors. Su Yanmiao instantly perked up and switched to social mode. After exchanging polite greetings, the host moved on to greet other guests, leaving Su Yanmiao to find a seat. As Su Yanmiao turned away, the Marquis's cousin glanced back at him with a complicated expression. I'm sorry, Su Lang, but I really need to make a name for myself and showcase my talent to the emperor. Besides, it's just a minor embarrassment for you. It's not like it will hurt you. You're still a 19-year-old palace attendant, and His Majesty won't dismiss you over such a trivial matter. The moment Su Yanmiao sat down, he started delving into gossip for his own amusement. Socializing? Building a reputation? For a salted fish like him, such things didn't exist. He wasn't in a hurry to get promoted anyway. Just treat him as part of the background at novel bin at. Let's see. Oh, I get it. No wonder Lu Sushi took several days off, claiming a recurrence of hemorrhoids. It turns out he was caught using his wife's eye cream to treat them. It nearly caused a domestic incident, so he had no choice but to take leave. What kind of eye cream is bold enough to be used there? Aloe, green tea, anti-inflammatory and moisturizing without being greasy. No wonder he used it daily. Marquis Hanjiang's cousin noticed the top scholar, Zhuang Yuan, sitting alone in a daze and immediately approached to chat. Brother Tang, long time no see. I've heard that you, at the age of 20, not only achieved the highest rank in the imperial exam but were also exceptionally appointed as a section chief in the Ministry of Rights. Your talent is truly unparalleled. I'm impressed. Brother Tang. After all, according to tradition, the Zhuang Yuan was typically assigned to the Hanlin Academy as a compiler. The top scholar snapped out of his shock over the eye cream for hemorrhoids revelation and forced a polite smile. Brother Zhao, you flatter me. Ha ha ha. Why would anyone go fishing, only to get slapped across the face by a fish's tail? I'm serious, this censorate official goes fishing every time and never catches anything. The one time he did, he got slapped. At this point, it's not a skill issue, it's a curse. Maybe it's time to pick a new hobby. Marquis Hanjiang's cousin. Why did the top scholar stop mid-sentence? The Zhuang Yuan struggled to pull his attention away from the gossip. No, I can't let this distract me. I'm in the middle of a conversation. He resumed speaking with the eloquence that had earned him the top spot in the exam, seamlessly continuing, Brother Zhao, your words embarrass me. At the age of 14, you had already read and analyzed the Analects, including commentaries by Cheng, Zhu, and Zhang. By 15, you authored Pruning the Branches, thoroughly critiquing their flaws. Wait, hold on, am I really supposed to know this? And what about Kuiyi's secret stash of 4,000 tales? Am I even supposed to know where it's buried? The mutual flattery paused briefly. The Zhuang Yuan abruptly decided to end the conversation and quickly concluded, your book gained widespread acclaim in the literary world, while my meager talent is no match for your brilliance. Just as Marquis Hanjiang's cousin smiled and prepared to respond, the Zhuang Yuan suddenly looked embarrassed. Brother Zhao, is there a restroom nearby? Marquis Hanjiang's cousin, huh? Seeing no response, the Zhuang Yuan added, I think I may have eaten something bad last night. With a complicated expression, the cousin summoned a maid and instructed her to escort him to the restroom. The restroom had been hastily constructed a few days earlier since such banquets typically lasted at least half a day, with wine, tea, and fresh fruits served. They couldn't expect the guests to hold it in. After walking a short distance and ensuring the cousin couldn't see him, the Zhuang Yuan nodded to the maid. I have something to attend to. Please excuse me. The maid, unfazed, curtsied and went back to tending to other guests. The Zhuang Yuan found a secluded corner and sat down. Looking around, he noticed several colleagues doing the same. They exchanged glances before silently looking away. It wasn't that they were particularly interested in Kuiyi's hidden money, well, maybe they were a little curious. But it was definitely more intriguing than the dull spring banquet. Listening to Su Lang's gossip was far more entertaining than socializing. However, someone was determined to rob them of even this small pleasure. When the inner monologue suddenly cut off, the officials present froze in confusion before their irritation surfaced. The Zhuang Yuan even overheard someone grumble, there are plenty of scholars here to talk to. Why bother disturbing by cutting off someone's broadcast? May lightning strike you? Fortunately, Su Yanmiao's inner voice resumed not long after. The officials in the capital, now content, happily resumed their eavesdropping. Meanwhile, on the other side, here's how the situation began. Su Yanmiao had chosen a secluded spot to sit. He had deliberately picked a spot behind a large rock, ensuring it would be difficult for anyone to find him. Fully engrossed in the stream of gossip, cutting one juicy revelation after another, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Why is Su Lang here? Su Yanmiao. With a heavy heart, he exited the system interface. Time to do business.jpg. The person speaking was Marquis Hanjiang's cousin. He seemed somewhat distracted, but when he looked at Su Yanmiao, he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Su Lang has a keen eye for locations. This place is tranquil, with grass, trees, a spring, and rocks. It's truly delightful. Su Yanmiao was stunned. He hesitantly glanced around. Isn't this entire garden filled with grass, trees, springs, and rocks? Nonetheless, he replied kindly and professionally, I simply picked a spot at random to sit. I hadn't noticed the scenery here until you pointed it out. Thank you for mentioning it, Zhao Langzhen. Marquis Hanjiang's cousin seized the opportunity to ask, would it be alright if I read a book here? Noticing Su Yanmiao's puzzled expression, he elaborated, hosting this spring banquet wasn't my idea. I much prefer reading. My father even said that if I keep reading like this, I'll turn into a blockhead. At this, he laughed sheepishly. But I dislike socializing. Honestly, I'd rather find a quiet spot to immerse myself in poetry and literature. Su Yanmiao, ever patient, replied, Lang Jun, feel free. This place is open to anyone. It doesn't belong to me. Marquis Hanjiang's cousin cheerfully sat down, took out a scroll, and began reading aloud. He appeared completely at ease, as if reading a book was the only thing that mattered, indifferent to how others perceived him. Naturally, this made Su Yanmiao, who seemed to be spacing out beside him, appear idle and dull, like someone wooden and devoid of spirit. From afar, Lu Chenxi glanced in their direction with satisfaction before cautiously withdrawing his gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. Young individuals who achieve success early are often the most prideful. Who would willingly play second fiddle to someone else? Perhaps Su Yanmiao hadn't noticed yet, but when the people Lu Chenxi had arranged came forward to heap praise on Zhao Li while subtly putting Su Yanmiao down, even the most patient person would surely feel annoyed. Right? Lu Chenxi's gaze grew complicated. Zhao Li was indeed reading, and the people sent to flatter him were in place. To avoid being too obvious, they were engaged in low-toned conversations nearby, praising Zhao Li's ability to remain serene amidst the chaos and his transcendent temperament, occasionally slipping in a hint of doubt. Who's that sitting idly next to Zhao Langjun? No idea. He seems a bit wooden. Doesn't matter. Maybe he's just a servant from Zhao Langjun's household. For young men, even a little disdain or being overlooked is often enough to make them lose their temper. But Su Yanmiao, sitting there, was almost no different from a deaf person. No matter how much they compared him to Marquis Hanjiang's cousin, he just sat there daydreaming, paying no attention to the group at all. Lu Chenxi muttered, could it be that his status isn't high enough? But Zhao Li, a cousin of a marquis with no official title, already relied heavily on his elder cousin's status to invite even a few minor officials. If he wanted to bring in ministers, marquises, or even princes, it would require his cousin's direct intervention. But where could Lu Chenxi possibly find such people now? Sweating in frustration, Lu Chenxi's back was drenched. Then, he saw the top-ranking scholar from the imperial examination slowly approaching the spring banquet. Surely, he was coming to find Zhao Li and continue their earlier interrupted conversation. Lu Chenxi calculated, Su Yanmiao might remain indifferent to everyone else, but surely he'd care about a Ministry of Rights official? Even though the man is only a 6th-ranked official, he has a bright future ahead of him and a minister for a father-in-law. If this official only chats with Zhao Langjun, Su Yanmiao should feel something, right? The top scholar arrived. The top scholar came closer. The top scholar was already smiling at Novel bin at. Marquis Hanjiang's cousin seemed to notice him only then. He stopped reading aloud and said to Su Yanmiao with a touch of regret, it seems I'll have to pause my reading. The top scholar stopped 3 or 5 steps away, glanced briefly and curiously at Marquis Hanjiang's cousin, and then turned to Su Yanmiao. Su Lang? I've discovered a perfect spot for daydreaming. Want to come over? Su Yanmiao, huh? The top scholar spoke earnestly, a lot of our colleagues are there, and it's very quiet. So, you should go sit over there? This way, you won't talk about someone else's exciting news, then pause to marvel at how loudly Zhao Li reads. Talk about someone else's exciting news, then pause to reflect that Zhao Li's recitation lacks emotion. Talk about someone else's exciting news, then pause to happily recall that you've heard the phrase Zhao Li recited somewhere before. A piece of gossip shared so intermittently you might not notice it yourself, but for us listeners, it's unbearable. Author's note. Don't try the hemorrhoid cream trick with eye cream. It's not reliable. I heard someone attempted it, but I didn't ask how it turned out. Sweats. Ancient times had eye creams, though they weren't called that. They were basically herbal remedies applied around the eyes. Zhao Li. Was he just openly snubbed? More than anger, Zhao Li was utterly baffled. When did the top scholar, Zhuangyuan Lang, and Su Yanmiao form a connection? He'd never heard of such a thing. And what kind of grand scene involved a group of officials sitting somewhere to daydream? Even if Zhuangyuan Lang wanted to help Su Yanmiao out of an awkward situation, surely he didn't need to use such an easily debunked lie? But when everyone arrived at the spot, it turned out to be exactly that, a cluster of officials from the capital, either sitting or standing quietly. There was no big event, just a collective session of sitting still. Someone curiously asked, why are all of you sitting here, daydreaming? A glance was exchanged, and then one of them started making things up. In our daily lives, attending court, being on duty, handling official tasks, we need to focus with all our energy, which takes a toll on us. So, during our days off, sitting quietly in one place and clearing our minds helps restore our mental state. Wait, that's a thing? The young scholars were stunned on the spot. Not a single official refuted this explanation. Even Marquis Hanjiang's cousin was dumbfounded. He began to wonder if he'd somehow fallen out of touch with the capital's circles. How could such a widespread habit exist without his knowledge? Even his elder cousin hadn't mentioned it. He forced a smile, embarrassed. So that's how it is. I must have disturbed Su Lang's quiet contemplation just now. Before Su Yanmiao could deny it, one of the more hot-tempered officials, who rarely thought before speaking, blurted out, you did disturb him a little. After receiving an elbow jab from his companion, he hastily added, but ignorance is no crime. Su Lang probably didn't even mention it to you, so no blame rests on Zhao Langjian. Besides, the entire peach garden belongs to Langjian. Guests claiming parts of it as their own would be absurd. However, forcing your way in to read aloud while someone is quietly sitting there is equally absurd. Zhao Li's smile grew increasingly awkward as he let out a dry laugh. In that case, I won't disturb you further. In a secluded corner, Zhao Li met with one of Lu Chenxi's planted agents. Lu Chenxi wasn't reckless, he never showed himself directly and instead relied on covert operatives within the capital. Zhao Li's expression was complex as he said, I feel like there's something strange about Su Yanmiao. Perhaps we should switch targets. Absolutely not. Absolutely not, Zhao Langjian, the operative interrupted urgently. No one else enjoys as much favor as Su Yanmiao. Look at Zhuang Yuanlang, how could you compete with him? Even if you win, so what? The imperial exam happens once every 3 years, and a Zhuang Yuan only appears once per session. How does defeating him highlight your talent? Zhao Li steadied himself, somewhat convinced. Fine. I'll come up with another plan. The operative suddenly had an idea. I think your previous scheme was too juvenile. I heard that Su Yanmiao didn't even pass the palace examination. He only became an official because of lucky timing. Why not force him to write an essay on statecraft in public and then criticize it ruthlessly? Zhao Li raised an eyebrow. No need. I'm just looking to boost my reputation, not to utterly humiliate him and turn him into a laughingstock. The operative chuckled and praised, Langjian is truly kind-hearted. Enough, enough. A kind-hearted person wouldn't use others as stepping stones to begin with. I'm just not wicked enough to go all the way, Zhao Li waved dismissively. As someone from a family of military officers at heart, Zhao Li waved him off. You can leave now. I'll think about other ways to trouble Su Yanmiao. The operative relayed this information back to Lu Chenxi, adding a sarcastic comment, those who achieve great things don't sweat the small stuff. This Zhao Li is indecisive and overly cautious. How does he expect to stand out? If he weren't Marquis Hanjiang's cousin, he probably couldn't even afford to host this spring banquet. Lu Chenxi glanced at him but refrained from commenting on the critique. Instead, he simply said, keep watching and exploit any openings. The operative nodded at Novel bin Adat. He understood the plan, arrange for some people to demean Su Yanmiao, and then have Lu Chenxi step in to defend him. When someone is being ostracized, the one who suddenly steps up to protect and stand by them is often able to win their loyalty. Lu Chenxi pondered for a moment. Find a way to get Zhuang Yuanlang out of the picture. Otherwise, if Zhuang Yuanlang also stepped in to defend Su Yanmiao, the strategy would lose its effectiveness. Meanwhile, Su Yanmiao was meditating. Of course, he felt a bit guilty, as though he were a husky sneaking into a wolf pack. Other people are genuinely calming their minds, while I'm just here for the gossip. Shame on me, shame on me. The other capital officials exchanged subtle glances but remained silent. Yes, we're totally calming our minds because who's to say that watching someone else's drama isn't relaxing? Oh wow, so Kui Yi hides his private savings in a moneylender's shop, and the proof of deposit is tucked above his bed curtain. The most dangerous place is the safest place, huh? Tisk tisk, he really mastered the art of war. The officials. So that's where it's hidden? Kui Yi, you clever rascal? Noted. One of Kui Yi's mischievous friends rolled their eyes, already plotting a way to scare him. They'd have to act fast before someone else brought it up to Kui Yi directly. The hush money, at the very least, it should include a meal at the finest restaurant in the capital? Who would have thought? The husband of the princess of Wangkan County is a gambler, yet the princess doesn't want a divorce. The officials. Huh? Really? That doesn't add up. They clearly remembered that the county princess and her husband were deeply in love. Their household didn't even have concubines, not to mention any attractive maidservants. Her husband even painted her eyebrows and applied her makeup daily. Rumor had it that the rouge the princess used was custom made by him to suit her skin perfectly. She even went to the empress to ask for advice. And the empress actually gave her a solution. SSSS she suggested that the princess open a gambling house, with all the staff and patrons secretly working for her. First, they let her husband win a few rounds, then ensured he kept losing. When the family's savings dwindled to just 3,000 taels, the princess took out her dowry, didn't scold him, and casually told him to use it to cover the losses. Years later, her husband still doesn't know about it. He's remained loving and gentle to the princess and hasn't gambled since. Meanwhile, the princess sits in the moneylender's office, lost in thought as she looks at the growing fortune. If it were me, I'd be deep in thought too. So much money? Honestly, this man doesn't seem all that necessary to keep around anymore, does he? The capital officials' pupils shook with shock and dread. They began racking their brains, wondering if their wives had secretly outsmarted them in any way. After much thinking, they couldn't come up with anything, so they turned their gaze towards Su Yanmiao. They wanted to hear more gossip from him but also felt that, perhaps, ignorance might truly be bliss at times. Oh, and also, suddenly, a commotion broke out in the distance. Curious, Su Yanmiao instinctively looked up, and his train of thought was immediately interrupted. The capital officials. Who is it this time? Su Yanmiao glanced at his still meditating colleagues, then quietly stood up, tiptoeing away as silently as possible. A true gossip enthusiast simply can't resist checking out a disturbance. I'll just take a quick look. Just one glance. He didn't notice the longing gazes from his colleagues behind him. When he arrived, Su Yanmiao realized the fuss wasn't anything special. It was just Marquis Hanjiang's cousin showing off a painting he had made. Judging by the timing and setting, he had either finished most of it beforehand or completed it during the banquet. The others crowded around him, showering his artistic skills with praise. Langjun, this crescent moon and frosty crane are truly ethereal. For hundreds of years, anyone who paints cranes would surely bow before your talent. Beautiful, simply breathtaking. Langjun, why is this section left blank? Could it be that you're planning to inscribe a poem here? Zhao Li eagerly jumped in. Precisely. At novel bin at. The onlookers applauded again, exclaiming how lucky they were to witness Zhao Langjun's poetic prowess in person. Finding it all dull, Su Yanmiao was just about to leave. He had even turned halfway around when he heard Zhao Li say, "It's not me who will inscribe a poem. I'd like to introduce you all to a talented scholar, Su Lang. How fortunate that you're here, saving me the trouble of seeking you out." A sudden sense of foreboding arose in Su Yanmiao's mind, and he quickly began brainstorming countermeasures. Sure enough, Zhao Li walked over, his light-colored eyes filled with apparent trust in Su Yanmiao's talent. "Su Lang, you became a palace attendant at such a young age, so you must be immensely gifted. Would you do me the honor of composing a poem for my painting to enhance its brilliance?" Su Yanmiao responded honestly, "I'm not good at writing poetry." Not just not good, modern people don't generally study poetry unless they're specifically interested in it. Who even has time for that? Zhao Li blinked and smiled. "Su Lang, you're too modest. My teacher has read your poetry and couldn't stop praising it. As for whether that was true or not, well, that was entirely up to him to say." Nearby, even though he wasn't making direct eye contact with Zhao Li, Lu Chenxi's expression revealed a knowing smile. The painting of the crane and moon was indeed stunning, possibly one of Zhao Li's best works. If Su Yanmiao's poem turned out mediocre, it would be like an oil stain on a pristine white robe, intolerable to behold. Most of the attendees were young and prideful. If the poem fell short, they wouldn't hold back their ridicule, and their careless remarks would set the perfect stage for Lu Chenxi to step in as the savior. Or perhaps, Lu Chenxi slightly lifted his foot. "Perhaps I should step in now and resolve the situation, earning Su Yanmiao's gratitude." Su Yanmiao glanced twice at the immortal crane painting. "Do you have any specific requirements for the poem?" Zhao Li hesitated before making a request. "Could you focus on the theme of nobility? It would be even better if you could describe the auspicious clouds surrounding the crane." Su Yanmiao froze. "Auspicious clouds? Where?" Zhao Li was equally stunned. "Aren't they right here?" He gestured at the cloudy patterns surrounding the crane on the rice paper. Su Yanmiao. "Wait a second. Should I mention that this might actually be bird droppings left while it was flying?" One of the officials, known for his love of cranes, stumbled and fell flat on his bottom, landing painfully. The person next to him rushed to help, but the crane-loving official silently pushed them away, tears streaming down his face. "Su Lang, why did you have to tell me this? Couldn't you just reveal where my wife might have schemed against me instead? And another thing, isn't the bird in this painting actually an egret? I'm not sure if cranes poop mid-flight, but this bird's neck bends downward while flying. It's definitely an egret. And from afar, egret droppings do look a lot like auspicious clouds." The crane-loving official. "How many times do I have to say it? Stop pausing mid-thought when you talk." Su Yanmiao turned his head and noticed the official sitting on the ground. Alarmed, he asked, "Should I call for a doctor?" "No need." The crane-loving official firmly pressed his hands to the ground, struggled to his feet, and limped furiously toward the immortal crane painting. "A poem? What poem? You still have the nerve to ask Su Lang for a poem?" Zhao Li was dumbfounded. "Why would you say that?" The crane-loving official was livid. "Look at this painting. Do you think that's a white crane? Immortal cranes are typically depicted as white cranes." The crane-loving official raised his voice. "The body of a white crane is larger than an egret. White cranes don't have crest feathers or chest feathers, and their beaks and legs are never black, never. How could you call this an immortal crane painting and even ask for a poem about it?" All eyes turned toward Zhao Li, and the atmosphere became unbearably tense. After a moment of silence, Zhao Li snatched down the immortal crane painting, covered his face with his wide sleeves, and hurriedly left. A nearby official muttered, "Was that really necessary?" The crane-loving official snapped back angrily, "What do you know? My beloved cranes were nearly defiled." The nearby official lowered his voice even more. But it's not like anyone said that immortal cranes definitely don't." The crane-loving official clung to his last shred of pride. "Shut up. I don't want to hear it. If no one says it, then it didn't happen." "Didn't happen? What didn't happen?" A voice echoed in their minds, causing the two men to break into a cold sweat. Looking up, they saw Su Yanmiao watching them curiously. "Damn, the system can't translate this. What kind of silent riddle are these two playing at?" The surrounding officials. "Sorry, Su Lang, we shouldn't have treated you as though you were deaf." After a moment of reflection, the crane-loving official placed the blame squarely on Zhao Li, who was leaving. "I can't believe my beloved white crane was almost painted by someone like Zhao Li. Thankfully, it wasn't, or it would have defiled my crane." One official beside him pretended to be a nitpicker, but the person who wrote the crane classic didn't say that a white crane couldn't have the traits you mentioned. And Zhao Lang just painted the immortal crane as he imagined it. There's no need to be so picky. The crane-loving official frowned. I'm not nitpicking, he just painted it wrong. As they argued, their steps quickened, and they moved away faster than usual. Su Yanmiao, still behind them, looked enlightened. So that's what was going on. No wonder the system didn't show anything, it was just a verbal argument, casual chatter. There's no need to dig deeper into this. Come to think of it, he should thank that colleague for unintentionally helping him out of the awkward situation. Su Yanmiao began to ponder. Since they like white cranes, should I somehow give him one as a gift? But what reason should I give for it? In the distance, the crane-loving official, with his back to Su Yanmiao, wore a mask of sorrow. Should I continue keeping the crane? I can't bear to abandon it, but if I keep it, then there's that auspicious cloud. Why did he have to know about this in the first place? Author's notes. Yubin. Next year, we'll be adjusting the princess and duchess titles and their corresponding marriage ceremonies, as well as the titles for the imperial consort and Yubin. Continuing the classic. Excerpt from Autumn Poems. A crane ascends through the clouds in the clear sky, evoking poetry that reaches the azure heavens. Autumn Poems. The crane-related topic comes from. I can't remember the exact year, but at that time, a photographer took a picture of a white crane soaring and found that it closely resembled the auspicious clouds often depicted alongside a white crane in paintings. But later, someone recognized that the bird in the picture wasn't a white crane, it was an egret. So, it's still uncertain if the white crane's flight could be called auspicious clouds. At least I haven't found any definite proof on this. If any kind souls have confirmation, feel free to correct me in the comments. Thanks to the angel Momo for the information. The red-crowned crane is indeed the same, and it's confirmed to be soaring clouds. After the spring banquet, a trend of meditation swept through the capital. Many people started asking their fathers, relatives, friends, or acquaintances who were officials, is it true? Do you officials really spend your time off meditating? The officials who were questioned. What else could they do but clean up after their spring banquet colleagues? Of course. Indeed. This is true. At novel bin at. With these affirmations, the trend became even more popular. Though we may not be able to become officials, we can still do what officials do, right? That was what many people thought. And as for the root cause of all this, the true culprit, they painstakingly found an excuse and finally managed to deliver a white crane to the home of an official who adored them. He sighed from the depths of his heart, I really am just a salted fish. When the meditation trend was all the rage among officials, I didn't hear a single thing about it. Behind him came the muffled sobs of the crane-loving official. Perhaps he was simply too overwhelmed with joy. After all, this crane had been carefully chosen, and its appearance was absolutely flawless. Having delivered the crane, Su Yanmiao felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, and his thoughts began to wander. Speaking of which, my life now is just gossip, gossip, and more gossip. Should I find something else to occupy myself with? Like raising a cat or dog? What's this? Looking down, he noticed a bundle lying right in the middle of the road, which he had stepped on while daydreaming. Bending down to pick it up, he caught a whiff of a rich, intoxicating fragrance emanating from the bundle. Though Su Yanmiao couldn't identify the scent, he refrained from opening someone else's belongings and promptly handed it over to the authorities. A few days later, the owner of the bundle sought him out to express their gratitude. They even insisted on treating him to a meal, saying it was the only way to properly convey their thanks. At the restaurant. Su Lang, you might not know, but the item in that bundle was a rare dragon brain incense cake, the finest plum blossom variant. My master specifically sent someone to Fo Tani country to acquire it. If it had been lost. The middle-aged man, who introduced himself as Lu, seemed unable to continue, his expression betraying a hint of fear. Su, a simple-hearted university student, was deeply sympathetic to his plight. One thing led to another, and before he realized it, he had muddle-headedly agreed to visit the man's master. Still, he exercised caution. Using some of his own funds, he discreetly tasked 3 different individuals with delivering a note to Lian Hang, the master of a particular household in a specified neighborhood, within half an hour. Of course, if Lian Hang wasn't home or the note somehow failed to reach him, Su Yanmiao would have to come up with a backup plan. On the road, Lu Chenxi mentally calculated all the things that could be accomplished with 1,000 taels of gold. He glanced sideways at Su Yanmiao and sighed inwardly. The best approach would have been to elicit gratitude from the other party. But alas, Zhao Li was utterly useless, spineless and incapable of taking decisive action. Worse still, bad luck had intervened twice, with someone interrupting the developments at just the wrong moments. Now he had no choice but to reverse roles, forcibly playing the benefactor to close the gap. Let's hope nothing else goes wrong from here on. Su Lang, that garden ahead is our destination. Purchased hastily using Prince Fu's authority. My master is currently staying in the capital. A complete fabrication with actors hired to play the role. He heard of Su Lang's upright nature and integrity in returning what wasn't yours and expressed a desire to befriend you. We truly appreciate your graciousness in accepting the invitation to this banquet. Upon arriving at the residence, Su Yanmiao was greeted by a lavish scene, rows of beautiful concubines and servants, each with a refined appearance at the very least. The 2 enchanting beauties who escorted him to his seat were especially stunning, clad in robes woven with golden threads. Their images reflected in the surrounding crystal glass furnishings, shimmering like sunlight on snow. Among the guests were several officials whose faces Su Yanmiao found familiar. Lu Chenxi leaned in to softly introduce them, subtly implying that these were all connections of his master. In reality, Lu Chenxi had written a letter to Prince Fu, who, in turn, sent a request to the Crown Prince. With the tone of a dutiful younger brother, Prince Fu asked the Crown Prince to arrange for people to lend the banquet an air of importance. He mentioned how Su Yanmiao had returned his prized dragon brain incense cake without hesitation, showcasing great character. For Prince Fu to make no gesture of gratitude would seem miserly and utterly disgraceful. Of course, Prince Fu had close officials in the capital, but exposing them for a mere banquet would not be worth the risk. After finishing his introductions, Lu Chenxi's face carried a faint smile. The display of wealth and connections was complete. Surely, a sheltered attendant whose residence in the capital was pitifully small would, if not outright bow in awe, at least feel inclined to foster some connection, right? Then he observed Su Yanmiao, who remained calm and unflustered, his gaze steady, as if he hadn't noticed the dazzling crystal glass furnishings around him. Hurriedly, Lu Chenxi signaled to one of his own people at the table. An official seated beside Su Yanmiao turned slightly toward him and said, "Su Lang, I didn't expect to see you here. I am Huang Long, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice. I have long admired your reputation." A vice minister was the deputy head of the Ministry of Justice. Who would have thought he was one of Prince Fu's men? Since Su Yanmiao hadn't particularly delved into Huang Long's background, he didn't know this. Engaging in a polite conversation, he soon heard Huang Long say with a smile, "The master of this estate is truly extravagant. To use so much glass in furnishing a mere secondary residence, it's breathtaking. When I first arrived, I thought I had accidentally stepped into a world of jewels. It is indeed beautifully decorated." Huang Long smiled, "Especially those windows. To think they are made from single, unbroken sheets of glass. Such wealth is beyond even the Dou family's reach. It fills one with envy." Su Yanmiao turned his head to glance at the glass windows. His subconscious reaction, "Huh? They're not floor-to-ceiling windows? My bad. Hearing about an entire sheet of glass, I reflexively assumed they'd be large floor-to-ceiling ones. But that makes sense. Even using glass for small windows like these must already be very expensive. Knocking down the walls and replacing them with full glass panels would certainly brighten the room, but it'd bankrupt the household. Plus, it would lose that traditional charm." Huang Long's smile nearly faltered. He wanted to find evidence that Su Yanmiao was just pretending to be unfazed by the wealth, but from his expression to his inner thoughts, this person genuinely regarded Prince Fu's glass windows as mere small trinkets, unworthy of mention. Though Su Yanmiao's mind was racing with thoughts, his face maintained a polite, socially appropriate smile. "It's indeed admirable. The glass appears to have been polished to a remarkable clarity, undoubtedly a painstaking effort." Huang Long. The other officials who overheard. "Listening to you, there's no hint of actual envy. And why is your focus on how clear the glass is? It feels like Su Lang is marveling more at the craftsmanship than the outrageous expense." Even Lu Chenxi couldn't help but notice Su Yanmiao's indifference to the room's opulence. "Fine, if wealth can't captivate you, what about entertainment?" There was even a tinge of regret. If only it were June. During the summer heat, an endless supply of ice blocks would surely astonish him. After dinner, Su Yanmiao heard that they had prepared an entertainment activity called the Ao Mountain Lantern. Lu Chenxi explained, "This lantern display is traditionally showcased during the Lantern Festival, but now it is already April. However, tonight's beautiful moonlight makes it perfect to light the display." The Ao Mountain Lantern was not a single lantern but a massive arrangement of thousands of colorful lanterns stacked together, resembling both a mountain and the mythical Ao, giant turtle. From afar, the previously dark and somber venue was suddenly illuminated in brilliant splendor. The radiant lights flickered and shimmered, and the arrangement of countless ornate lanterns created an atmosphere of unmatched opulence. Flaming trees and silver flowers so beautiful. Hearing Su Yanmiao's admiring sigh, the Vice Minister of Justice, Huang Long, smiled faintly. "As expected, there is something that can impress you." He nodded subtly toward Lu Chenxi. "Continue, focus your efforts here. Make him experience the luxurious grandeur of Prince Fu's estate." And then, the massive Ao Mountain Lantern began to move. Exclamations of amazement erupted among the officials present. As the mechanisms turned, the thousands of lanterns seemed to come alive. Twin dragons played with pearls, swaying their heads and tails as they exhaled streams of luminous stars. A phoenix with fiery red tail feathers trailed a long, radiant sash that swirled in layers of vibrant colors. "This lantern display stands 13 levels high," Lu Chenxi declared proudly. "And it is climbable." The admiration in the room grew even stronger. Lu Chenxi raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward Su Yanmiao. This time, surely. His thoughts stalled. All he saw in Su Yanmiao's eyes was simple appreciation, devoid of envy. It was as if this was merely a performance to him, stunning in the moment, but soon forgotten. "Lu Chenxi, are young people these days really this composed?" The officials present. They could clearly hear Su Yanmiao's inner thoughts. "It's stunning, truly beautiful. These light and shadow effects are incredible. It's like watching 3D." Though none of them understood what this 3D referred to, even fools could tell that Su Yanmiao had seen similar spectacles countless times before. Now, he was simply appreciating it for what it was. Lu Chenxi and the Vice Minister of Justice huddled in secret. "You're his colleague. Tell me, what does he actually like? Everyone has a weakness. If we cater to his preferences, I refuse to believe he won't be moved." The Vice Minister of Justice thought for a moment and, with some difficulty, said, "He seems quite down to earth. Perhaps he prefers simpler things." At novel bin at. Lu Chenxi could barely contain his excitement. Got it. Su Yanmiao was invited to stay overnight at the estate. Unable to refuse their hospitality, he accepted. Mainly because many of his colleagues were also staying, and the estate was close to the court. This way, he could sleep in a bit longer the next morning. In the evening, a servant came by and asked, "My lord, would you like to wash your face and feet?" Su Yanmiao nodded. The servant then asked, "Would you like a full face wash or a light face wash? A full foot wash or a light foot wash?" A full face wash involved washing up to the shoulders and neck, while a light face wash only included the face. Similarly, a full foot wash included washing up to the knees and thighs, whereas a light foot wash only reached the ankles. The servant added, "No need to worry, my lord. We have plenty of firewood, and there is no shortage of hot water." Su Yanmiao, who was merely debating whether to wash his shoulders and thighs, was left baffled. Does this even need to be pointed out? The servant continued, "Additionally, my lord has specially prepared a personal set of towels for each of you, which I was instructed to inform you about." Su Yanmiao was even more bewildered. Wait, is sharing towels with others even a thing here? Meanwhile, in another room, Lu Chenxi smacked his forehead. I forgot to tell the servants to inform Su Yanmiao that he can take a bath tonight if he wants, and that he can request as much water as he needs. Allowing Su Yanmiao to wash his face freely earlier had likely already amazed him. If he were told he could bathe as he pleased, his impression of the estate would surely improve. To put things into perspective, even a prime minister could only bathe every other day, typically using only 3 dan of water, approximately 40 to 60 liters. And even that could be criticized as excessive indulgence. Bathing multiple times a day was called water excess. In short, Lu Chenxi's eyes lit up with determination. Being able to bathe daily? Such luxury, surely it would awaken Su Yanmiao's taste for indulgence? In the neighboring room, Su Yanmiao, who had been visiting the public bathhouse once every 3 days during winter and otherwise boiled water for his own daily baths, face washes, and foot soaks, didn't even register this as an extravagant act. Calmly, he informed the servant, "Thank you. A full face wash and a full foot wash will do. Su, today is another day I wish I could return to modern times." The uncle's faction noted. Pu Gong had the practice of full face washes, light face washes, full foot washes, light foot washes, full baths, and light baths. He would wash his face and feet twice daily and bathe every other day. A light face wash used 1 change of hot water, required 2 people, and only involved the face. A full face wash used 3 changes of hot water, required 5 people, and included the shoulders and neck. A light foot wash used 1 change of hot water, required 2 people, and only involved the ankles. A full foot wash used 3 changes of hot water, required 4 people, and included the knees and thighs. A light bath used 3 dan of water and required 5 or 6 people. A full bath used 5 dan of water and required 8 or 9 people. Following the bath, there would be scented oils, facial creams, incense burners, and exquisite fragrances, all applied in an orderly manner. Though labor-intensive, Pu Gong never found it burdensome. Talks with teachers and friends. In ancient times, washing one's face or bathing was truly a hassle. The Song statesman Pu Chuanzhang had distinct practices for washing. He washed his face and feet twice daily, bathed lightly every other day, and fully bathed every 4 days. These habits involved an extensive use of water and labor. Anecdotes of Song officials. Even officials couldn't bathe daily. He was so obsessed with cleanliness that he refused to share towels or wash basins with others. History of the Song dynasty. Refusing to share towels or wash basins was considered obsessive cleanliness back then. Su Yanmiao realized something was off about the reactions of the servants in this household. Checking his gossip system, he stumbled upon a note. An official was impeached by a censor for excessive indulgence after washing his face and feet twice daily and bathing every other day. It dawned on him bathing was indeed a hassle in ancient times. Not everyone could live as freely as he did, a bachelor without familial responsibilities, willing to go through the trouble of boiling water for daily washes. Looks like I should avoid staying overnight at other people's houses in the future. Even asking for water to wash my face or feet feels awkward, like I'm being unnecessarily troublesome. Su Yanmiao declined the maid's assistance, soaked a clean face towel in water, and carefully washed his head, face, and neck. After changing the water, he soaked his feet, wiped down his legs, climbed into bed, and went to sleep. His internal clock, however, woke him up at 3 in the morning. Su Yanmiao, after failing to fall back asleep, he quietly got up, asked the servants for toiletries, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and prepared to head to court. Lu Chenxi, who never woke this early, was hastily alerted by the servants. Scrambling to tidy himself, he rushed over just in time to intercept Su Yanmiao before he left. "Master Su, please have some breakfast before you go." Breakfast was referred to as a light meal. Lu Chenxi then launched into a spiel of self-pity, claiming that if his hospitality fell short, he'd be scolded by his master. He also appeared thoughtful, mentioning that eating on the go would be rushed, whereas taking time to eat here would be gentler on the stomach. Su Yanmiao hesitated. "If that's the case, then I'll trouble you." Lu Chenxi beamed. "No trouble at all, no trouble at all." As Su Yanmiao turned back to the residence, Lu Chenxi wiped the sweat from his brow and followed closely behind. But before he could take another step, a hand suddenly shot out from the side and yanked him away. "Lu Chenxi." He turned to see the Deputy Minister of Justice, and his heart skipped a beat. Didn't we agree not to meet privately? The moon still hung faintly in the sky, casting a soft and pale glow. The Deputy Minister's mood was clearly sour. Tell me, what exactly is the prince planning? Does he really just want to build a good relationship with Su Yanmiao? Lu Chenxi pondered for a moment before deciding not to mention Prince Fu's ambitions for the throne. Instead, he feigned surprise and retorted, what else? If we don't win him over now before he's fully established, should we wait until his influence grows and then shamelessly try to cozy up? Doesn't every prince in the court have a few close allies? The deputy minister exhaled in relief. That's for the best. Then he gave Lu Chenxi a stern warning. Whatever you do, don't get any reckless ideas. Su Yanmiao is not someone you can afford to cross. Why not? Don't ask. I can't tell you. If word spreads, the emperor will know it was me who leaked it. The best lies are those that mix truth with falsehood. The deputy minister spoke with such conviction that even though Lu Chenxi felt uneasy, he refrained from pressing further. Instead, he simply said, all right, I won't ask. I'll go back to building rapport with Su Yanmiao. In his hurry, Lu Chenxi left the deputy minister behind, missing the fleetingly expressionless look on his face. Prince Fu's ship. The deputy minister frowned deeply. He had boarded too early, and now he wasn't sure if abandoning ship would cost him dearly or even hasten his own downfall. But staying aboard, watching these people interact with Su Yanmiao, felt like courting disaster. Perhaps I should turn down this mission altogether. The moment this thought surfaced, the Deputy Minister of Justice immediately suppressed it. Prince Fu had more than just him under his command. There was no guarantee others wouldn't act on similar plans. Since he currently had no intention of leaving Prince Fu's faction, it was better to avoid being sidelined altogether. What does Master Su like to eat in the morning? The host helpfully listed options: wontons, biluo, steamed buns, hubing, flatbread, tongpi noodles, meat-topped noodles, shredded pork noodles. After rattling off a variety of noodle dishes, they moved on to meat dishes, followed by offal, desserts, and even sweet alcoholic beverages, an extensive selection. Su Yanmiao thought for a moment and replied, a bowl of shredded pork noodles and a glass of plain water, thank you. Soon, steaming hot noodles were served. Made by an accomplished chef, the dish was incredibly fresh and flavorful, with perfectly chewy noodles. Su Yanmiao's mood noticeably improved compared to the previous evening. Lu Chenxi suddenly had an epiphany. It's food? Su Yanmiao's weak spot is food? He whispered a few instructions to the servants, and once they left, he smiled and asked, Master Su, have you ever tried flour dew rice? Su Yanmiao. Lu Chenxi enthusiastically described it, rice steamed with flour dew, resulting in soft, translucent grains infused with a delicate floral sweetness. The best varieties use the dew of roses, citron blossoms, or osmanthus flowers. Su Yanmiao's interest visibly piqued. Lu Chenxi, there's an opening? His master, Prince Fu, had a taste for luxury gourmet food and extravagant clothing. Lu Chenxi knew countless lavish recipes. And then there's soft stuffed ox intestines. Lu Chenxi continued conversationally, pretending to simply chat. Did you know that the bone marrow inside lamb bones is the most tender? It can be extracted and combined with minced ingredients to stuff into ox intestines. Once cooked, it's both chewy and richly flavorful. Adat novel bin adat. Su Yanmiao's eyes lit up. That sounds delicious. What a pity it's not available in the capital. Lu Chenxi chuckled. This is actually a dish invented by Prince Fu. For now, it's only found in Shaoxing Prefecture. I was fortunate enough to be rewarded with half a bowl. He went on to describe many other extravagant and unique delicacies. Su Yanmiao listened intently, clearly enjoying the conversation. The two ended up having a delightful and engaging exchange, leaving both host and guest pleased. In a corner out of Su Yanmiao's line of sight, a servant stood holding a tray. At this moment, Lu Chenxi revealed his true intent. Though we lack flour dew rice or soft stuffed ox intestines, our residence does have a drink called fragrant lotus dew, he said, smiling mysteriously. It's an extraordinary delicacy you won't find anywhere else. Su Yanmiao hesitated. But I'm about to attend court. Drinking before court could lead to discomfort if nature called. Holding it in would be unbearable. Lu Chenxi laughed at his concern. No need to worry, Master Su. There's still an hour before court. Drink now, and you'll have time to visit the latrine beforehand. Tempted by curiosity, and with the earlier conversation about delicacies stirring his appetite, Su Yanmiao finally gave in. Well then, I'll trouble you. Soon, the fragrant lotus dew was brought in. During their earlier chat, other officials had come by for breakfast. Overhearing the mention of the drink, they jokingly teased, your host is so partial, how could he favor one guest over the rest of us? Lu Chenxi, ever the diplomat, replied smoothly, please forgive me, my esteemed colleagues. Just as lamb requires a sheep, and beef requires a cow, this drink is rare and hurriedly prepared. The fragrant lotus can only yield 4 cups at a time, it's hard to share evenly. He followed up with profuse apologies and promised to prepare more for delivery to their residences later, preventing the matter from escalating. As the drink drew closer, Su Yanmiao watched with mounting curiosity, full of anticipation. What kind of exquisite ambrosia is this? If it's limited to just 4 cups, it must be extraordinary. The other officials were equally intrigued, their eyes fixed on the tray. The name fragrant lotus dew was unfamiliar to them. And then, 2 delicate shoes, resembling crescent moons in the clouds, came into view. Their pointed toes, slightly upturned, looked like prismatic edges. The officials. Weren't they expecting a drink? Why were they looking at a pair of women's shoes? Moreover, these shoes were incredibly small. Were they for a child? But that didn't seem right either. Looking closer, they noticed a small cup placed inside one of the shoes, holding a pale, clear liquid. Luchenchi, holding the pointed shoe as though it were a wine glass, proudly announced, "This is the Golden Lotus Cup, and the drink within is fragrant lotus dew." With that, he raised the shoe to his lips to sip from the cup inside. Luchenchi froze mid-sip as he turned to see Su Yanmiao clinging to the table, vomiting. It wasn't just a dry heave, Su Yanmiao was actually throwing up the noodles he had eaten earlier. Luchenchi's face turned green. To him, this method of drinking was normal, even elegant. But watching someone retch right next to him made it impossible to continue sipping the so-called fragrant lotus dew. The other officials sprang to their feet, surrounding Su Yanmiao. "Master Su, are you alright? Call a doctor. Drink some water." Alright, no water? Forget we even mentioned drinking. Fragrant lotus dew? Foot sweat. I'm sorry, I mean no disrespect to women, but foot sweat? Even a woman's foot sweat stinks? How could anyone's hobby involve forcing someone to bind their feet, then using their bound shoes to serve wine? And those are actual shoes that have been worn. Many officials who had pre-ordered the so-called fragrant lotus dew turned pale. Their sluggish minds finally caught up, and upon realizing the meaning of foot sweat wine, their stomachs churned violently, prompting several of them to dry heave. I was wondering why the shape of the cup looked so strange. So filthy? Absolutely disgusting. Adat novel bin adat. Foot binding isn't even fashionable in society anymore? No, it probably never was, except for that one household. Why would anyone willingly create such a twisted thing? Scum? Degenerates. Stop. Please stop. Some officials, their faces ashen, weakly clutched the edges of the table for support. We only came to support the crown prince out of courtesy. Why must we endure such trauma? Su Yanmiao rarely took leave, but this time he did, citing illness as the reason. The entire court was thrown into a state of alarm. The aging emperor wore a grave expression and even brought the matter up during the morning assembly. The imperial physician has already examined him. There's nothing serious, merely shock. But from what I've heard, he vomited so severely that I doubt it's just that. Could Su Yanmiao be suffering from some unknown illness? The thought made the emperor agitated. He immediately dispatched an eunuch with a scathing edict lambasting Prince Fu, ordering him to his domain to endure the emperor's verbal wrath. The decree also included a reduction in Prince Fu's territory and stipend. After some quiet discussions among the ministers, Prime Minister Do stepped forward and decisively said, "Your Majesty, the Baizi is a sacred beast, known for its purity and high moral standards. It naturally detests filth. Folk tales even say that excrement can destroy a Buddha's golden form. Since Baizi's divine abilities remain unbroken, it must simply abhor foot binding and view it as unclean." The Minister of Revenue also stepped forward to support, "Your Majesty, Baizi's refusal to explicitly call it filthy already implies its disdain. I humbly petition Your Majesty to decree that both in the palace and among the common people, foot binding is strictly forbidden. Furthermore, condemn it as an unclean practice that harbors impurity, which might invite malevolent forces." The Minister of Rights also stood up, "Your Majesty, considering how Prince Fu's steward appeared accustomed to the so-called Golden Lotus Cup, it's likely this practice has been rampant in his territory for some time. I humbly suggest summoning Prince Fu back to the capital for a stern reprimand. Let the censors investigate his past conduct, and if similar incidents are uncovered, punish him severely." Several more officials stepped forward, echoing the call to ban foot binding and punish Prince Fu. Their words carried an underlying plea. "Your Majesty, Baizi may only be mildly discomfort now, but if this trend of foot binding is allowed to spread as a fashionable practice, it could provoke Baizi further. What if one day it's angered to death? That must not happen." The emperor shuddered at the thought and immediately declared, "Let it be as my loyal ministers have advised." Foot binding was officially banned, and Prince Fu was reprimanded. Flour do rice. When hosting guests, meals must be slightly more refined than everyday fare. How does one refine rice? By adding fragrance. I once instructed a young housewife to prepare a small bowl of floral dew in advance. When the rice was nearly cooked, she poured the dew over it, covered it briefly, and mixed it thoroughly before serving. Guests would marvel at the taste, attributing it to a rare grain and asking for its source, unaware it was ordinary rice. This method, kept secret for years, is shared here for the first time. To conserve floral dew, do not pour it over the entire pot. Instead, pour a single bowlful over a corner to satisfy esteemed guests. The best floral dew is made from roses, citron, and osman. Thus, avoid regular roses, as their fragrance is too distinct and easily identifiable. Instead, use varieties that blend harmoniously with the natural aroma of grains, making it indistinguishable from the rice itself. From A Leisurely Miscellany. Translation. When hosting guests, one must serve rice that is more refined than everyday fare. How can rice be refined? By giving it a fragrant aroma. I once suggested to my daughter-in-law that she prepare a small bowl of floral dew in advance. When the rice is just cooked, pour the floral dew over it. Cover the pot briefly to let it infuse, mix it evenly, and then serve it in bowls. Guests would marvel at the taste, believing the rice to be of a superior and rare variety, but in truth, it is just ordinary rice. I've kept this method a secret for a long time, sharing it only now. When using this method, it's not necessary to pour the floral dew over the entire pot of rice, as that would be wasteful. This method would not become widespread if it required excessive amounts of floral dew. Instead, use only one small bowl to flavor a portion of the rice, enough for the guests to enjoy. The best floral dew is made from roses, citron, or osman thus. Avoid using regular roses because their fragrance is easily recognizable, making it clear that the scent isn't intrinsic to the rice. The fragrances of roses, citron, and osman thus blend seamlessly with the natural aroma of grains, making them ideal for this purpose. Golden Lotus Cup. Yanmiao, known for his indulgence in music and beauty, would often, during feasts, notice performers or dancers with small bound feet. He would remove their shoes, place a wine cup inside, and serve wine using it. This was called the Golden Lotus Cup. From Nankin Notes from a Farming Pause. I'm sorry for missing today's updates as my laptop broke last night. I managed to arrange a temporary system today after work. I'll be updating today's chapters now and will continue with the temporary system until my laptop is fixed. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Folded hands. After the court session, the old emperor led a group of senior ministers to visit Su Yanmiao at Novel bin Adat. The moment the door opened, the old emperor almost cursed aloud. Fool, scoundrel, worthless as a dog. How could I have fathered such a wretched offspring? Before him, even the once lustrous fur of the little Bai Zi seemed to have lost its shine. Su Yanmiao appeared listless, barely managing to summon the energy to speak. Why has your majesty come here with the ministers? The old emperor immediately felt that the punishment he had given to Prince Fu was far too lenient. Softening his tone, as if afraid of startling Su Yanmiao, he said, "We've always seen you as strong and lively, bouncing around with energy. But today, you've taken the rare step of requesting leave, and we've heard rumors that you were frightened and even vomited several times. So, we came to check on you. Don't stand at the door, go back to bed." After court, there's no need to adhere to strict formalities. Su Yanmiao felt a warmth in his heart. Once he lay back in bed, a hand stretched out from under the blanket, giving the emperor an opportunity to express his care and concern. The emperor took his hand, gently patting the back of it, his tone extraordinarily kind and comforting. "Have you been wronged? Tell me, and I will see justice done for you. You are one of our most trusted ministers, you mustn't fall here." Su Yanmiao's anger surged as he recalled the source of his frustration, the pair of tiny embroidered shoes. Living in an age of information overload, where things once forbidden, like bound feet, could easily be found with a simple online search, he had come to deeply understand how inhumane and physically degrading footbinding was a complete violation of dignity. "Your Majesty." Su Yanmiao's mind raced, preparing a comprehensive list of reasons to oppose footbinding that would strike at the very heart of the emperor's sensibilities. Even if Prince Fu was the emperor's son, these arguments would surely provoke the old emperor's displeasure. Indeed, through the gossip system, he had already identified the culprit. "I wish to impeach." However, the old emperor gently patted the back of Su Yanmiao's hand again. "Does the old emperor know I'm about to impeach his son and wants to stop me?" Even in his weakened state, lying in bed, Su Yanmiao struggled to sit up. His pale complexion alarmed the old emperor, who feared the excitement might worsen his condition. He scolded, "Why are you flailing about?" Then he added, "If you truly wish to impeach someone, recover first, draft your memorial, and present it during tomorrow's court session. Without sufficient energy, how can you argue with others in court?" Su Yanmiao was momentarily stunned and was about to say something when his stomach suddenly let out a loud grumble. His face turned bright red. He hadn't eaten a single grain of rice since emptying his stomach earlier. He was starving but lacked any appetite. The old emperor glanced at him. "In your condition, you still want to impeach someone? If you don't have the energy to fight back, the moment you open your mouth, they'll counterattack and you'll just end up shooting yourself in the foot." As he spoke, he turned to the group of officials behind him. "Bring it over." "Bring what?" Su Yanmiao craned his neck. "Your Majesty brought something for me." A small food container was brought forward. When it was opened, it revealed a bowl of black sesame porridge. The old emperor took out the bowl, touching its sides. "It's still warm. It's just right for you to eat now. Originally, it was made with glutinous rice, but since you've just vomited and your stomach is empty, we replaced it with polished rice to soothe your organs and restore your stomach energy." The black sesame porridge entered his mouth, spreading a gentle warmth across his tongue. The heat slowly traveled down his throat, inching its way into his empty stomach, providing a soothing comfort. Su Yanmiao's hollow stomach felt instantly relieved, significantly easing his physical discomfort. Su Yanmiao began, "Thank." The old emperor interrupted him. "Enough with the thanks. There's no need for so much formal courtesy in private. Rest well, I won't disturb you any longer." The emperor and the officials came and went in a hurry, leaving Su Yanmiao alone with the bowl of black sesame porridge, feeling deeply conflicted. No matter how complex his emotions were, once the porridge was finished and his strength somewhat restored, he had to start drafting his memorial. Su Yanmiao suddenly realized that the old emperor had misspoken earlier. Tomorrow, there was no court session, it was a day of rest. The day after that was when the real battle would take place. Perfect, I have one more day to prepare. 2 days later. Having already impeached someone once before, Su Yanmiao confidently stepped forward for his second attempt. Your Majesty, I impeach Prince Fu for harboring malicious intentions, endangering the state, disregarding the welfare of the people, and jeopardizing the Xia dynasty by plunging it into chaos. The court officials collectively winced, their teeth aching at the audacity of the statement. Although exaggeration in impeachment memorials was nothing new, everyone was used to slapping labels and throwing accusations, regardless of their basis or truth. When it came from Su Yanmiao, they all felt a strange and subtle emotion. Who is it? Who corrupted the innocent Su Lang? That was the prevailing sentiment. The old emperor asked sincerely. He only had the dancers in his residence bind their feet. How does that lead to plunging the Xia dynasty into chaos? It wasn't that he wanted to shield his son, he was genuinely curious. How could these two things possibly be connected? Did Su Yanmiao discover through some divine artifact that Prince Fu had done something else? Su Yanmiao wasn't surprised in the slightest that the old emperor knew about the foot-binding incident. Of course, he could find out. If he went to visit me and discovered the vomiting was caused by the golden lotus cup, then traced it to Prince Fu and then to foot-binding, isn't that perfectly normal? Does your Majesty know the harms of foot-binding for women? Su Yanmiao asked. Without waiting for the emperor to respond, Su Yanmiao answered his own question. Foot-binding affects a woman's ability to give birth. What? The old emperor's tone grew noticeably serious. Your Majesty, think about it. A woman who binds her feet has difficulty moving, so she lacks strength in her body. How could she muster the energy needed during childbirth? This makes it much more likely for her to suffer complications or even face a difficult labor. Of course, this wasn't entirely accurate at Novel bin Adat. Foot binding deforms the foot, shifting the body's balance to the heel. This inadvertently strengthens the hips and waist, which can actually enhance pelvic structure and potentially improve childbearing capacity. If foot binding truly reduced fertility, the authorities would have cracked down harder on it long ago. They didn't care about women's suffering but were deeply concerned about declining population numbers. However, commoners needed to walk frequently, while noble ladies didn't need to touch the ground when traveling. The lack of activity often weakened their health, which could negatively affect their fertility. The daughters of the officials present all fell under the category of noble ladies. Still, it's better to focus on just one argument. Otherwise, someone might suggest, then just have noble ladies walk more? Let them walk 2 steps on the ground. Isn't walking on the edge of a knife no big deal? After all, it's not like they'd personally have to do it. The officials. No, we're not that inhumane. Su Yanmiao's tone grew earnest. Your Majesty, one thing often leads to another. The world is never short of people with peculiar preferences. If the practice of foot binding spreads from Prince Fu's residence to the aristocracy, and small feet are labeled golden lotuses praised as pure and beautiful, won't it become a trend to value bound feet when marrying wives and concubines? And then, among the commoners, won't everyone follow suit and bind their daughters' feet? Over time, won't difficult labors and deaths in childbirth skyrocket? To make the elites care, you have to show them how something could harm their other interests. Sure enough, from the emperor down to the officials, everyone began taking this seriously. Su Yanmiao's argument made a lot of sense. If a person avoids walking because of foot pain, or walks so slowly and lazily that they lack physical strength, isn't it natural that they wouldn't have the energy needed during childbirth? Seeing their reactions, Su Yanmiao pressed forward with a second point. Your Majesty, if women bind their feet, half of the labor force in the world will be crippled. The old emperor was visibly shaken. Even before Su Yanmiao began explaining, the emperor immediately realized what he had overlooked before. How many people in the world could endure the pain of festering feet and continue working? Su Yanmiao said, noble ladies might be fine since they rarely engage in labor, but if peasant women in the countryside bind their feet, how can they work in the fields? Even if they kneel to farm, how can the land they tend compare to what they could manage when healthy? And female merchants, how can they travel for trade if their feet are bound? The loss in commercial tax revenue would be enormous. And then there are the weavers. If their feet are in pain, how can they work quickly at the loom? Not to mention, Su Yanmiao listed the cascading impacts one by one, causing the emperor's face to grow increasingly grim. Having the labor force was something no wise ruler could ever tolerate. Then came the third point. Moreover, does your Majesty know how foot binding is actually done? The bodily changes and reproductive effects caused by foot binding were intended to make women better suited as childbearing tools. After foot binding, the feet became deformed, shifting the body's weight to the heels. This led to the development of the hips and waist, which in turn affected the pelvis, enhancing reproductive capabilities. From a brief analysis of bound feet in ancient Chinese literature, the old emperor genuinely didn't know. Even the Jinyi guards wouldn't investigate something like this and report it back. Judging by Su Yanmiao's reaction, could there be more to foot binding than meets the eye? Speak, my loyal minister. First, the 4 smaller toes, except for the big toe, are forcefully bent downward. Then, the binding strips are wrapped tightly around the toes, over the arch, around the heel, and back across the top of the foot. Layer by layer, the strips are pulled tight, forcing the toes toward the sole. Finally, hundreds of stitches secure the fabric to hold the toes firmly in place against the foot's center. Even the battle-hardened generals gasped sharply. Isn't that just torture? Su Yanmiao hated foot binding to his very core, but he forced himself to remain calm. Only by maintaining composure could he persuade the emperor and the officials to outlaw the practice. Indeed, foot binding is torture. Su Yanmiao continued. Besides the toes, the ankle must also be bent downward. Each time the bindings are replaced, pus-ridden flesh is torn away. Broken bones, deformities, pus, and festering wounds, this is the reality hidden beneath those bindings. A collective shiver of revulsion and fear swept through the crowd. Only lunatics and perverts could like such a thing. The idea of forcefully bending someone's toes downward, with no regard for the pain it caused the person, was unbearable for any normal human being. Su Yanmiao raised his voice. Gentlemen, adat novel bin adat. Most of you here have daughters? Please think about this. If society starts idolizing foot binding, praising bound feet as beautiful, and demanding small feet for marriage and concubinage, can you truly resist this trend? Even as high-ranking officials, presiding over the imperial court, would you dare defy convention? Would you risk having your daughters seen as disgraces to your family for not conforming? Would you persist in going against the tide, choosing a path that society would see as rebellious and unorthodox? Furthermore, do you truly wish for your daughters and granddaughters to suffer such torment? To have their toes broken, their flesh and bones decayed, and to endure a lifetime of pain whether walking or lying down? The young man's words cut like a blade. His sharp brows and piercing gaze rose with each sentence, building like thunder ripping through dark clouds. Finally, with a burst of force, his words pierced through the skies, igniting a wildfire across the plains. The officials were left pale as paper, standing frozen like statues. They had never seen the so-called beauty of bound feet, nor had they any impression of the frail, willow-like elegance it supposedly embodied. Instead, they were first confronted with the grim consequences of foot binding. Those who cherished their daughters, from expression to movement, were visibly anxious, stepping forward to agree with Su Yanmiao's words. Even those who raised their daughters with no particular care or sentiment, who bore no grudges against them and weren't sadistic or perverse, likewise expressed that society should not evolve in such a direction. As for the officials without daughters or those indifferent to their own, they were equally uneasy. We really don't want to end up sleeping next to women with smelly, rotting feet. If just a few days ago, their attitude toward banning foot binding had been one of indifference, treating it as though they were caring for a mythical beast, now they genuinely wanted to enforce the ban. Su Yanmiao felt a weight lift off his chest. Thankfully, it worked. He was acutely aware, I only succeeded because it's just the beginning, and the trend hasn't taken hold yet. Had he been even a little late, and foot binding already gained societal traction, even presenting the argument about its impact on fertility would not have achieved the same effect. Su Yanmiao bowed respectfully toward the emperor. Your Majesty, this is why this minister says that Prince Fu endangers the state and disregards the welfare of the people. If foot binding becomes widespread, and 1 in every 2 or 3 women dies due to complications during childbirth, does this not harm the nation? If countless women are forced to bind their feet, with millions suffering mutilation, does this not disregard the people? To harm the vitality of life for the sake of aesthetics, to create harm while pretending it is beneficial, this is the height of corruption. Should sages of old look upon our dynasty, they would scorn us as a barbaric land. Thus, this minister petitions your Majesty to ban foot binding and punish Prince Fu to restore proper conduct. A sharp summer wind swept through, lifting the hems of the officials' robes. On the golden dais, the emperor lowered his gaze, seemingly meeting Su Yanmiao's eyes. Approved. Su Yanmiao bowed again, meticulously and upright. But inwardly, his unrestrained thoughts slipped through. Wahoo! I did it. This disgusting and grotesque practice of foot binding will finally disappear. The old emperor allowed a faint smile to cross his face and said, Since this is the case, ministers, discuss amongst yourselves how this matter shall be executed. The decree to ban foot binding was imperative to implement. Even if this trend had not yet emerged, it was a preventive measure. After all, who could say it wouldn't spread like cockroaches? Seeing one might mean there's already a nest. Prime Minister Do proposed, why not link this matter to the performance evaluations of local officials? If cases of foot binding are discovered, Su Yanmiao interjected, foot binding can be undone through unbinding. Prime Minister Do nodded slightly at him and added, if cases of foot binding are found and officials assist women in unbinding their feet, they could receive additional credit in their evaluations, which essentially means bonus points. Immediately, an official stood up to voice his disagreement. Prime Minister Do, your suggestion is misguided, the minister of the Imperial Ancestral Temple said with a pleasant smile. You're encouraging His Majesty to commit an imprudent act. Prime Minister Do's face darkened. Minister Zhang, speak your mind plainly. The minister lowered his gaze slightly and spoke slowly, your intentions are good, but you've overlooked human nature. If this were made an additional merit, might some local officials, in pursuit of achievement, forcibly bind women's feet, let them fester, and then unbind them for the sake of claiming credit? Prime Minister Do's face grew even more severe, and he remained silent. He, of course, understood that any policy, no matter how well-intentioned, might be distorted or exploited after implementation. But this was an issue meant to be addressed during the smaller court meetings through discussion among ministers. To put it bluntly, this was just a draft, a preliminary version. Every decree undergoes extensive deliberation before being finalized. The minister of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, however, belonged to a different faction. It had become routine for members of that faction to find faults in Prime Minister Do's proposals, openly and covertly criticizing him. This time, it was simply the minister's turn. Still, the minister dared to raise the issue because the concern was valid. Implementing decrees wasn't as simple as the court issuing an edict and local officials executing it with robotic precision. Prime Minister Do had no way to refute the criticism. He couldn't exactly say, "I plan to address this in the smaller court meetings." While that reasoning was sound, saying it aloud would make him seem inattentive to the matter at hand. Swallowing this bitter pill, Prime Minister Do forced a smile and asked, "Does Minister Zhang have a better idea?" The minister of the Imperial Ancestral Temple pondered briefly and said, "First, we should send officials to disseminate the dangers of foot-binding through official notices, so the public won't blindly pursue the practice. Then, we should stipulate that women with bound feet are prohibited from marriage or concubinage, and finally, allow local governments to inspect households." Before he could finish, an official from Prime Minister Do's faction stepped forward, countering sharply, "Minister Zhang, you're making a similar mistake. Deception and coercion have always been common problems in local governance. If we permit household inspections, what if some officials use it to extort the people? Those who don't offer bribes could be accused of binding their daughters' feet. They and their families could then be publicly condemned as monsters who harm their own daughters." Minister Zhang. It felt like he had just been called a monster himself. A third-party official stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this minister believes Prime Minister Do's proposal has merit, and Minister Zhang's words are not without wisdom. However, both sides must proceed cautiously. Perhaps we should first publicize the harms of foot-binding and then discuss measures to prevent local officials from undermining the decree." Standing to the side, Yanmiao was just shy of propping his chin on his hand. After 2 years, he was used to this kind of debate. Every policy was argued over at length. Sometimes solutions emerged from the disputes, and sometimes the matter had to be postponed. Still, the idea of publicizing the harms of foot-binding. Sigh, too bad this suggestion can't be implemented. Otherwise, I'd really want to say that the best way to make people understand the harm is through real examples. But those girls have already suffered enough. It wouldn't be right to exploit their pain further. Why not bind Prince Fu's feet and use him as an example to showcase the harm caused by foot-binding? It'd be best to parade him in a bustling metropolis, somewhere that serves as a central hub or major thoroughfare. The emperor seated on the golden dais. Absolutely not. That's too extreme. Although the third prince's interest in foot-binding is somewhat reckless, it hasn't caused any serious consequences. After all, he's always been an obedient child. But what if I claim he's trying to seize the throne? Bang! Yanmiao looked up in confusion. He saw the emperor on the golden dais slam his hand on the armrest of the dragon throne. The sound was so thunderous that, exaggeratedly speaking, the very doors of the hall seemed to tremble, sending a fine layer of dust cascading down. "I have an idea." Binding feet was out of the question, but Yanmiao had inspired him. Since this vassal prince harbored improper ambitions, perhaps breaking both his legs would resolve the matter. At novel bin at. The emperor pondered coldly. Author's note. To begin, first address the right foot, then the left. Start by freeing the big toe, locating the remaining 4 toes. Bend the sole downward at an angle, applying pressure until a cracking sound signals the breaking of bones. Untie the foot-binding cloth, wrap the 4 toes tightly, and rebind them. The cloth binds the toes while burning the sole, it then covers the instep. Grip the heel firmly and rewrap the toes with another layer of cloth. Pull the cloth across the instep and backward, forcibly curling the 4 toes under the sole. Essentially, it's a process of pulling back and forth. Next, the grandmother would use needle and thread to wind the cloth hundreds of times. The foot's arch would then be folded downward, requiring constant walking to reinforce the process. During every subsequent cloth change, the pus-filled flesh would inevitably be torn away forcibly. This was the traditional northern rural method of foot binding. Only by rotting the flesh and damaging the bones could the desired shape be forcibly achieved. The physical pain caused by foot binding in ancient times was no less and perhaps even more excruciating than modern surgical procedures. Today's surgeries benefit from anesthetics and medication to alleviate pain, whereas foot-binding involved brutally breaking and deforming bones and flesh without any relief, leading to infection, pus, and decay. Excerpt from an analysis of foot-binding depictions in ancient Chinese literature. Destroying the essence of life under the guise of beauty, taking what is harmful and claiming it to be beneficial, is the epitome of corruption and decadence. If the effort wasted on foot-binding were redirected toward education, dedicating 10 years to teaching and literacy, how could the talents and intelligence of women possibly be inferior to those of men? Excerpt from Warnings for a Flourishing Era. The imperial decree was delivered to the Jin Prince's residence. Seated in his wheelchair, the Jin Prince pressed his temple with one hand, his knuckles pale from tension. On his lap lay the imperial edict he had just received. The decree was brief and straightforward. He was ordered to escort Prince Fu, who was currently en route to the capital, under custody. And then, suddenly, a pair of hands gently massaged his temples, applying soft pressure. From behind him came the Jin Princess consort's gentle voice. "My lord, is there some difficult task you must undertake?" The Jin Prince's voice was hoarse as he replied, "It's nothing. His Majesty has instructed me to escort Prince Fu." He turned, pulling the princess consort to sit beside him. "You are 7 months along now. Be careful in everything you do. Once I leave, you must never go anywhere without someone accompanying you." He continued to caution her, "I know you often go out to practice medicine, but now that you're 7 months pregnant, put it aside for now. Wait until after the child is born and you've completed your confinement period to resume. Finally, he added, I will make sure to return before you give birth. The princess consort listened quietly, a faint smile appearing in her eyes. The Jin prince gently caressed her belly, his gaze filled with unease. Yet, he hesitated, unable to voice his deeper concerns. His imperial elder brother's decree did not merely order him to escort Prince Fu. It also explicitly commanded that no anesthetic be used and that Prince Fu's legs be broken brutally. This made the Jin prince suspect that the emperor might be sending a warning, perhaps having discovered something, using Prince Fu as an example to intimidate others. The reason the emperor hadn't directly sent someone to arrest him was likely because he had been keeping a low profile lately. The Jin prince couldn't fathom his elder brother's intentions, leaving his thoughts in turmoil. He was no longer alone. He had a princess consort and the child she carried. For a long time, he had refrained from getting involved in political matters, intending to curry favor with the man on the throne, to dispel any suspicions. All he wished for was to successfully retire from court and live a peaceful life with his princess consort, envying neither immortals nor power. On the other side, in the distant Fu prince's residence, a group of Jinyiwei stormed in. As they twisted Fu prince's arm to take him away, he became furious. You dogs? What do you think you're doing? The commander of the Jinyiwei, smiling faintly, presented an imperial edict at Novel bin Adat. We ask the prince not to make things difficult for us. Otherwise, if we use force, it won't look good on your part either. Fu prince instantly panicked. He knew exactly what the Jinyiwei's authority entailed. Backed by imperial privilege, they could arrest anyone without needing approval from the Ministry of Justice or the Dali Temple. Furthermore, if the target resisted, they were authorized to kill on the spot. But the Jinyiwei weren't fools. They could flaunt their power in front of officials, but acting so arrogantly toward the emperor's son was practically suicidal. Unless they were certain he had no chance of turning the tables. After a brief hesitation, Fu prince wisely surrendered without a fight. However, he made sure to appear innocent. Could you at least tell me what crime I've committed? It couldn't possibly be because they knew he harbored ambitions to vie for the throne, could it? But he hadn't done anything yet? In Fu prince's view, merely recruiting one imperial attendant didn't count as doing anything significant. The Jinyiwei commander gave a faint, insincere smile, as though he found the question amusing. His tone was subtle. Because you meddled with someone you shouldn't have. Up until the moment he met the Jin prince, Fu prince racked his brains but couldn't figure out who this someone might be aside from the crown prince. Soon enough, he decided to put the matter aside temporarily. Uncle. After being confined in a prison cart for 6 or 7 days, Fu prince's face lit up with a pitiful look when he saw the Jin prince. Do you know what's going on? I have no idea who I've offended, yet father sent people to escort me to the capital? It's not just me, even the concubines and courtesans from my residence were taken away. The Jin prince's gaze lingered briefly on Fu prince's legs. Without responding to his complaints, he turned to the Jinyiwei. His Majesty's decree is to break Fu prince's legs. Fu prince's face turned ashen, while the Jinyiwei commander cautiously asked, should we use anesthetics, or not? The Jin prince, no need. Break them directly. Fu prince, what? Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud clang as a heavy hammer smashed into his kneecap. Fu prince's screams drowned out all other sounds. The Jin prince gritted his teeth. Start by smashing his toenails. Since his imperial elder brother had assigned him this task, it was clear that he was expected to handle the dirty work and severely punish Fu prince. Fine, he would do it. Elder brother, as long as you spare my wife and child, what harm is there in me playing the cruel official this once? Hiss. In Wu Ying Hall, a sharp intake of breath broke the silence. The crown prince, passing by, caught the sound. His eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he stepped inside. Another commotion? Perfect time for this prince to join in the fun. The Jin prince's methods are ruthless. When others talk about breaking legs, they start at the knees, shattering the bones. But the Jin prince ordered the Jinyiwei to begin by hammering the toenails. The toenails were smashed open, leaving bloody, mangled flesh. Hiss. Fu prince fainted and woke up again repeatedly. Honestly, he deserved it, but it looked excruciating to watch. The crown prince subconsciously touched his own feet. Imagining the scene, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. That really did sound painful. Thankfully, when his father broke his legs back then, it was just to stabilize the army's morale. Otherwise, it would have been far more horrifying. But the Jin prince and Fu prince don't have a grudge against each other. Why would he suddenly think to smash the fingernails? Could it be that the old emperor secretly instructed it? It must be. Otherwise, why would the Jin prince act on his own? Besides, the old emperor has always been ruthless. When it's time to act, he doesn't hesitate. The old emperor was utterly stunned. Since when did he become that kind of person? Sure, he had been harsh in military campaigns and ruthless in suppressing political threats, but this kind of brutal torture wasn't his style at all. His approach was bold and decisive, not underhanded cruelty. Turning his head, he saw his exasperating son's face light up with sudden understanding, and his fist clenched tightly. So, this is how you see your father. What are you sneaking around for at the door? Get in here. The crown prince's expression froze, and he shuffled in nervously. Father. The old emperor gestured to a tall stack of memorials on the table beside him and sneered. I've told you countless times to take governance seriously, but you refuse. And now look, every random nobody dares to covet your position. come here and finish reviewing these memorials. The Crown Prince's eyes widened in shock. Father, this stack is taller than you. Though it only reached his sitting height, it was still a massive pile. Immediately, he resorted to the imperial physician's excuse. The imperial physician said I'm physically frail and shouldn't overwork myself. The old emperor, oh, really? The Crown Prince looked at him earnestly. It's true, father. If you don't believe me, summon the imperial physician and ask. The old emperor spoke in a gentle tone. That won't be necessary. How could a father not trust his son? Before the Crown Prince could savor his relief, the old emperor glanced at Su Yanmiao. Su Yanmiao, come over here. Su Yanmiao, who had been enjoying the show, hesitated and replied reluctantly, yes. With a fake smile, the old emperor said, since the Crown Prince cannot handle much, you will assist him. Just follow the usual routine I assign you when reviewing memorials. Work more, think less. You handle the trivial matters, the Crown Prince will deal with the significant ones. Su Yanmiao, Crown Prince. The two exchanged a glance, suddenly feeling an odd sense of shared misery. A day passed, and both Su Yanmiao and the Crown Prince staggered out of Wuying Hall, looking like two dried, salted fish. Su Yanmiao wanted nothing more than to lie down and indulge in gossip. The Crown Prince also wanted nothing more than to lie down and listen to gossip. Inside the hall, the old emperor poured himself a cup of water and clicked his tongue twice. I'm over 60 years old, and I managed to process 200 or 300 memorials daily on my own, with enough energy left to discuss state affairs with the ministers. Yet when it came to these two, reviewing a mere 100 documents left them utterly drained. Young people these days. The old emperor sipped his water, his expression full of regal disdain. Outside, Su Yanmiao felt his heart start beating again as he distanced himself from the pile of documents, filled with a newfound joy for life. Your Highness, I'll take my leave now. There's a court assembly tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Su Yanmiao froze. He realized something. Holy crap. Today was supposed to be my rest day. Only one rest day in 10 days, and the old emperor made me work overtime. Without pay. Adat novel bin adat. Inside the hall, the old emperor choked on his water. Cough, cough, cough. For a moment, his guilty conscience flickered in his gaze. Young people are full of energy. What's wrong with doing a bit more work after being entrusted with such responsibilities? Besides, the civil and military officials of the court would give anything to spend their rest days in Wuying Hall. If they knew they could review memorials for the emperor, they would be overwhelmed with gratitude and tears. He was grooming Su Yanmiao to take on greater responsibilities? How thoughtful? Who needs overtime pay? Thinking this, the old emperor quickly regained his confidence. The Crown Prince, unlike his father, still had a conscience. However, there wasn't much he could do to rectify the situation. Instead, he offered compensation from a different angle. Su Yanmiao, are you interested in tigers? Su Yanmiao, tigers. Crown Prince, my father has a tiger enclosure with several large tigers. Would you like to see them? Large tigers? Yes, yes, I want to go. They're raised in captivity. I wonder if I can pet them. Su Yanmiao bowed politely. Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness, but as an external official, it would be inappropriate for me to enter the royal gardens. Please persuade me? Please persuade me. Seeing the hope in Su Yanmiao's eyes, the Crown Prince smiled and said, Minister Su is indeed correct. I was thoughtless. The Crown Prince watched as Su Yanmiao's eyes widened in shock. He seemed to want to speak but held back, and then tried again before ultimately suppressing his disappointment. Your subject bids farewell to Your Highness, Su Yanmiao said. The Crown Prince couldn't help but laugh. But I still need someone to hand me the meat. Su Shizhong, come along. Su Yanmiao. Crown Prince? What a kind-hearted person. The Crown Prince laughed loudly. Let's go. If we hurry, we might even get a chance to feed the tigers ourselves. Su Yanmiao, at once. Adat novel bin adat. The two arrived at the tiger enclosure, both in high spirits. The eunuch responsible for taking care of the emperor's pets hurried over to greet them. When he learned that the Crown Prince intended to get close to the tigers, hesitation flashed across his face. If something happened to the Crown Prince, even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. The Crown Prince gave him a glance but didn't make things difficult. Never mind. I'll just watch from a high vantage point. Go and fetch 2 buckets of fresh meat. Have the tigers been fed yet? The eunuch sighed in relief and quickly replied, not yet. The tigers are usually fed half an hour after mealtime, just in case His Majesty decides to visit and finds the tigers full. The Crown Prince nodded slightly. Then prepare the meat. After issuing the instructions, he pulled Su Yanmiao to a raised platform where they could see the tigers clearly. Soon, a eunuch suspended food into the enclosure, which drew the tigers out. Su Yanmiao's eyes lit up. How magnificent! 3 to 5 large tigers strolled out slowly, their long tails dragging behind them. Their shoulders and hips moved fluidly, and their spines rose and fell with each step. 2 buckets of meat were quickly delivered. The Crown Prince grabbed a large chunk of fatty meat and tossed it down, casually showing off his knowledge about tiger care. These tigers must never be fed live prey, as it would awaken their ferocity. You should also avoid feeding them whole carcasses, or they'll maintain their instinct for tearing flesh, which we aim to suppress. The chunk of meat landed, and the tigers moved toward it leisurely, unhurried, and uncompetitive. Clearly, they were accustomed to having food fall from the sky daily. Su Yanmiao tried tossing some meat himself, and the tigers ate it without caring who had thrown it, as long as there was food. The crown prince abruptly said, "My third brother is 14 years younger than me. Back in the palace, I used to bring him snacks whenever I visited the harem. I wasn't mindful, and he loved sweet soups. After indulging him a few times, he got a toothache. It flared up in the middle of the night, and he cried so much that no one in the palace could sleep." He laughed lightly but with some melancholy. "I was the crown prince, so his mother didn't dare blame me. But she didn't believe I truly felt guilty. Later, when I visited, she often said that my brother wasn't in the palace and had gone out to play. Over time, the bond between us faded." Su Yanmiao, sensing that the crown prince needed a listener, stayed silent and attentive. He wasn't like this when he was young. The crown prince paused, struggling to articulate his thoughts before sighing. "One time, when my legs were still weak, I was afraid of slipping on muddy ground." He put my hand on his head and said, "Brother, I'll be your cane. I know that being kind to one's family doesn't guarantee kindness to others. But when I heard about him cruelly breaking a woman's toes, I still found it hard to believe." Su Yanmiao thought for a moment, then pushed the bucket of meat toward him. "I don't know what to say. How about feeding the tigers some more, Your Highness?" The crown prince smiled faintly. "These tigers should really thank you." Su Yanmiao nodded seriously. "They should indeed. If one of them could roll over and show me its belly, that would be even better." The crown prince replied with equal seriousness. "If they're ungrateful, I'll have someone flip them over for you so you can pet them to your heart's content." Su Yanmiao couldn't hold back a chuckle, which made the crown prince laugh as well. Instead of reaching for more meat, the crown prince pulled a memorial from his sleeve and gestured for Su Yanmiao to read it. As Su took it, the crown prince explained, "When he arrives in the capital, he'll inevitably come to seek my help. I don't know how to face him and don't want to soften my stance, so I plan to leave the city. In the meantime, here's a proposal from Kuiyi, an assistant minister in the Ministry of Revenue, regarding the development of money houses. Take a look." Su Yanmiao read it carefully. The gist of the proposal was as follows. "Your Majesty, this humble servant has noticed that only a few major cities have money houses, and only the ones in the capital offer deposit and loan services. The rest merely handle the exchange of gold, silver, copper coins, iron coins, and paper currency. This is highly inconvenient for the common people. Nowadays, travelers either carry their wealth in wagons or travel lightly with limited funds. This servant proposes establishing money houses in every county, offering the same services as those in the capital. This way, travelers can carry only money house vouchers, withdrawing funds as needed in other towns. Additionally, the current deposit system is overly rigid. To store money in a money house, one must first pay a deposit fee, which discourages use. Many prefer to bury their savings in the ground instead. This servant believes that if the court were to manage money houses, 2 changes should be made. First, abolish the deposit fee. Second, instead of charging the people, the court should offer interest based on the amount deposited." Su Yanmiao. "While this sounds like a good idea, why do I feel like Kuiyi is only proposing this because he wants his hidden savings to earn interest?" The crown prince coughed lightly. He thought the same, to be honest. This idea has potential. What do you think, Su Lang? Su Yanmiao thought it over seriously before responding. "Your subject is not well versed in commerce and dares not speak rashly. Perhaps it would be better to consult Madame Sen." Madame Sen was the wife of the Minister of Works and currently served as an official in the Commercial Bureau. She managed issues related to paper currency for the emperor and acted as an economic advisor. The crown prince considered this and agreed. Specialization matters. For matters involving money, it's best to consult an expert. "Let's go." Su Yanmiao blinked at him. The crown prince winked back. After a tiger has eaten, it loses its ferocity. If you want to touch one, now's your chance. Su Yanmiao. For the first time in both his lives, Su Yanmiao touched the striped fur of a tiger. That night, he dreamed of a big cat cuddling up to him playfully. As for his grievances about being forced to work overtime, long forgotten. After consulting Madame Sen on the money house proposal, the crown prince rewrote a memorial on how money houses could stimulate economic circulation and presented it during the Grand Court Assembly for the emperor's consideration. The crown prince's rare enthusiasm to take on responsibilities delighted the old emperor, who readily approved the proposal. Not only did the emperor heap praise upon Kuiyi, who had suggested the money house policy, but he also assigned several officials from the Treasury Bureau to accompany the crown prince. Among them was Madame Sen, the Minister of Works. "When my wife was engaged in commerce, I often slept alone. Now that she doesn't need to engage in commerce anymore, I still end up sleeping alone. Forget it. I'll look into how I can support her. Maybe designing a money house voucher that's difficult to counterfeit would be a good start." The crown prince and his entourage quickly set out for a few populous cities, intending to conduct pilot programs for the money house policy. If the results were promising, the plan would then be implemented nationwide. Meanwhile, when Prince Fu, dragging his 2 crippled legs, arrived in the capital, he was stunned. "What did you say?" "The crown prince isn't in the capital," he blurted out. "Where could a cripple like him possibly go?" The informant. The old emperor, who received a secret report from the Jinyiwei in the palace. No need for a trial. Strip him of his title and send him to guard the imperial tomb. A criminal only has the chance to clear their name or curry favor during a trial, appealing to the sympathies of those in power. Denying a trial altogether was the ultimate abandonment. When Prince Fu received the decree, he was incredulous. How can this be? Father, do you have no regard for the bonds of father and son? Father, father. The Jinyiwei commander stuffed a cloth ball into Prince Fu's mouth and said coldly, quiet, your whining is irritating. He personally escorted Prince Fu to the imperial tombs and dismissed all his subordinates. Though called an imperial tomb, the founding emperor wasn't even dead yet. The area was remote and desolate, with no passing merchants. Saying it was a duty to guard the tomb was merely a pretext, it was effectively a soft imprisonment. Prince Fu, His eyes widened in shock as the Jinyiwei commander deliberately kicked the leg that still had feeling. You bastard! This is outrageous. This is Then, as if that wasn't enough, the commander stepped on his dried blood-stained toenail and ground it underfoot. The pain made Prince Fu tremble all over, breaking out in a cold sweat. The Jinyiwei commander's face remained impassive at Novel bin Adat. This scum deserved to be thrown into boiling water to have his skin scalded off. When the commander had rescued those enslaved dancing girls with bound feet, he'd found his own kidnapped sister among them, drugged and abducted. Every time he thought of his sister's broken foot bones, frail frame, and trembling demeanor, his face would grow hot with tears. He clenched his teeth and vowed, if this man ever has a single peaceful day in the imperial tombs, he would personally resign from his post. Author's notes. About raising tigers, to paint tigers, observe them first. Zhang's beard and aura flow from his brush's tip. Finishing the eyes, the strokes fly from the paper, under the dark moon and cold winds, the grass shivers. From To Zhang Shanzi, Part 1. Tiger enthusiast Zhang Shanzi raised 2 tigers just to paint them vividly. Money houses, as they're just gaining popularity in the story, are inspired by historical references. In the 5th year of the Wanli Emperor, 1577, a well-known Ming dynasty minister skilled in financial management, Pang Shangpang, submitted a proposal to establish commercial banks. He suggested that wealthy merchants in towns pool their resources to create money houses. Shortly thereafter, along the golden waterways of Jiangnan, the lower reaches of the Suzhou River to the Songjiang area of present-day Shanghai, many large and small money houses were established, leading to the prosperity of these institutions during the Ming dynasty. By the late Ming dynasty, money houses had become an independent and emerging industry. These institutions were no longer limited to currency exchange, they also handled deposit and loan services. The money vouchers they issued later evolved into something akin to modern banknotes. Excerpt from Living the Ming Dynasty Life. At that time, depositing money in a money house had no interest and required an insurance fee. The most critical point was that deposits at Ming Dynasty money houses did not accrue interest. Interest was only applied to loans, and depositors were required to pay a small insurance fee. This fee guaranteed the safety of the deposited funds. The renowned monetary historian Peng Xinwei wrote in A Monetary History of China. China's money houses developed loan services from currency exchange, but deposit services did not progress during the Ming Dynasty. Neither public entities nor private individuals deposited their silver in money houses, instead, they buried it underground in vaults, making it inaccessible for utilization. In other words, even if you deposited 10,000 silver taels in a Ming Dynasty money house, you would not receive any interest, which was why many preferred to bury their wealth underground rather than deposit it in a money house. Excerpt from Living the Ming Dynasty Life. The gate of the Su family courtyard was knocked on once more. This time, the visitor seeking Su Yanmiao was none other than the commander of the Jinyi guards. Unlike his usual imposing appearance, the commander was dressed in a plain long robe. A few locust flowers that had fallen onto his neck remained there, unnoticed and unremoved. Su Lang. He gazed at him pleadingly. I beg for your help. What the commander was requesting pertained to the practice of unbinding feet. My younger sister was abducted and ended up in Prince Fu's manor. Her feet were forcibly bound and left ruined. She now suffers unbearable pain during the day and struggles to sleep at night. Previously, you mentioned in court the matter of unbinding feet. I wanted to ask, how does one go about this process? Apologies, Su Yanmiao replied. I only know of the concept of unbinding feet, but I'm not familiar with the specifics of how it's done. The commander's face immediately drained of color. After some thought, Su Yanmiao offered a suggestion: foot binding damages the legs and feet. Perhaps consulting a skilled doctor who specializes in this field might help. If your sister feels uncomfortable with a male doctor, I happen to know a female one. She is the sole disciple of the late divine doctor, having inherited all his skills. However, what is it? The commander's hope was reignited, only to be tempered by concern. However, the female doctor is currently 8 months pregnant. I'm not sure if she would be willing to make a house call. The Prince of Jin's manor. The Prince of Jin was slightly taken aback. Why are you packing your medical kit? Chuan Xiang. Gizi. Chicken bloodvine. The Princess of Jin listed the herbs she was gathering while glancing at him briefly. Didn't you mention the dance girls in Prince Fu's manor are suffering from rotting muscles and bones? I'm going to take a look. She picked up her medical kit, preparing to leave. The Prince of Jin grabbed her wrist. We're in the capital, with countless skilled doctors. You're 8 months pregnant, going out for house calls is far too dangerous. The Princess of Jin replied calmly, I'm a doctor. I know my body's condition very well. I'm perfectly healthy, and there's no problem with me making a visit. The baby is also very cooperative and never causes me trouble. As for medicines that are harmful during pregnancy, I don't have any in my kit. Even if another doctor's kit contains such medicines, as long as I don't inhale them excessively, there won't be any issues. Before leaving, I'll take a stabilizing pill. Gui Yi will carry my kit, while Gui Er and Gui San will accompany me to prevent anyone from accidentally bumping into me. Gui Yi, Gui Er, and Gui San were loyal guards under the Prince of Jin. The Princess of Jin withdrew her wrist from his grasp, instead holding his hand as she softened her tone. My lord, I will take good care of myself. You don't need to worry. The Prince of Jin was still uneasy, but seeing the firm determination in her eyes, he decided to change his approach. I'll go with you. As a prince, I can ensure order wherever we go. Great. Let's go. The Princess of Jin eagerly called for someone to prepare the prince's wheelchair while she walked beside him. Due to the prince's cautious nature, the manor rarely stationed guards at its gates, which were often kept shut. As the gates creaked open, they were met by the Jinyi guard commander, hand raised, ready to knock. The Prince of Jin recognized him and narrowed his eyes warily. Commander, why are you here? Has someone in my manor committed a crime? Forgive me, my lord, the commander quickly replied. I'm here on personal business, not official matters. The prince's suspicion deepened, and he immediately rejected him. I'm a retired prince, unfit to involve myself in the capital's affairs. Please take your leave. The commander, realizing the misunderstanding, smiled bitterly. Please, my lord, don't misunderstand. I'm here because of my younger sister, seeking the princess's help. Afraid of being refused again, he hastened to add, my sister was a victim of Prince Fu's abuse. Her feet are now in unbearable pain. I heard the princess is the disciple of the divine doctor and came to seek her medical expertise. The Princess of Jin was surprised to learn that the commander knew about her master, but there was no time to dwell on it with a patient in need. She promptly said, let's go. I was just about to head out for this. You can explain your sister's condition as we travel. In ancient times, women from higher social classes regarded their feet as extremely private, equivalent in modesty to their breasts or genitalia. Thus, even though Su Yanmiao was curious about the divine doctor's disciple, he refrained from going along. Instead, he tracked the treatment's progress through the gossip system. When Su Yanmiao saw the Princess of Jin confidently declare that she could treat the condition, he smiled brightly with joy. However, when he heard her add that it was impossible to fully restore the natural shape of the feet, he muttered Prince Fu's name angrily, cursed a few times, and flung himself back onto the bed in frustration. Unfortunately, his foot struck the edge of the bed, causing him to wince and grimace in pain. Luckily, no swelling or bone injury, he muttered as he massaged his foot. A thought seemed to linger on the edge of his mind, almost ready to surface, but no matter how hard he tried, it felt just out of reach, as if veiled by a thin layer of mist. Forget it. If I can't recall, it's probably not that important. He was very philosophical about it. The issue of foot binding was temporarily resolved. According to the gossip system, the afflicted women were recovering well. The arches of their feet were no longer as severely elevated, and their toes were slowly straightening out. Though their feet still appeared deformed, they were at least in a much better state than before. The Princess of Jin even devised a formula using the oil extracted from the marrow of fresh sheep bones, which proved effective in alleviating the pain caused by the unbinding process, especially when it involved pulling on corns and calluses. During this period, the Princess of Jin reached full term and went into labor. The scene was chaotic, with everyone panicking. Ironically, it was the princess herself who remained calm when her water broke. She methodically directed her maids and guards to fetch a midwife and prepared to use a guest room in one of the former footbound women's homes. Meanwhile, the imperial court devised a policy. Foot binding was to be classified as a form of punishment, applicable to both men and women. It would be added to the list of corporal punishments alongside branding the face, kingpei, shaving the head, kunshou, cutting off the nose, yinbai, and amputating the foot, yuezu. First, announce the new punishment publicly and spread the edict across the land. Then, select prisoners with relatively severe crimes from various state prisons to enforce it as an example. The Ministry of Justice must quickly draft corresponding legal measures, outlining the crimes that warrant such a penalty. Adat novel bin adat. In essence, much like shaving the head or branding the face was a mark of criminality, foot binding would henceforth become a symbol of lawbreaking. Prime Minister Do summed it up succinctly, as the practice of foot binding has yet to become widespread, we must stigmatize it as abnormal before the public comes to view it as normal. Of course, there will always be those who pursue the forbidden. The more prohibited it is, the more enticing it becomes. In such cases, they should be punished harshly under the law against private mutilation. Scholars of the modern Confucian school submitted yet another revision of the Analects, rites, and other classical texts, adapting them to align with the needs of those in power. Their commentary focused on Confucius's teaching. The body, hair, and skin are gifts from one's parents and must not be harmed or disfigured, arguing that foot binding was an affront to moral values. With flowery language, they warned that such a practice would encourage men to indulge in lustful desires while women would be labeled as vain and corrupt. Thus, they concluded that the custom of foot binding must not be allowed to flourish. In society, many women began to speak out. Among the former courtesans who had gained their freedom, some with exceptional literary talent penned sharp and biting verses. One poem read, The 3-inch lotus shoes were never seen in ancient times. The Bodhisattva Guanyin stands barefoot and unbound. Where did foot binding originate? From the baseness of men in this mortal world. Women practicing medicine publicly shared the harm caused by foot binding, explaining how it twisted and deformed the bones of the feet. Prolonged binding forced the body to adapt to the unnatural shape, making it impossible to fully straighten the feet even with physical manipulation. Meanwhile, female merchants approached the issue from a practical perspective, calculating and demonstrating how women with unbound feet were able to earn more income for their families. This was an era of bold and unrestrained customs, a time when the admonitions for women had not yet taken hold, and foot binding was unheard of. Women wearing men's clothing was a popular trend. Noble women rode horses and hunted in the mountains as a family tradition, and female labor was a common sight in both crafts and sports. Women actively participated in physical activities and games, and households with daughters but no sons were not considered doomed, as women retained the right to inherit property though only in the absence of male heirs. This, while limited compared to matriarchal times, was still better than nothing. So, when most people first heard about the concept of foot binding, their immediate reactions were, "That's outrageous? How cruel? Anyone who would do such a thing is worse than an animal? No, worse than pigs and dogs." In the midst of this public outrage, Su Yanmiao was deep in thought, scheming about how to spread rumors. Yes, rumors. He had suddenly remembered what he had forgotten earlier. Most people currently associated foot binding with one reaction: ouch, that must hurt. This sentiment could be leveraged. Su Yanmiao pulled the commander of the Jinyue aside and whispered, "Actually, the current measures aren't enough to guarantee prevention. What if some people secretly start binding the women's feet in the privacy of their homes?" The Jinyue commander exploded in anger. "They dare? The Jinyue is still here. No matter how many Jinyue there are, you can't monitor every household, right? Besides, the world isn't short of people willing to take risks. Just look at corruption, it's such a serious crime, yet people keep risking their necks for it. Like that new censor-in-chief who replaced Ji Sui. He's been quite brazen. Did you know a criminal's family once brought him treasures, beautiful concubines, and fine horses to plea for mercy? He took the bribe and secretly released the prisoner." The Jinyue commander nodded solemnly. "Noted. Now I know." The left military assistant commander, living on the left side of Su's courtyard, nodded too. "Noted. I also know now at Novel bin at. The Marquis of Yongchang, who resided on the right side, stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. "Noted. I've learned it as well. And so did the officials living in the surrounding residences. Excellent. Time to pull him down from his position, create a vacancy, and see if we can push someone from our faction into the role. Speak up." "Thank you, little white Z." Meanwhile, the new censor-in-chief was grooming his prized Ferghana horse at home when, out of nowhere, his right eyelid twitched violently. It was his right eye. No big deal. Left eye for fortune, right eye for misfortune. Bah, no need to dwell on superstition. He dismissed the thought and continued humming a tune while brushing the horse. Su Yanmiao, interpreting the Jinyue commander's nod as an endorsement of his idea, pressed on enthusiastically. "Do you know what people hate the most? Being falsely accused. Once they're wrongly accused, they either fall into despair or go to great lengths to prove their innocence. So here's my plan. Spread rumors nationwide. Say that foot binding is all the rage in Yangzhou, that scholars and gentlemen are flocking to admire women with 3-inch golden lotuses who can perform delicate dances on their fingertips. Claim this trend has driven many families to bind their daughters' feet, even those of women working as laborers and servants." Too bad Su Yanmiao never heard this song. The joy of unbinding, how joyful is it? Come, listen to my unbinding song. Stuff cotton into the gaps of your feet, walk with even strides. Wash them in vinegar and water, and don't bind them again. Cut away 1 inch every 7 days. With patience and care over a month, you'll be free. The joy of unbinding. Sleep barefoot at night, it soothes the blood and keeps it in harmony. Once one foot is unbound, you'll no longer fear storms and waves. The joy of unbinding, how joyful is it? Come, join in singing the unbinding song. The unbinding song. Although my depiction here is idealized, the reality is more likely along the lines of, for toes bent sharply inward toward the sole, the joints would have adapted to the twisted state, and even with forceful straightening, they could not be realigned. The body, hair, and skin are received from one's parents, they must not be harmed. Confucius, quoted in the Nuwa Stone. 3-inch bao shoes were never seen before. Guanyin Bodhisattva walked barefoot. Who started the practice of foot binding? It began with worthless men of the world. Sui Wen Poetry Talks. Property inheritance rights, referencing the Song dynasty. For households where all male heirs are deceased, all properties, including servants, guest women, slaves, estates, and assets, must first be used by close relatives to cover funeral expenses and related rituals. Any remaining assets are to be given to the daughters. The Song Penal Code. Translation: in cases where all male heirs have passed, the household's laborers, properties, and assets are sold by close relatives to fund funeral arrangements, with the surplus going to the daughters. But don't get too optimistic. Women's inheritance rights were only valid if there were no surviving sons. In Yangzhou, the trend of foot binding far exceeds that of other places. Even among laborers, servants, the impoverished, and the elderly, delicate toes are common. The practice is deeply entrenched, with untold suffering. Anecdotes from the Buddhist gate. The Jinyue commander cast an intrigued glance at Su Yanmiao. Why Yangzhou? Because I've observed that Yangzhou has many wealthy salt merchants. They're so rich that I've heard they donated 300,000 taels of silver to build the city walls of Yangzhou's new town. These people, flush with wealth, live decadently. There's even a saying. Among Yangzhou salt merchants, the one in the sedan is a debt demon. Those carrying the sedan are ox demons. Those accompanying it are fart demons. The gatekeeper is a lie demon at Novel bin Adat. And hidden in their homes are spirit demons. They've always frequented brothels and pleasure houses, indulging in women whom they regard as top-tier beauties. Once they hear of foot binding, how could they resist? History also confirms Yangzhou's trajectory. It became synonymous with beauty, known for Suzhou faces, Yangzhou feet. Disgusting? Vile? Su Yanmiao waved his hand decisively. In any case, Yangzhou must be a key area for prevention. The Jinyue commander nodded thoughtfully. Su Yanmiao added, moreover, Yangzhou is both prosperous and culturally vibrant. If its people strongly oppose something, the scholars from Yangzhou participating in the imperial exams will undoubtedly support anti-foot binding policies in the future. As long as enough officials voicing opposition rise through the ranks every 3 years, the trend of foot binding can be suppressed. But Yangzhou city is right there. If someone casually goes to check it out, won't the lie be exposed? At this point, Su Yanmiao, who had experienced the modern world, had a lot to say. No problem. Given the distance covered by carriages and boats, even if someone specifically goes to investigate and debunk the rumors, it'll be hard for them to cause much of a stir. He thought back to modern times. With a billion internet users, even the smallest rumor could spark nationwide buzz. Local people coming forward to debunk it often didn't help, and even official clarifications left many clinging to their belief in the falsehoods. Of course, he couldn't use modern examples here. Su Yanmiao switched to another analogy. For example, if you say an emperor has a dignified and handsome appearance, no one will care. But if you say an emperor has a face like a shoehorn, the rumor will spread like wildfire and it'll persist for hundreds of years, no matter how much debunking you try. The Jinyue commander fell silent. It was difficult to argue with that. Su Yanmiao provided another example, this time from the history of Chu. Take the case of Great Chu after the migration of nobility to the south. You know Emperor Xian of Chu, right? Official records say this. At the time, Great Chu was controlled by eunuchs. The emperor, at their mercy, feigned madness and stupidity when he was still a prince. He would shout in the marketplace, snatch food from others, sleep in public for days on end, and even warm himself by a fire in summer, claiming he was cold. The eunuchs underestimated him and pushed him to the throne, only for him to secretly seize power and execute them. He then ruled with great diligence, reviving the dying Great Chu for several decades. The Jinyue commander nodded. That's true. What's the issue? Did the historical records get something wrong? Did Su Yanmiao know some insider secrets thanks to his mysterious tool? Su Yanmiao explained, the issue is that when people mention this emperor now, their first thought isn't the official history, it's the gossip. He continued, the first thing that comes to mind is the tale of how the emperor dared to eat excrement. According to unofficial histories, Emperor Xian of Chu feigned madness so convincingly that he once slept in a pigsty and ate pig feces. Su Yanmiao added, the second thought is about how he dared to streak through the streets. Another unofficial account claimed that Emperor Xian of Chu was so audacious that he ran naked through the capital during broad daylight, with his hair loose and his feet bare, exposing himself to everyone. The official record might not always be reliable, but the unofficial stories were undeniably colorful. The Jinyue commander understood. So, once rumors about Yangzhou spread, the first association people would have with the city would be that place where scholars, merchants, and even commoners enjoy torturing women by making them bind their feet. And the people of Yangzhou wouldn't sit idly by while their reputation was smeared. They would fight back. And as they fought back, leading a wave of intellectual discourse, the scholars of Yangzhou would further stigmatize the practice of foot binding. The Jinyue commander's voice was noticeably more enthusiastic than before. I'll write a memorial to the emperor immediately to seek approval. Spreading rumors, or rather, fabricating charges, was a core skill of the Jinyue. Have you heard? Foot binding has been popular in Yangzhou for a long time. I've heard that the merchants and wealthy families over there are ridiculously rich. It's normal for the rich to indulge in extreme practices. The filth and scandal in their households, ugh, it's just that no one brought it to light before. It's not just the rich merchants. I've heard that even the scholars there are obsessed with women with bound feet. Apparently, they even write poetry about them. Lines like, don't spare perfume to anoint the lotus steps, always dreading the silk socks gliding away like ripples. Tisk, tisk, you can tell how much they adore them just by that. Ugh, perfumed feet, really? The rotting flesh and sweat trapped under those bandages during every step, no matter how much perfume you add, how fragrant could it possibly be? These people must have a bizarre taste. The rumors spread like wildfire, sparking widespread discussion. Thanks to previous efforts to discredit foot binding, the practice had already become something frowned upon by the general public. Now, hearing suddenly that Yangzhou residents supposedly adored bound feet, everyone found themselves with a new topic to gossip about. During tea breaks and meals, it became the talk of the town. At literary gatherings, someone would always bring it up. Even in rural areas, during breaks between farming, farmers sitting on the field ridges would wipe their foreheads with sweat cloths and chat with one another. Inevitably, someone would exclaim, "Did you hear? People in Yangzhou are really into bound feet." Others would respond with shock and amazement, asking repeatedly if it was true. The farmer would nod emphatically, as if they had personally been to Yangzhou to verify it. As for the people of Yangzhou, who is spreading these lies? The entire population of Yangzhou was outraged.